Welcome to Cryo.do's crash course on data analytics and visualization with Tableau. In this course, our expert mentors will walk you through comprehensive hands-on exercises designed to sharpen your data visualization skills, an indispensable competency in today's data-centric landscape. Tableau is a highly powerful, industry-standard tool that transforms raw, complex data into dynamic, interactive visualizations and dashboards, enabling quick, data-driven decision-making. Throughout the course, you'll master the core features of Tableau, including data connection, data preparation, interactive dashboard creation, and advanced charting techniques. By the end, you'll be proficient in building professional-level reports, uncovering hidden insights, and delivering impactful data stories. Upon course completion, you'll also earn a certification to validate your expertise in Tableau and data visualization. Before we begin, we encourage you to explore more of our resources and advanced programs by visiting our website at www.cryo.do. Let's get started and elevate your data analytics skill set with Tableau.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 1. In this week, we are going to look at Introduction and Installation of Tableau, Types of products and roles, interface and workflow, Tableau dashboard versus a PPT, connecting to data and data sources and its types, live and extract connections. By the end of this session, we will gain knowledge about what are the products and roles available in Tableau. I will discuss about why Tableau is used and about its workflow. How are we connecting Tableau to our data and data sources? We will talk about interface of Tableau and functionality when compared to a PPT. How Tableau can make your presentation easy and dynamic. We will see what is live and what is extract, the difference between them and when to use them. And finally, saving your work. Moving on to the topic Introduction and Installation to Tableau. So we will talk about Tableau. What is Tableau? Tableau is a visual analytics platform. It transforms the way how people use the data to solve the business problems. It is an easy drag and drop tool which makes it easier to connect to data with dynamic and interactive visuals. Tableau will help you eliminate the traditional reporting by its dynamic dashboards. It makes the reporting fast, easy, and beautiful. In the business intelligence space, Tableau plays a critical role. It combines business analytics and business visualization to help organizations to make more data-driven decisions. It also allows you to connect to different types of data sources on cloud premises. Now we will look at how to install Tableau. Here is the step-wise guide to install Tableau. You can click on the below link to install Tableau. This is a 14 days trial version. Enter a valid email address and click on Download the app. Download the setup file and click on I agree and install. By default, the latest version of Tableau will be downloaded. After the downloading process is complete, you will see an icon on your desktop. While downloading, Tableau might ask you to register your details. You can give your details and fill up the registration process. Then only you will be able to access Tableau Desktop app. If the 14-day free trial expires, there is also an option called Tableau Public. You can download the Tableau Public, which is free of cost. But in Tableau Public, you will not be able to see the cloud connections and also the live and extract connections because Tableau Public is a limited access app. But it has all the other features and you can practice your calculations or create visuals on the Tableau Public app. Tableau is all about doing analysis, but not learning a software. So it offers multiple tools with different purposes. Now we will look at what types of products are available in Tableau and what are the roles. The first one is Tableau Desktop. Tableau Desktop is a paid developer version. It is also known as Tableau Desktop Professional Edition. This is a desktop app where developer creates the visual dashboards and publish them to the server. This Tableau Desktop is also available in the 14-day trial version which we downloaded right now. But if you are working in a company will provide the Tableau Desktop access to you and you can register it by a code. Next is the Tableau Server. Tableau Server is the paid server application. This product is used by the organizations to share the dashboards between the teams inside the company. This is totally secure. Usually, there would be a dedicated admin team or a person to take care of the memory, user management, data source management, folder management, and other server-related things. The Tableau server is also maintained by the company, which will be paid. After creating the dashboards in the Tableau Desktop, you can publish your dashboards into the Tableau server. It will create a hyperlink to share it with the other team members. You can give the link to other team members in an email, or you can share the link with a share button on the Tableau server app. Next is Tableau Online. Tableau Online is a paid server application too, but it is already hosted by Tableau server. So you need not to install on any Windows server. It is better when you need the Tableau dashboards to be accessed from anywhere. It has almost all the features of the Tableau server, but not on the internet. It is secure, scalable, and removes your need to manage the server. Small size companies will always purchase Tableau Online because they do not have to install it on their server, and the Tableau admin purpose is totally not necessary. But all the data published on Tableau Online will be secure. Next comes Tableau Prep. Tableau Prep is a new product to Tableau. It helps developers to clean, blend, and manipulate the raw data. It is a kind of mini ETL tool. Extraction, transformation, and loading. This can be connected to different databases, and it can be used to join the data, transformation over the data, and save the file as an output. It can be automated and help developers to avoid redundant manual data manipulation. That means you can actually prep the data and store it on the server to use it later. So whatever changes you do it on the Tableau Prep will be recognized for the later use. The final one is Tableau Public. Tableau Public is a free desktop application. It is a developer place for Tableau Public server. This is free and has some limitations like cloud save only. You do not have live or database connections. They are widely used by learners, bloggers, public information related institutions like media and etc. The dashboards developed in the Tableau Public can be published onto the Tableau Public server. This is a free server in the internet. This is like a YouTube or Blogspot in the Tableau data visualization world. This is completely free and people post their visualizations here. It cannot have live data source, but it only has to be an extract. So many people publish their ideas and custom visualizations here. If you want to see already published dashboards by users worldwide to get an idea or a template examples, this is the best place to find them. We have seen the different products available on Tableau. Now we will be moving on to the rules. Based on the purpose, we have different types of rules are available. They are Tableau Developer and Tableau Admin. Tableau Developer creates the dashboards from the scratch. They develop charts, formulas, dashboards, actions, and everything from the scratch to the end, and they provide the complete dashboard to the end user. The day-to-day job of a Tableau developer includes creating dashboards based on the requirement. This also includes getting the requirement from the client and making an outline out of it. Enhancing the already existing dashboards. Sometimes our business advisors need to add more enhancements into the already existing dashboards. Tableau developers has to pick up the already existing dashboards and enhance them. Their job also includes data refresh or update and also performance tuning. Whenever a dashboard becomes heavy, the performance of the dashboard will be degraded. Now we have to do a performance tuning on the dashboard to make it faster. Moving on to Tableau Admin. Tableau Admin job is to install and maintain the server. They will manage, add the users to the server to access the dashboards. They will also update the versions of the server whenever the Tableau Desktop app is upgraded. They will create scheduled jobs for extracts, and they will also look into the performance of the server. Tableau Admin can create different folders to different teams, then the access can be restricted to different teams. Based on the need, we have different types of licenses available in Tableau. We have Tableau Viewer, Tableau Explorer, and Tableau Creator. Tableau Viewer Access will give users to view and interact with dashboards and visualizations in a secure, easy-to-use platform. Tableau Viewer Access includes one Tableau server license. Tableau Explorer Access will give user to interact with the dashboard and will also give access to download full data. They can make subscriptions and receive the data alerts. It includes one Tableau server license. The main difference between Tableau Viewer and Tableau Explorer is they will get an extra option to download the full data from the dashboard. They can make their own subscriptions and receive data alerts. The final one is Tableau Creator. This is the complete developer access. They can create end-to-end reports and publish them to the server. The Creator access will also have the permission to edit the dashboard on the web. They can actually do the developing part on the web itself. Tableau Developer can restrict the access to different users in the company. They can give Viewer Explorer access to different persons in the team. Creator access will come with Tableau Desktop, Tableau Prep Builder, and one Creator license of Tableau Server. Now we will look at the workflow of the Tableau. This includes 3 steps. One is ingest, the second one is store and process, the final one is analyze and share. Ingest is the data collected in multiple ways. It can be through manual data entry collection, apps, social media, search-related data, web posts, news, blogs, surveys, documents, published literatures, etc. The data has to be mined and collected into the tools. We do have different data collections. One is primary and one is secondary. Primary data collection is collected directly, with secondary data connections are public and existing information collected by others. The data collected from these processes are stored and then processed into the database. Data is collected into the database and it is organized into the collection of data to access the information later. Before storing them into the database, the data is normalized. Normalization of data is done before feeding the data into the system. This will shape and clean the data. The final process of the data collection is analyze and share. Now all our data is structured, we can feed them into the BI tools. Tableau is one of the BI tool and it only takes the structured data. When the data is finally structured and available, this is connected to Tableau and it is used to analyze and drive insights from the data. Tableau helps the enterprises by securely sharing and managing the data. Let's talk about the functionality of data. So, when we prepare a PowerPoint presentation with all these beautiful graphs and charts, we will be able to show them static but not dynamic. You will not have an option to alter or filter the data to show it in a different way or in a different view or show a different insight with different parameters. You cannot show a dynamic insight when you can change a region or a business unit. To do this, you have to build them or create them individually and add them to the slide. This is a very tedious process and the PPT will be extending with more slides. Okay, let's take an example of this image. This is a data set. This is a dashboard created from the data called What the Fact. It shows what is showed in the movie and what is showed in the reality. And it has some options which are false, falsish, misleading, true, and the truish. It is differentiated into different categories like meat, health, dairy, diet. If it is like what is shown it in the movie, but what is the reality in that category. Now, let's imagine that you are showing this as in a PPT. You want to show different categories into different views. Now, we will take the category meat and we will create a slide for meat and we will show the options of all the 5 false, falsish, misleading, true and truish, and we will show the statements from the movie and also in the reality. But it doesn't fit, all the statements will not fit in single slide. You just have to show them either in the top 10 or the most important ones. You can't change it dynamically. Or you can't change the data set with a filter. Now, let's compare the same situation from a Tableau dashboard. So, this is the same data set published onto the Tableau dashboard and this is available in Tableau Public. If you see here, it has the same feel and same look. But it has this bulleted options: false, falsish, misleading, true and truish. If you click on false, all the dashboard is filtered to only false statements, and it will only show the categories which are related to the false statement. If you just scroll down, you can only see the false statements coming up from the data. One of the false statements says, anatomically, humans are frugivorous, not omnivorous. But the reality is, our early ancestors made tools in a layer of teeth, and we have the gut system for meat indigestion. This is a false statement which is showed in the movie. And now, we are only interested to see what statements we have in health. If you just hover on the categories, you can see how many statements are there in each category. Okay, I'm clicking on health. I want to see what are the false statements displayed in movie and in reality in the health category. So we got 3. And we can see all these 3 false statements. If you want to revert back to the original view, just click on the health, which is already selected, and click on the false statement. It will give all the data back. Now we will do it in a reverse way. We want to see only a category called meat. We got 44 hits in meat, and all the data is displayed according to only meat. You can see the false statements on the top, falsish on the middle, misleading, true, and truish. And if you want to look at only truish statements in meat, you just click on the truish and it will only display the truish statements. This is how interactive a Tableau dashboard is. We can also give some filters to the same dashboard to restrict the data to only some categories. This is how simple it is. We can create as simple as this and highly sophisticated dashboards and Tableau with data-driven insights. This is a simple dashboard, but if you want to look at the complicated dashboards which are already published by the authors, you can go to the gallery and you can look at all the other dashboards. You can look at all the filters available, how dynamic Tableau can be. This will eliminate all the manual process we do in a PPT. Whenever the data refreshes from the backend, all this data will be refreshed in this dashboard. So you can actually give an up-to-date update to your clients or the business advisors or whoever the end person is. So when compared to the PPT, you will be eliminating all your manual work, and also it is dynamic and interactive. Whenever the data is updated at the backend, you don't have to do your data prep or data clean again. Tableau will already recognize whatever you have done before and add to the same data again. Moving back to your course content, we do have other visualization tools in the market, but what makes Tableau different from them is Tableau has a wide variety of options to connect to different data sources and databases available on cloud. With Tableau, you can connect to virtually any data source. You can work with any shape, size, and type of data, whether it is on-premises or in cloud applications or flat files. This hybrid connectivity supports both live analysis and bringing data in memory encrypted extracts. So, what is a data source? It is a connection to the database available on server. This is just a connection. As we already discussed, the data is collected in multiple ways, and it goes through all this normalization process before storing in a database. This can be stored in the local system or a cloud connection. In Tableau, you can manipulate your data and publish it on the server for the later access. You can also publish the manipulated data onto Tableau server for the later purpose. Publishing them onto the Tableau server will save us some time because all the joins and blendings, whatever happened on the data source, will be saved for the later purpose. Moving on to the types of data sources available on Tableau. We have multiple data source connections options in Tableau, and here is a glimpse of how many are available. We have premise options like Excel, text file, access file, PDF file, etc. We also have cloud options like Azure, Oracle, OneDrive, SAP HANA, Teradata, etc. Moving on to the main important topic, software demo. When you open your Tableau Desktop application, the first page is the start page, and it will look like this. It has all the available options to connect to data. If you want to connect to already developed workbooks, you can click on the below dashboards to look at the view and feel. On the left side of the pane, you will see the connections available. You can connect to a file or to a server. Let's connect the practice file into Tableau. Open the tool, click on the Microsoft Excel, and open your practice file. Tableau loads the data with sheet names on the left. You can also connect to multiple data sources at a time, join or blend from multiple tables. Here is how a Tableau data source page looks like when you connect your data. Drag the full data onto the view or simply double-click on the table name. Tableau will show the loaded data on the below part. You can check the data here on how Tableau's backend data will be. We can see the columns and rows available in the dataset. This is called the left pane of the data source page. It displays the connected data source and other details about your data. You can also use the left pane to add more connections to the data sources to create cross-database joins. And this part is called canvas. We have canvas logical layer and canvas physical layer. The default option for Tableau now is canvas logical layer, where you can create relationships between tables. Here's how a relationship line look like, and it will pop up with an edit option. If the data doesn't have a matching field, it throws a red error saying that there is no matching field between these two tables. If you want to manually relate the fields in the data, you can actually select them and close this button. So Tableau will connect these two tables and show you the relationship. For now, I'm removing this table. If you want to join it with a physical layer, you have to double click on this table and it will go to the physical layer of the canvas. You can add joins and unions between tables in here. And the down part is called data grid. Data grid shows the first 1000 rows of the data contained in the Tableau data source. It will display the number over here. You can also use the data grid to make general modifications to the Tableau data source like sorting or hiding fields, renaming them or resetting field names. You can either create calculations, change the column or row sort, or adding aliases. If you are on the logical layer, you see the data for this selected table. But if you are on the physical layer, you see the merged data between the joins and unions over here. And we also have the metadata grid. This is the metadata grid. It displays the fields in your data source as rows. You can see the column name over here and you can see the remote field name over here. This is the original name which is coming from the Excel sheet. If you are going to rename the column names over here, the renamed name will be displayed here. If you want to rename the data source name, you can actually rename it over here. You can give the name whatever you want to your file. If you hover on the table names, you will see a grid line over here. If you click on it, Tableau will open the data behind the table. You can see all the rows and columns in a separate pop-up box. If you are unsure about the table and the data behind it, you can actually check here. This is the data source page, and we can go to the sheet or the dashboard or the story over here. We have the main menus like File, Data, Server, Window, and Help. In the Help, if you want to look at what version you're working on, you just go to Help and click on About Tableau. It will throw a pop-up box about the version names and details. file menu, we will have these common options with new, open, close, save, etc. You can save the dashboard on your desktop, or you can either open an already saved dashboard from here. Inside the data, you will have options like to go to a new data source, to refresh already connected data source, and to duplicate the data source. And you have options to export the data into the CSV. Sometimes you want to pull in the data from an outside source for some quick analysis. Rather than creating the whole data source and then connecting it into Tableau, you can simply copy and paste the data directly into your workbook. Tableau automatically creates a data source that you can begin analyzing. For example, I'm just copying some random data into my data source now. Ctrl C, and I'm pasting it here. I'm going to select Paste Data as Connection or Paste Data as Data Source. If you click on Paste Data as Connection, Tableau will bring up all this data as a connection for the already existing table. It will see any matching fields between the already existing table and whatever data we pasted. So I pasted a completely unrelatable data when compared to our practice file. So pasting as a connection is not a suitable option over here. I am removing the connections whichever I pasted. And I'm clicking on data again. I'm pasting the data as a data source. Tableau will create a new data source connection over here with the name clipboard because the data is copied, and create a table over here. You can see the copied data under here. This is how you will paste the data from the source, and you can do your analyzations quickly. When you paste the data as a data source, the data source is saved as a text file on your computer repository file. If you want to save your workbook, you can find this file in your Tableau repository under the Documents page. You can copy and paste from a variety of Office applications including Microsoft Excel and Microsoft Word. You can also copy and paste HTML tables from web pages. Tables that are copied as comma-separated values or tab delimited can be pasted into Tableau. Now I'm going back to the practice file we have pasted. If you want to click on an undo option, you can click on this arrow, and if you want to redo it again, you can click on this arrow. If you want to save the data source, the connected data source, you can click on the save option. You do have a refresh button over here. If your data is live and whenever the data is updated at the backend, you can click on the refresh button whenever the Tableau did not pick up the data from here. We do have a server option over here to sign into Tableau Public. You can publish your dashboards into signing into Tableau Public. For that, you need to create an account in Tableau Public, and then you can publish the dashboards over there. If you want to look at the sample workbooks or sample gallery, you can go through these options. Now we will move on to the options available to keep the data live or an extract. You can see a live connection and extract connection over here. Extracts tend to be much faster than live connections, especially when you have a complex visualization with large data sets, filters, calculations, etc. When you create an extract file, such as like CSV or an Excel workbook from a local file or an on-premises database, you'll be speeding up the workbook through optimization. In this case, Tableau doesn't need the database to build the visualization. Instead, Tableau's in-memory data engine queries the data directly. We have several benefits whenever we are using extracts. It speeds up the workbook through optimization. The extract is embedded within the workbook, and the extracts are often much faster than the live connections. Whenever your data source is like big and you have different kinds of visualizations and calculations running over. Therefore, extracts are great for the flow of visual analytics. You can work offline if you have an extract in your file. As the extract is already embedded, your data sources can be utilized whenever you're offline or your network connection is poor. You will have your privacy by hiding certain fields within your data source and then creating an extract. You can hide the fields that aren't used. If you click on the edit option over here, you will get a pop-up box for all the options available while creating an extract. You can hide your fields whenever the fields are not used in your visualization. You can hide all the unused fields and you can create the extract. This will ensure the data can only be viewed by the people intended. However, because an extract is a snapshot of the data, the extract will need to be refreshed to receive the updates from the original data source, whether it is a local file or an on-premises database. Whenever the data is updated in your Excel sheet at the backend, you need to come down here. Making it a live will actually refresh the data. If it is not refreshed by then, you just have to click over this refresh button and it will pick up the new data. And you have to create the extract again with the new updates in your workbook. When compared to the extract connections, live connections offer the convenience of the real-time updates. With any changes in the data source reflected in Tableau, you don't have to do the extract process again and again if the data is updated at the backend. If you keep your connection live, this databases will rely on all the connections at the backend. Unlike extracts, databases are not always optimized for fast performance. With live connections, your data queries are only as fast as the database itself. We will talk about the pros of this live connection. It gives us a real-time update. As your viz is directly connected to the underlying data, this ensures data freshness. This will give you day-to-day analysis. Databases are not always optimized for fast performance. As data queries go through the database, they can only be fast as the database. Working with your live connection can be slow. There are some other factors related to the live connections. If you have a poor network speed or a network traffic, your data dashboard will be slowed down. The performance of the dashboard will be degraded. Live connections, especially with the complex workbooks, can stress some traditional databases. So if you're going with a live connection, make sure that the database is not large or you do not have any complex queries running at the backend. One more difference between a live and extract connection is live data will only save the connection information. Like if you connect to an Excel sheet, it will remember the connection name over here and the table name. It will not contain any data to your file. If you create an extract of it, all the data will be extracted into your file. This is called a TDWX file and it is easy to share with others. If you share a live connection file with other people via a local sharing facility, it will ask for the Excel workbook, wherever it is stored. The new person who is accessing this live file will have to locate the file again to the Excel sheet you are using it to. We will talk about an example between the live and extract connections. Let's take the scenario in the hospitals. Hospitals that monitor incoming patient data need to make it real-time decisions. These situations necessitate a live database connection. But in the same hospital, there may be also visualizations present to monitor daily or weekly trends. For these analytics, using an extract of the data source helps build a faster workbook. Depending on the type of data you're connected to, you can refresh your data when that data has changed using a number of options. For example, if you're connected to a data extract, you can refresh the selected data extract using the refresh button here. If you're on live data source, you can click on live and refresh over here. Now, let's see how to create an extract. If you click on extract, it will give an option to edit the extract. If you click on the extract edit button, you will see logical table and also the physical table. The default one is logical table because the default canvas page is a logical table over here. If you are on a physical table, you can check the option of the physical tables and add the filter options. This filters over here is like you can add any column over here and check whatever data you require to extract. If it is for category, if you want only the technology related data and also the furniture related data, you can check on these two options and click on OK. This will keep only the furniture and technology to extract. You can add multiple dimensions over here. And if you want to see only consumer related data, you can click on consumer and click on OK. So Tableau will alternately check for these two options. It will go to the category and check for furniture and technology, and later comes to the segment and check for only the consumer related data. Now I'm just removing everything. And you also have an option to refresh all the rows or just the top of the rows or just the sample of your data. You can give a number over here and Tableau will pick up only those rows to extract. You can check the extract history over here and you can hide all your unused fields by clicking on this icon. Now I'm just not selecting anything, I'm just clicking the extract. If you just click on the sheet 1, the Tableau will start the extracting process. Whenever the Tableau is starting the extracted process, for the first time it will ask to share the space to store this hyperfile. This hyperfile is the extracted file whenever creating an extract. Just click the appropriate space and click on Save. Tableau will start extracting the data from the file. So the data is already extracted here. And how do you confirm that your data is already extracted? You will see these options over here, extract data, and use extract as a check mark. It says that you are using the extracted data and this blue check mark will appear over here. If you are on live, you will not see this check mark over here. You can go back to your data source by either clicking on the data source page over here, or you can simply go back to the data source name and click on Edit Data Source. It will throw back to your previous page. And it says that it is already extracted on this particular date and time. You will get the edit option and also the refresh option over here. It means that it is already extracted, and if you want to refresh the data, you can click on the refresh over here. But whenever your data is updated at the backend, because this is only the snapshot of the data, Tableau will not recognize the data updated at the backend. You just have to go back to the live and refresh the data source and come back to the extract and click on the extract again. Now we will look at the other options available on the data source page. We have a filter option over here to add the filters to your data available. Adding a filter over here on the live data connection, or whenever you are extracting, you will add a filter over here. That is the same as this. You can add a filter over here, or else you can just click on the edit button and add a filter over here. If you are on live, you will not get the edit option over here. Then you will go to the filters over here and click on the add filters. You can add any category or segment or any other column to the filter option. Now your data is live, but the filter is already applied and you will only see the filter related to the category technology. If you see here, we are only seeing the data related to category under technology. The data is live, but the data is already filtered to the category as technology. We call them as data source filters. If you put a data source filter and then click on extract, these are the extracted data source filters. But it is a live version, so we call them as data source filters. You can check the data source filter over here and it will throw a number over here on how many data source filters you applied in this edit box. If you just add one more filter over here, I just want to look at subcategory and I only want to look at accessories, appliances, art, and click on OK. So this will keep only accessories, appliance, and art under technology. So your data will be filtered according to that. You can edit the data source filters by just clicking on the edit option and checking on remove. For now, I am just removing all the filters and I am clicking on OK to see the full data at the backend. You can also see this data source filters over here. It is the same option like this. There is one more option to close the data source. Closing a data source means closing your connection details. Everything you have connected right now, like you have connected to the Microsoft Excel file in your desktop, will be closed. Whenever you extract the data from an Excel sheet and you click on the icon hide the unused fields over here, this will actually hide all the unused fields which are not in use for your visualization. This means that you already developed your visualization, came back to the extract version and extracted the data out. So what Tableau will do is it will hide all the fields which you did not use in the visualization. That means the extract doesn't save your fields which are not in use. So if you want to add one more field to your visualization again, and you just have to come back to the live version, update your data, and you have to show the hidden fields over here. And this option will show all the hidden fields in your actual file at the backend. And if you just renamed some column to the other name, you can check this show aliases button and it will show the real name at the back. You also have an option called data source order over here. This is for the sorting of the data, whatever you see in the data grid. You can either sort it to A to Z, Z to A to Z ascending per table, Z to A descending per table. I'm just clicking on A to Z ascending. If you see here, it started with C because I doesn't have any column named under A or under B. So it directly went to the C and started with C. If you just scroll to the right, you will see all the columns from A to Z. I'm just reverting back it to the data source order. Whenever you connect the data to your data source, to your Excel file or a text file or a server related data source, Tableau will show only the first 1000 rows over here and the number is actually displayed here. But this is editable and you can see more than 1000 rows over here. You can edit this option. Sometimes if you want to look at a particular column, whether it is existing in your data or not, and if your data is too large and you're not able to check this right scroll, and if you're not able to completely check the column names, just go to this metadata grid and click on the sorting process. Now you are able to check it according to the A to Z policy. We also have an option for the new union over here. We will discuss more about the union process in the coming weeks. One tip on this extracting process is whenever you extract the data, make sure that it is updated onto the recent timing. Sometimes the extracted process might fail and the data will not be updated. It is actually mandatory to check whether the data is up to date and the date is displayed right whenever you're extracting the data. And also, please make sure you're using the right filters when you're extracting the data. This might create a confusion if you are looking at some other category and your data source filter is filtered to some other category. If you're adding a data source from here, make sure that you're adding the data source of same source. If you add an Excel file over here and if you add some other text file or CSV file over here without the relationship clause, it might create a confusion. So if you add a data source from here, this will create a primary and secondary data source field from here. But if you add a data source from here, it will actually create a new data source connection which will not be added into the existing data source connection. Connecting a data source from here, which is not an Excel file because we are already connected to an Excel file, if you connect to a different data source file again, and if you want to blend those data sources, these are called cross-functional data sources. We will discuss about this more in the coming weeks. I will actually explain what is the cross-functional data sources and how to use a blend and how to use the join whenever you're adding too many tables from different data sources. If you don't understand it now, it is okay, but we will be discussing in depth about this in the coming weeks. Union option over here is used to append the data from the down. Like joining and blending is adding the data from the side, but unioning the data is adding the data from the down. If you have an Excel file with some column names and if your data is updated into another file, you can check the column names whether they are same names and you can union the data into here. You just have to drag an Excel sheet into the union process. Moving next topic, saving your workbook. You can save your workbook by clicking on the save option over here, or else you can go to the sheet 1 and you can click the file and you can click the save option over here. If you want to rename the Tableau workbook, you can click on the save as option. This workbook is actually saved on your desktop or your preferred location. So right now we already extracted our data into the file. So this file will be saved on your desktop as tbwx file, which also contains data. For the later purpose, if you want to open the file, you just have to go to the file option, open the file from here, or else you can simply double click the file on whatever preferred location you saved it. This is for the trial version of the Tableau Desktop, but whenever you're working on the Tableau Public, it will not give you the save option over there. You have to practice it over the Tableau Public for the practice versions, but all the practiced work will not be saved in Tableau Public. And if you're working on this trial version and if you're publishing the work onto the Tableau Public server, you just have to create the Tableau Public server account and you can publish it over there and share it with others. So whatever we learned today completes the connection to a data source, and we looked about the live and extract versions. We discussed about the difference between the live connections and extract connections, and we discussed when we are using the live connections and when we are using the extract connections. We already discussed about the options available whenever you are extracting the data. You can filter the data, or else you can give some options to extract all the rows or the top rows or the sample rows. You can also hide your fields whenever you're extracting the data to actually down your rows, like you can count down your rows and a set of data which is only useful for your visualizations. This will actually improve the performance of the dashboard because it contains a lesser set of data. And this will also give an easy access to access it later. It also contains a snapshot of your data, so Tableau quickly picks up the data which is already existing in the file. We discussed about saving our workbook through the save option available on the data source pane and also the save option available on the data pane. You can simply open your workbook later by clicking on the file option and click on open, or else you can go to your preferred location wherever you've saved it previously. Just double click on the file and it will open it into the Tableau space. These are the two options available for saving on your workbook. Please remember that if you're working on a Tableau Public option, you will not be getting the save option to save your workbook. Moving on to the summary, whatever you covered this week is we discussed about the installation and introduction to Tableau, and we also discussed about different products in Tableau and their roles. We looked at how Tableau works and how it is compared to the PPT about its functionality, how Tableau gives you dynamic filters and actions to actually prepare your dataset to present it visually better. We discussed about the data sources and different types of them on cloud and the local systems. We looked at the live and extract connections, and we also looked at examples where the live connection is better and the extract connections is better. We discussed about the pros and cons of the live and extract connections. And finally, we discussed about the saving your work on your local system. Thank you for attending this session.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau Week 2. The table of contents for this week are Introduction to the Data Pane, Quick Visualizations, Marks and its Properties, Pages Shelf, Menu and Toolbar, and analytics pane. Let's rewind the last week's topic before moving into this week's session. We discussed about what is Tableau and how to install Tableau Desktop, products available in Tableau and a brief discussion on the roles available, how Tableau works and its functionality when compared to a PPT, data sources and different types of data sources available in Tableau. We saw how to connect to an Excel data source, what data sources are available to connect to on cloud. We discussed about live connections versus extract connections and when to use what. And finally, saving your work. In this week, we will learn about the Data tab, quick visualizations available in Tableau, Marks pane and its options, Pages shelf for time series graphs, menu and toolbar, Analytics pane and the options available in Analytics pane. So, moving on to the first topic, Introduction to the Data pane. After connecting the Excel sheet like we did last week, you can see the working sheet when you click on that sheet on your down part of your tab. You can see two tabs, Data and Analytics, in the left side corner, top corner, and under that you can see a data source, whatever connected data source available over there. In this case, we have connected to an Excel sheet and the sheet name is orders. So the data source is coming up as orders from the sample superstore data. If a single cylinder is there, it represents the live connection, and if it is a double cylinder, it is an extracted connection. You can also check on right-clicking on the data source. If the extract is checked over there, that is an extracted version. If the extract mark is not checked, that is a live connection. If you have saved your work last week by extracting the data, you will be seeing a double cylinder icon over there with an check mark on your extract option. Whenever we connect to multiple data sources or even multiple sheets in an Excel sheet, you will be seeing multiple data sources in here. If you have like 2 or 3 more data sources connected for your workbook, all the data sources will be displayed here. Quick visualizations. What are quick visualizations available in Tableau? It is naturally called Show Me because the tab named is actually Show Me in Tableau. In this Show Me, you will see all the graphs available for quick visualizations. If you just hover on the quick visualization on any graph, it will prompt to add dimensions and measures suited for that particular viz. In this particular example, this is hovered over stacked bars and it is asking us to add one more dimension or one more measure. You can toggle between the vizes if you want to look at your data in a different perspective. While the type of data being presented often describes the type of chart being used, knowing how to create each of these common chart types will give you greater flexibility in what you can create in Tableau. And it can also make you a better visualization expert. Now, we will see the live demo of this visualizations in Tableau. Moving on to our tool, I'm just connecting to the Excel sheet again. Tableau will load the data from the Excel sheet into Tableau. I'm pulling on all the data from our practice file. So it will show all the rows and columns available in our practice file, and I'm going to the sheet. This is the sheet you will be seeing whenever you connect the Excel sheet and whenever you're moving from the data source to the main page. This is where you build all your visualizations. As we discussed, this is the data pane and this is the analytics pane. These are two tab-like versions and you can see your data source file connected over here. In this case, I'm connected to the Excel sheet and I have pulled the full data sheet into our Tableau Desktop. So you can see the full data coming up over here. This is just the name and you can rename it into whatever the file name you want it to. And I'm only seeing a single cylinder icon here. It states that my connection is a live connection. If you just go in here, right click and see these options, the use extract button check mark did not come here. If you have an extracted version, you will be seeing a check mark, blue check mark over here saying that the Tableau workbook is actually using the extracted version of the sheet. Whatever data is present in your Excel sheet will pop up here. All the columns and rows will be coming up here. You will see the column names in here in blue and green. Next, going to the quick visualizations, you can see this Show Me tab over here in the right corner. And if you hover on each visualization, it will pop up what dimension and what measure you need to keep it over here, and how many measures or how many dimensions the graph actually needs to create a visualization. Right now it is all grayed out because our view doesn't have any columns or rows present on the sheet. So if I drag, I'm just going with a line chart here. And if I want to create a line chart, I need a dimension and a measure. Double clicking on the dimension will throw that column onto our sheet, or else you can simply drag whatever column you need into the rows and columns. Right now we are seeing a bar chart, but I just want to create a line chart from here. So line drafts help display changes over a period. Use them to view and predict various trends and patterns for your business. So some common values and data points includes sales, profits, customer numbers, subscribers, and rates. You can plot a single value or several in a same line chart. If we are going with a line chart, it is always best to view it in a date format to predict the changes in a set of time. So now all of the views came up because we have enough dimensions and measures present on our view. I'm just clicking on the line chart. See, Tableau automatically picked up whatever it needed for a line chart. It threw category into the color because category is not needed on the rows and columns. So it picked up the measures onto the rows and columns, the order date onto the column, and the profit onto the row. If you see here, it is displaying the years on here, and each category is colored for each line. And if you want to display the labels, you can click on Show Mark Labels, which will display the numbers over there. So this is a basic line chart what we created. And we can also add some annotations to our visualization to call out a specific mark or a specific point, such as location on a map, or an area such as cluster of scatter marks. We have like 3 types of annotations in Tableau. One is mark, the other one is point, and the other one is area. To select this option, to select the mark option to add an annotation that is associated with the selected mark, this option is only available if a data point or mark is selected. Let's see how we are going to add an annotation called mark to our visualization. So just right click on the number, whatever number you wanted to add an annotation on. In this part, I just want to add an annotation on 2015 category office supplies, which is low. It is like 25,1100. I want to point out saying that okay, in this point of time we are actually low, and I'll just right click on that point, go to annotate and click on mark. So this will appear for us to add a mark onto a visualization. You can actually edit this box to show your annotation in a particular view. I just want to write in this year our sales are low as. You can write any point you need to point out that point, saying that okay, here is where you have to concentrate on. And this is how we add a mark onto our visualization. And we have 2 more options to add into our visualization. Let's say we want to add a point onto our visualization. Point is an annotate to add a specific point onto your view. I'm just going to add a point on 2016 furniture value. Right click on it, annotate, point. So the same text box will appear over here, but the look and feel will be different whenever you write and click on OK. So I'm just saying here, in the year we had a profit of this much. Okay. So if you see the difference between this mark and point option, you can move them to any point and you can highlight it. Mark will come like a box. I mean, to particularly point. Both will look the same and they look wise and feel, but point annotations are used to point out the reference lines or a value on an axis, and mark annotation is only available when you just point it out to a specific point, and this one you can actually point out to a reference line as well. And we have one more annotation called area annotation. In this area annotation, you can actually select a particular set of area and describe the area in this kind of box. To create an area selection, this is also the same process. You just have to right click on whatever area you want and you can annotate saying it as an area. If you see here, I just right clicked on the random space on my view and the mark card is not applicable in this point because we did not point it out onto a specific data. You can also format this annotation by right clicking on the box and you can say format. You will be displayed the options available to format this box. You just want to display the box in four-sided and a single edge, or you can give a shading to it. You can give the borders. You can just say the corners should be round, square, or very rounded like that. And you can also display the point, the line color, and also the way the line looks and what is the ending of the line should look like. Is it an arrow or open arrow? And you can also control the end size of the arrow. If you want to remove any kind of annotations on your views, you just have to right click on it and click on remove. It will be gone from your view. So our next topic is how to create a bar chart. Bar charts are great because they are like totally simple and you can simply compare data with different categories. If it is vertical or if it is horizontal, you can simply compare the categories. They create an easy to comprehend visual representation of your key data. The size of the bar columns represent the data values. So to create a bar graph, if you hover on the bar graph, it is asking for a dimension and it is asking for a measure. Let's drag category onto our rows and sales onto our columns. So this is the basic bar graph we will get when you drag the category into the rows or a dimension into your rows or measure into your columns. This is the horizontal bar graph and you can actually flip into a vertical bar graph by simply clicking on flipping the rows and columns vice versa. This is how you see a vertical bar graph. By simply clicking on the show mark labels, you will see the data and you can easily compare the difference between furniture and office. Next, I would be creating a lollipop chart from this bar chart. Lollipop charts compares categorical data. They use circles, bars, mimicking the appearance of a candy lollipop. These lines work like the columns in a bar chart, measuring scale. Add color to your circles to better demonstrate the magnitude or category. So, to create a lollipop chart, we need to talk about the dual axis. What is dual axis? Dual axis is placing two measures in the rows or columns. Let's say I'm placing the sales again onto my rows. For now, I'm just switching off my mark labels. So now I have two measures saying that my sales is like this. I'm swapping them again to horizontal to create a lollipop chart. So I have two axes now. One is for sales and one is also for sales. In the second axis, I will be changing this bar graph to a circle, and to create a dual axis, I need to right click on my column sales and click on the dual axis over here. Right now, the dual axis will merge both my measures into one. Let's say I have sales on both measures as sales. That's why they actually overlapped over here. So what I will do is I will change one of my sales mark card to a bar and I will leave the other as a circle because I'm creating a lollipop kind of bar chart. To actually adjust it to look like a lollipop, I'm adjusting the size of my bar graph to show them like line, and the other one I'm just adjusting it according to the line we created right now, and the round circle will look like a lollipop. Click on the entire view. The sizes has to adjust according to the line graph. So yeah, you can actually adjust this line to whatever width you want, and this circle to whatever width you want to look it more like a candy lollipop. And just for visual representation, I'm adding category into the color, so all these three lines will come up in different colors. And what we need to do for the last step is we need to synchronize the axis to actually adjust the axis of this sales and this sales. I'm just synchronizing axis by right clicking on my axis over here and click on synchronize axis. What synchronize axis will do is it will actually sync this whatever number we are getting in one axis to the other axis. Previously it was looking like 900k over here and 850k over here. It actually synced this axis to this axis because we have two measures over here. This one will create one axis and this one will create axis. What we did right now is we synced these two axes, so this numbers will not misalign when you do a dual axis over here. Now you can simply display labels in only one axis, because displaying the labels in both the axes, they will overlap and the number will not come up right. See, displaying the axis for one, let's say this for the circle one, displayed it over here. And this is called a lollipop chart. And we talked about dual axis and syncing those dual axes for a lollipop chart. Moving on to the other charts, the next chart we are going to talk about is a pie chart, which is basic for most of the percentages, ratios and proportions. Pie charts are suitable for displaying this type of data when you have a few values. We suggest using them with 2 or 3 categories at most in a single chart. You divide the pie chart into slices that represent each value as a part of whole. That means each angle will be represented a division of 100, like your whole circle will be 100. If you display a pie chart, each angle will be displayed into a certain percentage. If you don't know what to keep for a pie chart, you just click on whatever columns you want you to see in a pie chart. And if you're not sure what you want to see, just click on the columns, dimensions and measures. And if you click on pie chart over here, Tableau will automatically make into a pie chart. Click on the entire view and you can see the whole round into your whole page, and you can even display the labels over here. So we display the numbers for each angle. On category wise, we have 3 categories, and for each category a number is displayed. As we drag the sum of sales into a view, each category is displayed as for sum of sales, and the angle is actually adjusted according to the value. So the category has only 3 values, so the pie chart is looking beautiful and it is only displaying 3 colors. But if you have like too many values in your column, let's say you have a state over here in the color, because we have too many states, the states will be displayed like this, and the pie chart is not a good looking graph for this requirement, because state has too many values inside it and all the angles and colors will be overlapped, and whenever you display like this, most of the values will be hiding at the back of each value and they won't be displayed it right. So it is always necessary for a pie chart, you need to pick up a column which has less values, let's say category or a subcategory. Category is the best in this part of data set because it has only 3 values inside it. We already spoke about the dual axis part, so I'm going to describe how we are making a donut chart out of a pie chart. I'm creating an axis for the pie chart, so I'm using a minimum value of 1. So this will display 1 card for me, and I'm creating one more. Let's say we have got 2 axes right now, and in one of my axes, in the marks card, I'll be removing everything over here. So I'll get a blank circle. I'm making this circle white. So the color of the circle will be white. It is not gone away, but if I change the color to white, so it is not displayed over here, but we still have the circle over here. And for my first circle, I'll be increasing my size a bit. So right now we have to make it into dual axis. So what happens is the axis will merge and the second circle will be overlapped on the first circle. Right now my white circle is actually overlapped onto the category circle because for my next marks I did not have any values over here. This is completely coming as white, and the second one I have category and sum of sales, so this one will be displayed, and you can actually adjust this white circle into whatever size you want to make it look like a donut. I just prefer making the white circle a little bit more so it actually looks like a donut. And you can switch off the labels for the second marks card so that one will be gone in your middle circle and the values will be displayed on the outer circle. To actually sync this axis, I'm right clicking on the axis and click on the synchronize axis. As I have the same value over here, 1 and 1, synchronizing axis is not needed, but whenever you are using two different measures from here, it's always better to synchronize axis to align them equally. And this is how we make a donut chart. Let's move on to the other maps. The next graph we will be seeing is a map, and maps can be used for two purposes: to give users a visual way to see divisions in company structures or regions, to display measures like a heat map showing areas of high or low performance. Tableau comes with several built-in mapping capabilities to let you design simple maps. You need to have this location data in your dataset. For creating a map, you have to create a geographical field onto your view. Let's say I'm creating a map for the state. So say state is actually a data type for the geographical content. By double clicking on the state, what Tableau will do is it will automatically understand that it is a geographical field, and it will automatically create the longitude and latitude for your view, and your state details will be gone into the detail mark. So if you just drag your state into the color rather than into the detail, it will actually mark all the states into different colors. Right now we don't have any measure value, that's why it is not showing us any measures or the lower or higher in sales in any of the region. So we need to add some of the measures into your view. So I will be adding the sales into the color rather than the state, and I will be adding the state into the detail. So my graph will be like this. All the sales will be shown into different colors. Tableau will automatically recognize that it is a value. So the first value starts from 920, and this color palette will be allocated from the lower range to the higher range. If you want to change the color palette, you can click on this arrow mark and you can edit the colors to whatever color you want. So the whole map will change into whatever color you selected, and you can display the labels. Right now it is only displaying the sales labels. We can also display the state labels by dragging the state into our labels, and also sales into the labels. So we will be seeing for each state what are our sales, and is it in green or is it in yellow or is it in light yellow. Based upon the differentiation of the color, you can easily differentiate which state is performing well. So this is how you will be building a map view onto the Tableau. Moving on to the other charts we have in Tableau, we have a text chart, and we have a heat map, and we have a highlight table. These three maps are totally related to the text content. Whenever you wanted to display it in the form of tables, you can actually select it as a text or a heat map or highlight table map. So through tables or in technically charts, they remain popular. That's likely because of the user's familiarity with our Excel sheets. we suggest that each time you create a visual, you start with a table before converting it into a chart. This will help you ensure that your numbers and calculations are feeding through accurately. If you want to create a table chart, just select a category and sales. By just double clicking on it, Tableau will automatically arrange it in the format of a table. And if you want to change it to other tables, it is a heat map. And if you show the labels will be on over here, and this is how your heat map will look like. Have to adjust the labels to come up in the middle so that the heat map will be adjusting according to your values. Heat map is actually preferred when you have so many values. And if you want to highlight a table according to the color, that means which category is actually performing well, that will be categorized according to the color. For these tables, it is always best to use so many dimensions into your data because it will be displaying each dimension separately based upon the color. If you see in the technology, the consumer is performing well. In the office supplies, the consumer is performing as well. In the furniture as well. In this case, if you want to look at other column which has too much of data, you can just click on it and you can see which one is actually performing well. See, the product name, we have so many product names in the data, and if you want to look at what product is actually performing high, you can see this color coding easily. Light blue is for the medium range. If you see Apple iPhone 5 is actually performing well, and if you see Canon image product is bringing up so much of sales, you can easily pick up it based upon the color content. We also have some other graphs, and we have a circle view, side by side circle view, and we have scatter plots. Scatter plots are good at comparing data points across two variables. Additional color or size can be added to each point to help identify different patterns. Scatter plots are mostly used as 4 segments to categorize good, bad, very good, or the best, like that. It will divide your visualization into 4 segments, and all the 4 segments are categorized differently. We will talk about tree maps a bit. Tree maps are a great way to visualize the relative importance of category within a whole. For this reason, they can be useful as interactive slicers, but are less good at comparing values between categories. Let's say if you want to categorize the product name based upon the sales, like we saw in this table, a heat map is best for this view because it will pick up the highest sales product into the first part. That means it is also coming in a color coded version, but you can see the highest sold product into the start. If you put the same visualization into a heat map will be like this, giving a color code for each value, and you can pick up based upon the size of the content and also the color coding. We do have different other charts in Tableau. We will be discussing about all the charts in the coming topics, but this is all about our quick visualization tab. And if you're in confusion to select what type of graph you want and what are the dimensions and measures you need to select for that graph, you can simply click or double click on each column over here, and you can toggle between the graphs available for that dimension and measure. It will display whatever is needed more for that particular kind of visualization if you hover on that graph. This is all about quick visualization. So marks shelf includes color, size, text, detail, and tooltip. This will look like this. In the Tableau, you will find marks shelf in the left side of our sheet tab, and you will also have an option to change different colors. If you see the color palette over here in the marks option, you have different colors, and if you click on more colors, you will be seeing a different kind of palette entirely, and you can select a particular color from that entire palette. You can also change the transparency and the borders around your colors. And in the mark shelf, you will see a tooltip option. Tooltip is whenever you hover on your data, on your visualization, you will see a box coming up on your hovering part, and this is called tooltip. Tooltip has all the data, whatever you have it in the visualization. In this box, you can actually edit your tooltip to whatever text you want to show whenever the user's hovering over to the bar or the line graph. You can switch off this tooltip by simply clicking on this checkbox. You can uncheck this checkbox and your tooltip will be gone from your view. You will also have a command button when you hover onto your data, or when you click onto your data, you will get a command button like this. It will have keep only and exclude, a group option, and a view data option over here. And keep only and exclude will also work like a filters. If you just click on some bar or some data, and if you say keep only, the whole visualization will be filtered out on to whatever you clicked on here. So our next topic is pages shelf. Pages shelf are most commonly used for all the motion charts. Motion charts in the sense you can actually create it for a time series graph. For example, date columns can be used to create that effect flowing on from one year to the other year. This will cycle through the dates and reveal the line over there instantly. Options are there to actually edit your motion charts, like you can highlight the point whatever you want to focus on that particular point in the timeline. You can also use fading and specific highlighting over there. So let's see these two topics over onto the tool. We will discuss about the marks and pages shelf into our tool. So continuation of what we have left in the quick visualizations part. So this is the marks card we are talking about, and it has 5 different options for view. Based upon adding on the different properties into your marks card, you can add context and details to the marks into the view. You can add different dimensions and measures into your marks card. Let's say adding the segment onto your color, region onto the shape, and quantity onto the size. You will just see a tree map. This is called a tree map because we just added the segment and quantity, and this automatically created into a tree map because whatever the requirement, whatever the columns and fields we have added into the view are actually gone fit for this particular view. After adding the dimensions or measures onto the marks card, you can actually change the type of the mark you created into all the different others which are available. You can change it into the label or size or detail or tooltip. You can also change this by adding this over here or dragging them over here into your marks card. We already talked about the quick visualizations on how to create different graphs by just simply clicking on different graph type over here. But if you just want to create a particular graph from the marks card, you can actually change this kind of drop down to any particular view so that this view will be changed to that particular point available. But this bar graph needs a dimension or measure onto the column or row. That's why it's coming up like this. So if you see here, we added segment into the columns and quantity into the rows. We already saw how a bar graph will look like, but if you see a clear difference, the size is actually varying according to the quantity because we dragged quantity onto the size over here, and segment is onto the color. That's why these 3 bars are coming in different colors. But if you see a normal bar graph, these bars are equally sized, but we actually dragged quantity onto the size. That's why these bar graphs are actually coming up based upon the value coming in quantity. So talking about the options we have in the marks card over here, we have automatic and the starting. Automatic is kind of whenever you put a dimension and measure onto the view, Tableau will automatically recognize some particular visualization to that field or dimension or measure. In this case, I just clicked on category and discount. Tableau defaultly took it as an automatic, and this marks card which has a drop down is set to the automatic. So Tableau automatically selects the best mark type for your data view. This is selected determining on the inner fields on your rows and columns. The icon in the marks card drop down menu indicates which type of graph is actually selected and what is the best graph available for this scenario, and it will automatically select it. In the drop down, next one we have is a bar chart, and we have different options coming up in this drop down, and we will talk much about some of the graphs. We will see what a text graph is. The text mark type is automatically selected when there are dimensions as inner fields on both rows and columns. If you see, okay, I'll just remove this, and I will only select dimensions into my rows and also onto my columns. Let's say I've just selected both dimensions onto the columns and rows, so Tableau will recognize that this only has text and the marks column will be selected to a text. On the vice versa, if you have only measures onto your rows and columns, let's see what happens. I'm just selecting profit and sales onto my rows and columns. Let's say it actually selected text because we inserted text in the previous graph. So let's take a new sheet and see what happens when you only select measures for your particular graph and you have a measure on the row and measure on the column. Tableau will automatically recognize that this is only numbers coming up, and it will allocate the automatic graph as shape. In this case, the one on the x-axis and y-axis is the measure. You have two axes, and the axis in that will be aggregated to a sum and pointed out over here. The sales is 22 lakhs and the profit is 2 lakhs, so there is a point coming up. So this x and y matches somewhere up on the grid, and this point will come up. In this case, if it is selected as automatic and if it is a shape, there is one more icon coming up on your marks card to select what kind of shape you want to see on the view. You can select the filled shapes, like filled square or a filled circle, and you can actually toggle around between more shapes. You will have more shapes in the a drop down option. If you click on here more shapes, you can select any of the shapes for your view. So for the next mark, we will be discussing a bit more on the bar graph. The bar mark is useful whenever you want to compare measures across categories, or when you want to break down data into stacked bars. Tableau will display data using bars. We have already seen how a bar graph will look like across a category and sum of sales. But what if you want to look at two different dimensions on the same measure? Let's see how it looks like. I'm just dragging a category and sales onto a view as default. By default, Tableau will automatically recognize as a part of table and gives it like this. But I just want to create it on the bar graph. I'm swapping it to the vertical, displaying the labels, and it will look like this. And I want to show the subcategory also in this. So what I'll do is I'll drag subcategory onto the color. Tableau will recognize the aggregation differently. It will display category over here and subcategory over here. Just switch on the labels for 1 second. You can see the colors displayed for each subcategory, and the subcategory colors are assigned by default in Tableau. You can actually change it from here by clicking on edit colors, and whatever palette you want, you can select it from the drop down. As we have so many values coming up in the subcategory, we are getting so many boxes over here. This is basically called as a stacked bar chart. To make it simpler and easily understandable, let's say we drag value, a column which has minimum value in that. Let's say we are dragging segment on the category. For category, we have a furniture, office, and technology. In furniture, we have home office, corporate, and consumer. So the consumer is taken into a blue and corporate is taken into an orange and home office as a red. And we have only 3 values coming up in segment. So this entire bar is differentiated or aggregated according to the segment. If you see, you have furniture over here, so this entire sales data is first categorized into one bar. Let's say it's as a furniture, so the total furniture bar will be this, and later if we drag segment into the color, let's say we are actually detailing the data into the other dimension. Because segment is also coming into the view, the Tableau aggregates the value according to the segment as well. So the furniture bar is completely, let's say furniture bar is coming up to like 6 lakhs. So this 6 lakhs is differentiated according to the segment into 3 different boxes. So the home office is coming as 121, and the corporate is coming as 229, and the consumer is coming as 392. So this entire furniture bar is differentiated into 3, which is coming from the segment. We can also sort the data based upon what is the highest and what is the lowest. Let's say sorting the data from technology to the office, because technology is the highest, and later on we have furniture and office coming up in here. This is the same stacked bar chart you will be seeing in here. See this one? This is the stacked bar chart you will be seeing in the Viz as well, in the quick visualizations. So if you hover on the stacked bars, this is the actual look of same stacked bars. You can create it from here, or you can create it manually, dragging and dropping the columns, whatever you needed, onto rows and columns onto the mark segment as well. So this is all about a stacked bar chart. Now, what if I want to make the same chart into a line chart? I'll just pull down the drop down and click on line. See, the entire bar chart is actually converted into line, because we manually said that visualization has to be line over here, and the category is coming up here, and the segment is nowhere seen right now. See, because in the bar chart you can easily differentiate the colors and you can show it in 3 different boxes. But if you see here, you can see segment in the boxes, and you can only see the segments whenever you hover onto them. So for 2 dimensions, this kind of chart is not actually preferable. Line charts are mostly preferable whenever you have a date in your data. Let's say I'm just taking only category, and I'm dragging my order date onto the view, even replacing the category. This is the year-wise sales, and because we have sales in the measure, and this is coming from 2014 to 2017. Let's say we want to display category as well into a view. So I'm dropping category onto my view. Category is dropped into the color, so even the aggregation changes, and each category is assigned as each line, and you can see each category on how it is trending from 2014 to 2017. I'm just making it bigger for a clear understanding and to see the lines properly. So you can see the category office supplies going from 2014 to 2017 in this line chart. So the line chart, we have a year over here. That's why we're only seeing years onto our axis over here. What if you make into a quarter? Let's say click on this icon, plus icon, then the next one will be quarters. See, our view changed to quarters because we also have years onto the columns. First, the data is actually separated into an year. In that year, what is my quarter related data? It will show it like this. I'll just remove the year. And let's say I wanted to see it more likely with the date. Now, see, the lines actually spread up according to the dates, because we have too many values coming up in our order date because we selected date over here. So it will pick up from the 1st to 31st, because we have from 1 to 31 in each month. It will show from 1 to 31st what is our data looking like. On 1st, how is our data looking like for all the years, and on 2nd, what is our data looking like, like this. You can actually see the trends based upon the density. In here, the density actually increased because we made it to the day of the order date. We can actually control the day, month, or the year, quarter date from here, if I'm selecting month, it will take all the months from each year and it will aggregate the data based upon the month. And if you put on the labels, you can easily see what value is there at that particular point of time. The other graph related to this line graph is the area mark type. This is useful when you have a view where the marks are stacked and they do not overlap. In this area chart, the space between each line and the next line is filled with a color like this. If you go to the drop down and if you select area, you will see the graph in this way. Area chart is like each color is filled in each area. This type of chart is not the best way to show specific values along the line, but it can clearly show the total values, so you can get an idea of how a dimension is contributing to all over this trend. So in this view, we have order date onto the columns and we selected it according to the month. And we have the sales in rows and we differentiated the data, the lines according to the category. And each category is given a different color. If you see here, according to the values, the area is filled up to that value for each category. The area is completely filled with a different color. This is the difference between a line chart and an area chart. In the line chart, you can actually point out on a particular line where the point is at that height or at this particular point of time. The area chart will show you how the data is trending according to one particular dimension. On the next graph, we will talk about the square mark. The square mark is useful when you want to clearly see an individual data point. When you select this square from Marks Cardone menu, Tableau will display all your data in the form of squares. Let's say we are selecting the same order date onto the column, and I'm just taking it according to the month because I want to see more squares on my view. I'm selecting segment and I'm selecting category. So it is now as a text format because these are all dimensions and we do not have any measure in our view. Let's say we have to drop some measure into our view because we want to see the squares based upon our measure. Let's say I'm dragging the sales into my color. See, all the boxes filled up with different colors and the color palette is seen here. You can easily edit the colors into different colors from this drop down menu you have. And you can also pick some steps. This is right now it has 5 different colors picked up on the values. The lowest from 2715 and the highest goes up to 67637 coming up over here. And this particular bandwidth is selected as dark blue and the lower value is actually selected for the light blue. If you see here, the values, if they are like more in between the bandwidth, if it is like coming up in this part, let's say this is in the middle part, it is showing it in a darker blue rather than a light blue coming up over here. In the same chart, if you want to display the labels, showing what color is actually what, you can just select on the label part and click on the show on the labels because our sales is a measure and it has some value inside of it. That value will be shown in each box, and you can also change this particular graph into a tree map. Let's say I'm just selecting profit into my color. See, the color map actually changed according to the profit, and I'm selecting sales into my size. I'm dragging segment into my label. Let's say we only need one dimension for heat map. Let's see, remove this. See, we have got a different set of graph or different set of view in this. Let's say I want to also show this. We only have 3 values. Let's say we drag more values in. Let's just say we add subcategory. See, we got more boxes and we want to we drag the size into our view, right? So this entire box is actually calculated according to the sales, because sales is into the size, and this entire width and height of that box is particularly calculated based upon the size, sales size. Let's say we also want to display sales, what are the sales for that particular box, and dragging the sales into the text columns, you can also see that particular number coming up in that box. And the lowest ones will go up to the entirely back down part, and the displaying of that box is not so good in this kind of map, and you just have to hover on the box to see what that value is. So this is all about the tree maps, converting one kind of graph into the other kind of graphs. We have other options available in this drop down. We have a circle mark, and for the circle mark, circle is always totally related to scatter plots, and scatter plots, we need two kind of measures into our view for the scatter plot. And so I already selected circle in this drop down, that's why it's actually showing up circle, and you can add more details into the view to see a scatter plot. Let's say pick up a column which has too many variables. So let's pick up the product name, because product name has too many values inside it, and this will create too many circles on our view. So let's say we just selected the product name into the detail mark card over here, and this one is aggregated. So sales and profits is actually aggregated based upon that product. See, if you just hover on each circle, you can actually see what kind of product it is and what is the sale, and also the profit related to it. And we can actually change this graph into a different graph by clicking on the shape mark. To actually get the shape mark, we have to have a different category, different column onto our shape mark. Let's see, the shape mark type is useful when you want to clearly see individual data points while also viewing categories associated with that point. So if you want to drag, let's say, ship mode into our shape. So the ship mode has 4 values. If you see here, the first class, same day, second class, and the standard class. And our scatter plot, like our shape graph, is actually differentiated into 4 different shapes according to the ship mode. As we have the product name into our view, this entire graph is actually aggregated based upon the product name and also the ship mode. Let's say the product name G305 is actually shipped in the mode of first class, and we got this much of profit, and we have this much of sales. And if you want to change the shape into a different shape, you can actually click on this and assign different shape to this particular ship mode. And also, if you just see this, you are not able to differentiate anything related to the ship mode, right? So if you want to differentiate according to the color, you can add the same ship mode onto the color. See, all the data is actually allocated, all the ship modes are actually allocated into 4 different colors, and you can easily differentiate in this particular set of data what is a ship mode, and you can actually change colors to whatever your interest is on by clicking on this arrow and edit colors. You can assign a different color to each ship mode. In this way, you can change your graph into a shape mark, and can change your the ship mode into different shapes and give them some color. This is about the shape card we have in the marks card over here, the shape drop down. Moving on to the next one, we are going to discuss a bit more about our text mark. Text mark is actually useful when you want to display all the numbers in the form of a table. This type of view is often called as a text table, a cross tab, or a pivot table, and you can display your data based upon the text. The marks card drop-down menu is actually an automatic by default, but if you drag 2 dimensions category, let's let's say every time we are taking category, let's say we are going to take a subcategory onto a rows and order date onto our columns. So this is right now into the year, and you can actually select text into your drop down, and this is completely moved onto your text. So we have this order date on the columns and subcategory on the rows, but this did not complete our view. We just want to create some table, let's say dragging sales onto our text. It will show the numbers based upon the subcategory and the order date. So this is how a table or a cross tab will look like. If you're going to make additional changes to your text graph when compared to the marks card over here, you can add little detail and color over it, and you can change your graph completely into a different graph. Let's see how to do it. I'm just adding profit to my color, sales to my size. See how actually a graph is moving on to a different view. Let's say I'm just dragging subcategory onto my text, and I'm removing the order date because it's actually differentiating all my values according to the order date. So what we got here is called a text, and we call this graph as a text, I guess, but it has different names. And what is happening over here is it is showing the subcategory and the size is displayed based upon the sum of sales, because we have a sum of sales in the size. The subcategory is displayed, let's say storage is displayed according to the sum of sales, and the color is coming from the profit. So profit is actually -17 for tables, and the sales is 206. And if you go to that lower value, if you see fasteners is coming up in the small text mark, and because the profit is only 950 and the sales is only 3000, this is coming up as this small as like this. If you just go to envelopes has a profit of 6000 and sales of 16000. And this envelopes is a bit higher than fasteners. And if you see phones, this has the highest, I guess. That's why it's coming as this much bigger like this. So if the application window is too small for all your text values, and some of the text values will be truncated according to the view. We also call this graph as cloud visualizations, and whenever we are working with this text graphs, we might see some restrictions to the data, like if I have this subcategory on here and order date on here, and I have the sum of the sales in this text part. Let's say I just moved all my graph, everything back to whatever it looked before, like common text graph. Let's say I wanted to aggregate on based upon a big variable, like a big column consisting of too many values. Let's say I'm just adding the product name, because product name actually has too many things coming up. See, our data is actually got truncated because the aggregation had upon the product name over here. And in the previous table, we only saw data according to the subcategory and year. But when you just drag the product name also comes up into our view, and the aggregation of that particular sales value will be based upon the product name as well. Let's say in the accessories, we have so many products in the accessories. That's why the 3 dots is coming up and our data is truncated, and this is not probably a good view to show if you have too many variables in your dimension. So for these kind of graphs, it's always best to show a text table, because all your data will be displayed good even if you have a scrolling option in here, if the scrolling comes. But this is the good way to display if you have too many variables in your column, and if you have too many data it is best to display a number which is visible rather than to show a truncated value onto your view. We already discussed about pie graphs before, and we know how Pie graphs will show these proportions and percentages, but pie chart, Tableau will never use this pie mark as an automatic mark. If you see this automatic mark over here, it actually picked up the text table based upon the dimensions and measures we used, but Tableau will never pick up the pie chart over here. Let's say we want to build a pie chart and we gave the dimensions and measures. Tableau will not understand that we are actually going to create some pie chart. Okay, let's take segment and sales. So this basically has the dimension and measure for a pie chart, but if you see here, Tableau picked up text table rather than a pie chart. You have to manually select for a pie chart over here, and the pie chart will come up, and you can drag the segment onto the color, and this will be aggregated by all your segment. Let's say we want to create a pie chart on the map, and how it'll look like if you just create a pie chart on a map. I just took country onto my view. Double clicking on the country will actually recognize that this is a geographical field, and it will automatically add this longitude and latitude onto my rows and columns. And let's say we want to see the time I took to ship products to on various ship modes, and we want to look that on a map. Let's say we are dragging this ship mode onto the color, and also we will add state, because country we are only seeing US, so I also added the states, and we just got circles, right? And we have to manually select it into a pie chart. So if you see here, the pie chart are coming up in a small value because we have too many states over here. So let's zoom into one particular part, and you can see the pie chart by actually bringing up a size bit more. See, this is actually displayed upon the area of that particular state, and if you see the pie chart, it has like 4 ship modes, but all the angles are aligned to the same because we didn't give any measure onto the angle. Let's say we're giving this quantity onto the angle. So the angle completely changes according to the quantity, and also the ship mode. Let's say the ship mode in Kansas State for the standard class has a quantity of 48 products shipped through the standard class, and this is how you actually show a pie chart onto the map. You can manually drag the fields onto the marks card to tweak the visualizations based upon your requirement to create an intuitive basis, or you can create some innovative visualizations based upon the marks card. So here you actually clubbed the max visualization with the pie visualization, and you're showing each pie on each state based upon the quantity and the ship mode. You can still zoom out and see the pie charts, but it kind of overlaps because we have too many states. If you just zoom in, you can see, you can generally take a glance saying that the blue is mostly seen, this kind of turquoise blue is mostly seen, and by this we can take the assumption like standard class has more units spread over, like they are shipping more units in the standard class mode. So we have a few more options in our drop-down marks card. We have a Gantt bar, and the Gantt bar is actually showing plots in the form of lines. To build up a Gantt bar, I'm dragging the order date onto my columns, and subcategory onto my rows. I'm making it to the quarter, because I want to see more lines. In the year-wise, I will only get 4 points, and I'm adding the shift mode onto my color. See, Tableau automatically recognized that it actually fits for a Gantt bar, and it took the Gantt bar into the default view. and we are right now seeing the lines. And if you see here, the quick visualization also pointed out saying that okay, you drag this you drag this dimension and measure, it can fit into this visualization. It will actually points out by popping that on your quick visualizations. And I want to, right now I'm only seeing the lines. They are like completely flat and it's not showing me anything. It is only showing some colors and some lines. But I wanted to see how the Gantt bar visualization will come up. Let's see the quantity based upon the shape mode. Right now I'm just dragging the quantity onto the size. See, this is how a Gantt bar looks like. It will actually point out that lines into that particular size. Right now it is actually differentiated based upon the shape mode. All these 4 colors in that particular quarter coming up based upon the shape modes, and the size is calculated from the quantity. This is how a Gantt bar looks like, and you can plot it based upon your requirements. In that shape mode has only 4 colors, 4 variables inside it. That's why I actually picked up the shape mode. So this might be not a good visualization to show it to some business users, but we wanted to see what each and every visualization looks like, and that's why we are pointing our data to our Gantt bar. And we still have some options in our drop down menu, and next we are moving to the polygon mark. So for the polygons, these are the points connected by lines enclosing an area. The polygon mark type is actually useful whenever you want to connect points and create data areas. And Tableau displays data using polygons whenever you select polygon from the marks menu. So for the polygon mark, I'm actually selecting. So for the polygon map, if you just click on the polygon icon in here in the drop down menu, you will see one more box coming up for the path. So right now our data will not be suitable to create a polygon mark, but whenever you're creating a polygon mark, you will be plotting each x and y axis on your grid over here. Let's think of it this view as an x and y axis grid, like you point out a graph, and you can actually plot your x-axis and y-axis, and you can give a path for each visualization to create a polygon graph for it. And based upon this path, your graph will be built from x to y wherever they're intersecting, and it will create a graph. And the next graph we are going to see is a density graph. These density marks are actually used to visualize patterns or trends in a dense data with many overlapping marks. Although generally this type of information can be shown using a circle mark, but there are cases where density marks can be very effective. Let's take a country map, and this will throw up a map view onto our view, and we wanted to see based upon the state. So I'm just dragging state onto the detail because in country we only have this US coming up, and I'm selecting my graph for a density. If you see this, we did not add any shape onto the view, like we did not add any measure to actually describe how the density should look like. If you see here, I'm pointing out to one of the circle, and in the middle we are seeing some circle, and there is some lighter shade coming up around the circle. This is how a density will look like, and if I wanted to actually see how the density is looking in, we can actually bring up some size and see how they're looking. See, I dragged discount into my color, and this one actually in this state the density is looking up into a different color. See the Texas, the discount is actually 364. That's why it's actually coming a bit brighter when compared to the other where the discount is actually only 32 in Washington. Density marks work by using color to show the relative intensity of a data in a given area of the chart. If you just click on the color over here, you can select different density colors. This will be coming up particularly only for the density mark, and you can select different kind of colors to show up your density graph. Look, this is looking completely different from a blue, and this showed up different step colors. Like you can see here, it shows up middle part in a different color, shown up glow in a different color, and the border in a different color. And this one will actually increase your intensity. You can actually increase your intensity to some percentage, showing up the data based upon that coloring up around your circle. And you can actually create it in different intensities, like high intensity and low intensity. So actually, these views are best seen whenever you have a higher density of data, because you wanted to show where your data is actually looking up higher in the density part. And this is how you display the density graph on your chart. If you see it here, this is like lighter shade of gray, and this is not even seen because the density of the data in the Michigan part is really low. And yeah, these different types of graphs available in the marks card. Even though you have a quick visualization over here as show me, but you can create a different visualizations like that. In this scenario, we created a density map, and we also create a map, and we showed pie charts on the map. Like that, we can create different innovative visualizations from the marks card. Quick visualizations have this particular set of graphs, and you can quickly toggle between them. But if you go to your marks card, you can create more innovative visualizations by actually playing around with the color size, table detail, and tooltips. And you can create new graphs which are not present in the quick visualizations. So we will be discussing a bit on the tooltip part. Tooltip is what we get whenever you hover on your data. Like we discussed, whenever you see here, we are seeing state and discount, a box popping up on our data. This is tooltip, and this can be edited from here. This is the tooltip part. And if you do not want to show this tooltip for any particular part of your visualization, just go to that worksheet, and you can uncheck this show tooltips over here and click on OK. The tooltip will be gone from here. But tooltips are the best in this kind of visualizations because the data is not seen on the graph, because the labels are not displayed well. So for this kind of visualizations, it's always better to show the tooltips, and people can hover onto the tooltips and see what is that particular data and what does that represent. And we also have a command button. Let's click on some data, and we will see one more box popping up with more options like keep only, exclude, and you will have different icons over here. We will be discussing about these icons in the coming sessions, but this is called a command button, and it can be switched on in the tooltip as well. This is the command button checkbox. You can uncheck and check over here to actually display or not display that in your view. And you have an option called keep only and exclude. This is completely related to the filtering of the data, and in this part we clicked on Colorado, and if you just click on exclude, Colorado will be excluded, and this one will be added in your filter shelf over here. And if you see the filter shelf, you can actually see Colorado excluding in here. This is another way to filter out your data. If you do not want to show some data on your view, you can filter that data out by clicking on the command button and click on keep only or exclude buttons. We can also change the colors from here as well. Just click on the color button over here, and you will get different options to change the colors, and you can pick up whatever color you want. You can change, let's say we will see a different map because this is all about density, and we will just look at this tree map, and the different colors available for this. Just click on color and you will see edit colors. These are the palettes you will see to change the colors for your visualization. And if you just observe it over here, when I click on a color over here, this is giving me a drop down like this. But whenever you are clicking on, let's say you have a dimension in the color card, and if you click on this will be different. You will be seeing each variable differently, and you can actually allocate each color to each variable. Let's say I just wanted to see furniture in yellow. I just click on yellow and apply. So this will be changed into a different color. But if you just go to the map which we have seen right now, the color is actually a value. In this case, this is sum of profit. That means this is a value and it has a range from the lower number to the higher number. In this case, if you click on color, it will ask you to change this complete range, and your color pop-up button will look differently. In this case, it will show you the lower value and the higher value. It will ask you to actually select in this range kind of coloring. This is the difference between placing a dimension in your color and a measure in your color. If you click on label over here, you will have a check mark for show mark labels and uncheck the mark labels, like we already used it in our process till now. And you can also change the text by clicking on these three options. You can change the font size, how it should look like. If you want to show it in bold, italics or underline, you can change it over here. And you can also change the color of the text over here and even the alignment in here. You also have a preview button on how it will be shown on your main visualization. And you can even change the font and color from here as well, and the alignment from here as well. And you can also show the marks, like you can show the marks when you want to show all the marks. You can click on all, and if you want to highlight some marks label, then you click on the highlight, then the marks label will appear over here because we actually checked the highlighted one. So when you click on that box, then it will show the highlighted labels, and when you click on min and max, it will actually throw up you a different option to select, and it will ask for the scope if you want to show the entire table, min and max, or the cell or the pane. If I click on the table, entire table, let's see how it looks like. It will show me these two values only because these are the minimum and maximum values. And it will also ask you on what basis you want to show the min and max values. Do you want to show the aggregated value based on the subcategory or the profit or the sales? But the most commonly used marks labels will be all, and we will be showing all the labels because we don't want to miss out any data showing up. And showing up min and max values can be in a different way. So in this particular point of set of data, we will be showing all the values over here. We can also edit a tooltip like a text box. You have this font coming up over here, and you can change the font size, and you can show this in bold, italic or underline, and you can also change colors and alignment. This is how a tooltip looks like, and most of the organizations will follow a particular font and size whenever they're showing the dashboard. So you can edit that in here from in this drop down provided. You actually see all the available fonts just like Word or Excel. You can change the font from here. So this is all about the marks card and the available options in the marks card, and whenever you select each paragraph, what kind of boxes will come up over here, and what are the available options for you to change your graph into an innovative and intuitive way. So moving on to our next topic, we are going to talk about the pages shelf. This is the pages shelf over here in Tableau, and this pages shelf is actually used to show the animated version of a view. we also call it as a motion chart, and this motion chart can be achieved by using a date column onto your view. Let's see. So for this motion chart, we have to create a line chart first. So for that, I'll be creating the order date and the sales. It will automatically give us a line chart. So just by clicking on the visualizations, we can get a line chart. So this is how a line chart, a basic line chart looks like. And let's say we switch on the mark labels. And here, what we are going to do is we are going to add our order date onto the pages shelf. So adding the order date onto the pages shelf will give us some options over here. Let's see, we have got year date 14, 15, 16, 17, and we have got some options to play this graphs according to the year. Let's click on play. So you see the movement of points from one year to other year, right? So to just make it more fun, let's say we'll be showing we actually want more data into the view. That's why I'm actually trying to bring up more data. So we will take 1 year to actually show how the movement goes on. That's why I'm just creating a filter for 1 year. Let's take 2017, and our data will be shown like this from we have all the dates from January 8th to January 7th, and this is how our data looks like. I'm just putting on play. So the filter is actually not picking up only 2008 data, so I just removed the filter, and we are just going on to click on play for our years data. Let's see, our actual years is moving on from 14 to 17, and all the lines are moving on, and this is a bit looking clumsy, so I'll just take the month. We will be seeing less data based upon the month, and click on play. So this is how the data moves from one year to the other year. We call it as time series graphs because we drag the order date onto the pages, and this is actually taking up from starting year to the ending year, and it is playing up the data like that. And if you want to look at the options we have a show history. Let's see what show history actually does. And you will have options in the show history, and you can select all, and I'm clicking on play. You can actually show the history by clicking on history and clicking on all over here. So the time series graphs will show the previous lines as well. And if you want to create the same graph with the two measures, let's say you create a with profit and sales, Tableau will automatically take it into a scatter plot. Just say region as a color. You will get 4 different circles, and I'm just dragging the order date onto the pages shelf. So what Tableau will do is you can actually see different years in a particular page. Let's say if you want to see 2014 only, you are seeing 2014 only on the regions of about sales and profit, and you can change it according to the years in this. If you want to play it simultaneously, you just have to click on play, and this circles will animate by themselves, and it will be played according to that. You can also set this play in a loop by clicking on this arrow over here for the order date and set it to loop playback. So whatever it is played over here will be played in a loop. So it won't stop whenever there is an end of year. Let's, in this case, it is 2017. It did not stop. It will go back to 2014, and this particular animation will be played. And these three toggles over here are the toggles for the speed control. You can show it slowly by clicking on one single bar over here, or you can put it to your medium length of the speed, or you can make it to a fast visualization, like the animation will go in a real fast over there. So this is the pages shelf for us, and you can add quick visualizations based upon the animations for you. And this one is used for motion charts, like whenever you wanted to show a motion chart where it is trending up to in a particular set of year, you can actually use this pages shelf and create some motion charts for your requirement. So this is all about our pages shelf and the marks card, and we will move back quickly to our topic, the next topic, and we will see the menus and toolbars available in Tableau.
Speaking about the toolbar in Tableau, we have these many options in our toolbar, and we are going to discuss about each and every button in the toolbar menu. So the first icon you see over here, this is a Tableau icon, and this will navigate you to the starting page, to the data source page. And next button you see are the undo and redo buttons. Undo button reverses the most recent action that you have done to your workbook, and you can undo an unlimited number of times back to the last time you open your workbook. And redo does the same, but it repeats the last action you reversed with the undo, and whatever work you have done for and made an undo option, and if you want to come back you can redo it, and you can redo it up to the last time. So next one is the save button. Save button comes with a Tableau Desktop option, and this button is used to save all your work on your local machine. Next one is for the data source, and we see a plus icon and a pause icon in the data source symbol. The cylindrical icon represents a data source, and we have plus and pause icons over here. And in this Tableau Desktop, it opens a connect pane where you can create your new data connection, or you can actually open a saved connection. In the Tableau server or Tableau online, it opens a connect to a data source page. And this one, the pause button, is actually whenever you have too many changes on your view, like you are adding so many filters onto the view. Every time you add a filter, it runs a query at the backend, and all the data at the backend will be queried. So in this case, you can actually pause the refresh, whatever the query is running at the backend, you can pause it, add all the actions, whatever you're doing to the view, and then click on play. So all the actions are run in a single query, and your updates are visible on the view. If you have a large set of data, this might make sense because you want to pause the data source refresh, and you want to make all the changes, then you want to click the play button. Next icon is the refresh icon. Refresh icon is used to refresh the data in your data source whenever there are updates at the backend. If your automatic update is switched off, and you can manually refresh the data source by clicking on this refresh icon, and it will refresh all the data and produce the recent data updates into your views. Next icon is a new worksheet. This one will add a new worksheet into your view, and you can use the drop down menu to create a new worksheet or a new dashboard or a new story. The next one is a duplicate icon. This one will actually duplicate the content of whatever view you're staying on. By clicking on the duplicate, it will add one more sheet with the same name, but it will give you a number after that, and it will duplicate the same content. It is used when in cases you're working with a table and you also want the table to be displayed in visual format. You can duplicate the table to one more sheet. In the other sheet, you can make all the changes to a visual.
Next icon is the clear icon. This actually clears all the content in your current worksheet, and using this drop down menu you can specify the paths you want to clear, such as filters, formatting, sizing and access, etc. But if you want to clear the entire worksheet, just click on this button and it will make it clear for you. Next is the swap icon. As the symbol specifies, the arrows point out to rows and columns. This button swaps whatever you have in rows to columns and vice versa. And next to that is a sorting icon, and this sorting icon is actually in ascending format and descending format. The first one is the ascending format and the second one is the descending format. Whenever you want to sort your bar graph or sort your text table based upon the highest or the lowest, you can actually click on these icons to sort the data into the view. This icon is the highlight icon. Highlight icon actually highlights the special values for you. When multiple dimensions are selected, you can use this drop down menu to specify whether to group on a specific dimensions or across all dimensions. You can click on this highlight icon to quickly highlight some data. You can group some of your variables in one particular column by clicking on this group icon. Clicking on this group icon will give you more options to what to group and what to separate. You can rename them in there, and this is more useful in grouping. If you have, let's say take an example of a location. Let's say you have United States and also you have US. You want to group them both into one particular variable. You can do it by clicking on this. The next icon is the text show mark labels icon. You can actually switch on the labels or hide the mark labels by clicking on this icon. And next one is fixed access. This pin over here is called fixed access. This one actually locks the access for you to show a specific range, or if you want to show the dynamic, you can actually uncheck that pin mark. So this one is as a standard option you get in Tableau. This is particular to the view you are building, and if you want to show a standard size, you can show the standard size, but it has options for fit width with length and the entire view. We will see these options whenever we're working on Tableau. So this option is show or hide cards. If you want to hide or show a specific card on the worksheet, you can actually select this one. You can, in the Tableau server or online, you can show or hide cards for the title, caption, filter, etc. This is a presentation icon. If you want to present your entire dashboard to some advisors or some end users, you can click on this icon. It works like a PPT and you can click on your screen to move it on to the next slide. The next one is the share icon. You can share your dashboards onto the Tableau server or Tableau online by clicking on this icon. To share this dashboard to a particular server, you need to have an account on the server. In the case of a company, it would be a Tableau server, but if you are sharing the dashboard to the public, and if you have a own account on Tableau Public, you can share the dashboard from here. This is all about the toolbar and options we have. And next we have an option for the left side pane and also the rows and columns in the view. This is the data and analytics pane. We have already discussed about this data and analytics pane, and data pane is seen right here. And under the data and analytics pane, we have a data source pane. In this where we will see the data sources connected onto our Tableau desktop, and this is called the sidebar. This sidebar contains all the data sources you have connected, and you can see all the columns coming up in the below. This one is actually called as shelves or carts and shelves, and you can see the rows and columns over here. Whatever you drag onto the view will be adjusted into the rows and columns, and you can see the view over here. This is the view you will be building up. And you can see your workbook name over in here, like whatever you name it right to the dashboard, it will come over here. Right now I didn't name the workbook anything, so it is coming as book 1. But if you name to something else like the sales dashboard or something, it will show up over here. Moving on to our next topic, we have analytics pane, and you can see
the analytics pane after the data pane. This is a drag and drop page. It has all the reference lines, box plots, trend lines, forecasts, and other items. You can simply drag whatever line you need onto your analytics page. This one builds up some statistical programs at the back end. You don't need to write everything. Tableau will defaultly have the program at the back end, and if you just drag that line onto your page, that will calculate that line according to your data and give the lines to you. So forecast, it is used to also forecast the trends and cluster paths on your data based upon the dimensions available on the view. To add this analytics onto your view, you just have to drag and drop the items onto the view page like this. Like if you just drag the median with quartiles onto the view page, it will show what are the possible items you can do with that line. It will ask you what are the possibilities. You can drag it onto your table, you can drag it onto your pane, or you can drag it according to your cell. So what option you will be selected will be displayed according to the table, pane, and cell. So this line is actually calculated, right? This in our view we have order date and profit divided by sales, and that one will be calculated according to the dimensions and measures we have, and it will throw a line according to the options you selected over here. It can be a table, it can be a pane, or a cell. So next we will see everything on the Tableau app. So continuing where we left in the previous page, to look at the toolbar first, whenever you click on the sheet, you will be moved back to this option. Like you will see this page into the sheet where you see the toolbar first, and you have this data pane to the left, and we discussed about the buttons. We have it over here and how do they work. Let's practice some of them and see how they works. And I'm just clicking on the Tableau icon to show the start page and how it works. Let's see, it actually went to the start page. So you can add any new data sources to your view from other Excel files or the other data sources by clicking on this icon. But if you just click back on the icon, it will take back to your sheet page. This is the same thing what we do in the data source also. If you just click on the data source, it will take you to the data source page, and you can also add the whatever data sources you want from here. But what is the difference between clicking on here and clicking on here is you will be adding the sheets or the new tables from the existing data sources you have connected, because moving to the data sources here, Tableau will recognize this one, whatever you connected on, and it will actually throw back to the data source. Clicking on this is like going back to your start page and connecting to your new data source which is not already connected. So if I add something onto my view and I just don't want to do that, and if I want to undo it, I just click on this, and I just already did undo, and I have an option to actually redo it. I can add it again to this. If I'm just saving this workbook, I can click on this save, and I can give some file or repository link for it to save it on your local desktop systems. So we talked about the data source, adding a data source and pausing the data source. Just click on the data source. It will be taking you to a new data source page, and this will give you all the options available to connect to your data source. This is a refresh icon, and these are the drop downs available for adding new workbook, new sheet, and new story. And these are the options available to actually clear some kind of a specific sheet or specific access or filters kind of thing. Swapping is basically swapping rows and columns like we saw. It actually took category onto the columns, and we can bring back to the rows by clicking on this again. Sorting is if I just add sales onto the view, and I'm just going to show me and making it a bar graph. So I'll just take one more subcategory. Let's take so many options so that it will be seen like this to actually sort it and see how the sorting works. And if I'm clicking on ascending, the smallest to the largest, it will look like this. And if I click on descending, it will come from the highest to the lowest. It is as easy as that to click on this in here. And to highlight a specific option, you can highlight it based on the category or the fields, and it will also give you options to do this. And if I just click say subcategory, and I'm just highlighting it. It will highlight this one, and you can also disable workbook highlighting and sheet highlighting over here. If we have mark labels, this will be coming up, and if we don't have mark labels, this will be grayed out. Let's click on the hide mark labels. Let's see that how Tableau hides the labels. If you see here, the labels are all gone, and if you want to bring them back, you just have to click on this labels and it will show you the labels. This one is also operated from here, the check mark over show mark labels, which we are using previously, and if you uncheck it, all the marks will be gone. All the labels will be gone. So the pin option is to fix the axis to whatever it is to a specific range, or if you want to show a dynamic, do not use the pin option. But if you want to fix the range to something, you can use the pin option. So we talked about the fitting of our view. Right now it is standard. It is only occupying the half of the view and half of the sheet. But there are cases like when you want to fit according to the width or height or the entire view. In this specific case, I want to fit this view to the entire graph so that my lines, whatever they're coming up, will not look clumsy and it will show the entire number neatly. If you just click on the standard, if you see here, if there is no enough space, if you can see here, this one is actually not coming up. See, because this is only because you are not having enough space so that the number will fit over here. This is also not coming. So if you make it to the entire view, what Tableau does is it will occupy the space and it will throw all the options available in the sheet, all the numbers. And this also depends upon your data. If it has too much of the data, even if it is not fitting in the entire view, it might not show all the numbers sometimes, but make sure that your view actually fits in this view. And this is about the entire data, and there are some cases where we might be wanting to see the data according to the fit width or fit length. Let's say I'm just adding the product name over here, and it gave me the option to add all the numbers and filter and then add. I'm just adding all the numbers whatever I have in the data source. Okay, I just got the scroll button over here. So in this case, what is the best option for us to use is let's try with the standard, only occupies a particular part of the view. But if you just do, so we got a scroll from the top to bottom. What if we are using the fit height so that all the numbers are actually seen on the same view? See if you see the change, all the rows you have seen are coming up and it actually fit the height according to the view, but you're not able to see anything, right? It actually fit the height to whatever space it has. This might not be a right option to use in this case, but if you do fit width, Tableau, what it will do is it adjusts according to the width, and you can actually see all the numbers in the scroll option over here. So in this particular in this scenario, we might be using fit width rather than a fit length, because the fit length will your all data come together and the numbers are not seen over there. And fit width is also used when you have so many dimensions on your row. Let's say I'm also adding the postal code, I'm also adding the region, etc. onto my view. And what Tableau does is it will occupy the entire space, and the fit width is a better option in this particular scenario. So this is how you use this particular option to fit your views to the standard, or fit width or fit height and the entire view. So each view can give you multiple requirements so that you can act along with your requirement and use this option well over here. So if you just want to present this entire view in one format, you can click on this present view, and this Tableau will occupy the entire space just like a PPT, and you can share your slides with the users at the end. The entire Tableau tool basically replaces the PPT kind of version. Whenever you're projecting the data, you want to project the data dynamically. It even has a slideshow for you to present from the desktop app to the end users directly. To talk more about on the view page, we have different sections over here to talk about. We call this as what the subcategory is over here, and it is displaying it as a subcategory name, right? So we call it as a field label, and whatever you add, whatever column you're adding up over here in the rows and columns will be displayed according to the name, and the name is also showing up over there. We call it as field labels, and this one is actually picked up from this name, and whatever name you give it to a sheet name will be displayed over here. We call it as titles, but if you can also edit it by just double clicking on that, and you can name it anything you want. Just let's say category wise sales, and I just want to write it as category wise sales. I'll just write it here, click on hit on OK. So the name will appear here. We call them as titles, and you can give the titles to a sheet or a dashboard or the story in the same way. The other one we talked about, the marks. The marks actually represents the intersection of the fields. Let's say we can call this as intersection of tables, just like that X and Y axis intersecting them. We call it as marks whenever there is a dimension in a measure and they are interacting on X and Y axis. We call them as one point and mark. So if you're adding something onto the color, like imagine adding something up onto your color and you get what is what over here and each color assigned to it. These are called legends, and this legends will explain in which color what you have, and you can add the legends onto your desktop for without giving them any confusion. If you just give like this to the end user, they will probably think about what is red and what is yellow and what is blue, but giving a legend at the bottom or anywhere on the view will actually show them some understanding on what is what. And you have this is called axis, and axes are only formed for the measures because they have measures have numbers, right? So axes will only be coming up for the measures, and you can actually edit axis by clicking on right click on that, and you can edit axis from here. So we will quickly see on some minute understanding about how to hide the headers like that. This is a subcategory displaying over here, but we already know that this belongs to a subcategory. When there is a case that you already know what is that, you can actually simply hide by right clicking on it and hide field labels per row, and you can click on that. It will actually hide everything over here, and it will give you a clear view of whatever category you have it over here. It is only in the case of what you already know that the field contents you can use this. And we also have one more called a show header. Show header is basically this one. If you click on the show header, this will come up, but if you don't want to show the show header, you can actually hide it by clicking on the show header. Right now it is showing a blue tick mark, right? The blue tick mark will be gone and all the headers will be gone if you click on the show header. And you can also use the same thing by right clicking on here, and the show header will come up over here. The same thing, you just have to right click over here, or you just have to click over here and it will show you the options. It's the same process too. In the same way, you can also hide the axes whenever you don't want to show them. Like if you're just displaying the mark labels, all the numbers are already seen over there and we don't have a need to show an axis, right? So you just have to click on it and you can actually hide the axis from here by simply clicking on this check mark box. This is also a show header and this check mark will be gone, and if you click on this will be gone and all the view will be occupying your entire space. To show the axis again, you just have to click on this pill and you can click the show header over here and your axis will come up again onto the view. Before moving to the analytics page, we just want to understand what is a pane and what is a table and what is a cell. So I just want to make you understand that before moving on to the next concept. So I'm just dragging, so I've got, let's drag order date here and okay, let's make some thing on date here. So we have year and we have also quarter. I'm just removing the year part so it won't be multiply. Let's say this is the year and this one is coming as quarter. And I also wanted to see the month. I will click on this plus mark and it will replicate the hierarchy wise month to the table. So right now what we have is we have order date wise sales, and this one is showing the year and this one is quarter, and this one the data is aggregated according to the month and also the quarter. So what is pane? Pane is this box. This entire thing is called a pane, and whenever you're dragging something onto the pane, and it will ask you whether you want to do it according to pane, cell or table, right? This one is actually called a pane. And what is cell? You can also compare with an Excel sheet. This one particular box is called cell, and it only displays one number over here. Table is kind of the entire table coming up, the whole table. In the same way, like we hided the axis and we hided the labels, right? In the same way, you can also hide the title of this entire sheet by just right clicking on it and hide title. You can edit title, hide title, and also format title. If you want to format, it will throw you options for shading, coloring and bordering, etc. By just clicking on the double click, it will throw you options to actually edit the sheet. But if you want to hide it, you just have to right click on it and hide the title. That's it. So we spoke about the options in the toolbar and what options we are available on the view and what is what in the view page. And moving on to our next one, the analytics page. I just want to create some table for our analytics view. Let's say the order date is there, right? So we can actually go with the region. Let's say we are looking at the region here and remove this quarter. So we are looking at the region wise sales, and I am moving it into a bar graph, and this one is actually called side by side bar graph. That means this one is showing you the years and also the region, right? And the years are coming up here and you're seeing according to the region. Let's tweak this graph a little bit. And let's see, I just want to look at region on the down and the year on the top. Let's make it that way. So region was gone here. Oh, came back. Let's tag region onto the columns. Yeah, we got it. So we are seeing the sales according to the order date in 2014 and according to the region, what are the sales happened. And so right now for this view, I'm just going to the analytics pane, and I just want to drag average line onto my view. Just click on it and drag this average line. If you see here, you are able to see a table, pane and cell option, right? So you can either drag to the entire table. So see, this is the average line you have got, and this is actually displayed for the entire table, and you wanted to change it to pane or cell, and you can actually change it over here. Just right click on that particular line and click on edit. It will be thrown to this the pop-up box will appear to actually change the average line to whatever you want. If you just click on the per pane value over here, this entire box is one pane and your average line will be calculated based on the year wise. Let's see, for 2014, for all the regions, this is your average. And if you're going with one cell, so for every line there will be an average, which is not a right requirement for this particular view. So you have to either go with pane or a table, because it takes all these four values and calculates the average. And what options do we have here is it will display the sum of sales average, and you can also show other aggregation formats, like you can display that complete panes total, that complete panes sum, constant, minimum, maximum, average, etc. Right now we actually selected average, and this one is to actually show a value or the computation you have used. The computation is basically this one, the computation or the custom value. You want to show something custom value over there. Right now I'm just going with the value, and it will show me a value of what is the average for that particular year and in that 4 regions. So what it is doing in the backend is it is calculating the average of central, east, south, west in only 2014. So what it will do, if I do the entire table, it will calculate the average of 14, 15, 16 and 17, all the values separately, and it will throw me an average of 143. But if you are selecting per pane, it will throw me an average of this particular pane, and it will take the values of these 4 values, and it will throw me an option of 121,062. So we have other option as well, and if you want to show only one line, it will show line, and if you want to show the line in the contents interval as well, you can show this option, and if you want to see the contents interval only, you can select this option. You can select the color and also the look of the line by actually making it to dotted or a solid line, or a changing of a color into a different thing. Most probably most of the companies will go with the red with the lines, because red actually highlights everything on the view, because we do have so many colors at the back end, so they will go probably with the red to highlight the average line. And we have an option, fill some colors on above the line and on below the line. Let's see that. If you're just selecting some color, fill above, see above that line everything is actually filtered to some color. We will get a light palette for this filling option, because it should not dominate or hide the other views, right? So we will get a light palette for this, and if you just select on one color, it actually fills everything above that line. So the 4 options available here are a band wise. Band is a maximum and a minimum. Distribution is this one, 60% of the average and between, and it will actually distribute according to this option, 60 to 80. We have also got box plot, and this will show you the average of box plot like this. Right now it is not actually showing the box plot well, because this data is not suitable for the box plot. Let's say we are going with an average line over here, and how do we do this average line? Per cell, per table and per pane, and this is how you will be adding your lines to the view, and you will find other options also in the analytics pane, which we will be discussing in the coming sessions into a deeper depth of what analytics pane is and what it can do on your statistical side of analyzing also. So we will discuss deeper depth into that, and we will move back to our data pane right now. And yeah, this is what we have planned to learn in this week, and what we discussed is up to the analytics pane, the views, etc. So we will be saving our work progressively, and if you want to actually save all this content on your local system, you just click on the save button, and it will ask you to save at particular location, and you can save your work. And whenever you are starting it again, you can open that particular Tableau Desktop dashboard by just clicking on, like normal apps, you just have to double, it opens up, and you can start whatever you're doing today with the previous session. So moving back to our PPT, we're just done with our software demo on the analytics page, and this week what we have seen is the data and analytics page, and what is pane, and what are its options, what is data page, and how does the analytic page look like. And we have seen the toolbar, the menu, and what are the options available in the toolbar and how to use them. We have seen the show me option for the quick visualizations. We have seen a bar graph, different types of graphs which are there in the quick visualizations, and how to use them, and how to toggle between each visualization to the other if the view is not fitting up with our particular requirement. We have also seen the marks card, its types and properties. We have seen what are the available marks in the marks card, and which graph is showing what kind of marks card, and how to toggle between each marks card and tweak your visualizations to actually create some innovative visualizations out of the marks card. We looked at the pages shelf and how pages shelf is used, and whenever you're going to use the pages shelf is for the time series graphs, and it will show all the animations present in the time series. It will connect to the lines, and it will throw an animation out of it. And we have seen these menus and toolbars available in the Tableau Desktop. And we also saw how the analytic page is looking like, and what are the options, what are the lines available in the analytics page, and what is the difference between pane and table and cell, and what to use when, what are the options available in that particular line, etc. By this, we are going to ending this week's session, and let's see you again. Thank you.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 3. In this week, we are going to cover data types, sorting, and grouping. A little bit recap about the last week's session. We covered about data and analytics pane and its options. The Show Me option available in Tableau for the quick visualizations. Marks card and its properties and types. We have covered how many visualizations we can do with the marks card. Pages shelf, how this pages shelf used for the time series graphs, and how we can do different options in the pages shelf. We spoke about menu and toolbar, what are the buttons available in the toolbar. And we saw the analytics pane where you can add your statistical data like trend lines, clustering, forecasting, etc. The table of contents for this week are sheet interface, data types, dimensions and measures, sorting and custom sort, grouping, sets and combined sets, hierarchies, highlight data, split and custom split. The learning objectives for this session are, by the end of this module, you will be able to understand what is sheet interface and what you have in the sheet interface of Tableau. What are dimensions and measures, way to use dimensions and way to use measures. What are data types, what data types does Tableau has, and how to work with data types in different scenarios. We will see about sorting and custom sort and how to use it. We will see grouping and what types of grouping we have and how many ways we can do grouping in Tableau. We will see about sets and combined sets. We will also talk about hierarchies and how to create hierarchies. We will see about highlighting the data. And lastly, we will talk about split and custom split. First topic for this session is sheet interface on Tableau. So what is sheet interface? This is the first page you will be looking into whenever you open your workbook after connecting onto your data source. So this is like your working page. And in this sheet interface, you have different shelves and cards and options to do filtering, etc. The highlighted one here is the sheet 2, which is a sheet title for this sheet. Because we did not rename it to anything, Tableau will add sheets on a number basis. So I have added 2 sheets over here and I got the title as sheet 2. You can rename it at any point of time. Here we have 3 different buttons and we will see what are those 3. The first one is add new sheets. That means you can add new sheets to create some visuals over in the sheet. And the second one is add dashboard. Dashboard is to add all the created sheets onto the dashboard and consolidate and present. Story is a consolidation of all the dashboards. If you're going to present a story from your dashboard, you can add all the dashboards into story and create a story out of it. Whatever you create in Tableau, the sets part will come up over here. And in this view, we have top customers by profit. So all sets will be shown over here. In the same wise, we have parameters. Whatever parameters are created in this entire workbook will be shown over here. So we will see it in live in the tool. Moving on to the tool. So this is the page we talked about whenever you connect your data source. For now, it is our Excel sheet with the full data practice file. And you move on to the sheet, you will see this first interface. And we have dimensions and measures over here. whenever you want to add sheet, you can actually add sheet over here. This workspace consists of menus, the toolbar, the data pane, cards and shelves, and one or more sheets can be worksheets, dashboards, or stories. So this part over here, which is coming as a name, this is the workbook name, and whatever you name to your workbook will be displayed over here. And this part is a second one, and we call it shelves and shelves and cards. You can drag any of the cards and shelves into the workspace to add it into your view. And this is the toolbar. We spoke about the toolbar in our last class, and we have access commands and analysis and navigation tools in our toolbar. So this part is actually the view. We also call it as canvas in the workspace, where you can actually create all your visualizations by dragging and dropping the measures and dimensions. So this one we already discussed about this. This is the part where we can go back to your workbook to the actual data source page. And this part is the sidebar. And in the sidebar, we will have this data pane in the analytics pane. And this one is the data source page. You can click on it to actually see what tables you're connected into and how the data flows, etc. when you click on the data source page. And the one we have under here is, so the small space under this sheets, this is called a status bar. This actually displays the information of whatever you have in the view. Let's say I have some presentation category and sales as a discount simple presentation. It actually displays how many marks are there and how many rows are there by column and what is the aggregated version you have it in a measure. It will display a small number kind of format in this space. This is called status bar. And the last one, this column is actually sheet tabs. This represents all the sheets in your workbook, and this can include workbooks, dashboards, and also stories. And if you want to hide your sidebar, you will get an arrow over here. You can actually click on this. It will move to the side, and if you want to look at the data pane, you can click on this, and if you want to go back to that view, you can again click on the arrow. This is how you can hide your sidebar. Actually, different panes will be visible depending on what you're doing in the like data analytics. Data analytics will be present over there, but if you have a story, then only you will see the story tab and dashboard tab, layout, etc. The important thing to know about the sidebar is that you can actually expand and collapse this area into the workspace. Tableau uses a workbook and sheet file structure much like the Microsoft Excel sheet. This workbook contains sheets. We call sheets as worksheet or a dashboard or a story. A worksheet contains a single view along with the shelves, cards, legends, data, and analytics pane in your sidebar. A dashboard is a collection of views from multiple worksheets. This dashboard and layout panes are available in the sidebar. If you just click on here, you can actually add a new dashboard. You see here, you can see dashboard, layout, and all the formats and all the sheets available for you in the dashboard. A story contains a sequence of the worksheets or dashboards. So this is how a story looks like. And this conveys the information in the dashboards together. Story and the layout panes are available in the sidebar. This is the sidebar we have for story, and this is the sidebar we have for the dashboard. So we will talk a bit more about a worksheet, a dashboard, and a story. Worksheet is where you build the views of your data by just dragging and dropping the dimensions or measures. Dashboard is the combination of several views that you can arrange, to present, or to monitor, etc. Story is a sequence of views of dashboards. You can together convey different information available in your dashboards. The sheet display along the bottom of your workbook as a tabs. See here we have like 22 tabs. All the sheets will be displayed along the bottom. In this session, you will learn about how to create, open, duplicate, hide, and delete your sheets. So, within a workbook, you can create new sheets, clear an entire worksheet. You can duplicate your sheet, hide or show your worksheets, and delete the sheet. Tableau has several ways to view and organize the sheets in your work. We will talk about creating a new worksheet first. So to rename a new worksheet, dashboard or a story, you can simply right click on it and click on rename. You can rename your sheet to whatever you want. For adding a worksheet, you can actually click on this button for a new worksheet, or you can go to the worksheet here in the main tab, and you can actually click on new worksheet here, or in your toolbar you will have a button. If you click on the drop down, you can add a new worksheet here. In the same way, you can actually add dashboards by clicking on the dashboard icon here, or you can actually add the dashboard by going to the dashboard menu and click on new dashboard, or you can actually add from here, new dashboard. Story. Story is also the same way. Story, you can add the story. The third icon is actually for the story, for adding a story. And you can actually go here for the story tab and add news, and in here, new story. We saw 3 ways to actually create a new sheet or a new workbook, a new dashboard, or a new story. Now we will see about undo, redo, or the clear sheets. So every workbook contains a history of steps you have performed in the worksheets, dashboards, and the stories in that workbook. To remove all the fields of formatting, sizing, access, filter, sorts, and context filters in the sheet, you can actually click on this button here, and it will entirely clear your sheet for you. And if you want to clear specific aspects on your view, just click on the drop down button over here, and you can say what you want to clear on your. The next step would be how to duplicate a sheet. When you want to use an existing sheet as a jumping off point for more exploration, you can actually duplicate your sheet, like whatever you have it in the view, you can duplicate the same content into a new sheet. Duplicate creates a new version of the worksheet, dashboard, or a story. You can modify without affecting the before worksheet, like the original worksheet. To duplicate the active worksheet, you just have to right click on the sheet name and say duplicate. So you're just duplicating the sheet 22. So it will actually name the sheet according to your original sheet. Let's say the sheet name is sheet 22, and it will add a number over to sheet 22 and will create a new sheet for you. Whatever changes you did to this new sheet will not replicate in your old sheet, your original sheet. Let's say I'm adding subcategory into my view in this duplicated sheet, and we will go back to our original sheet and see the view over there. It will not change. In your duplicated sheet, you can add a new subcategory and you make some same changes, like more changes to the existing sheet. A point to remember over here is if you are duplicating a dashboard, a new version of dashboard will be created. Let's say we have a dashboard 1, and we have some sheets open. Like we have sheet 6, sheet 7, etc. on our dashboard. And you want to duplicate the dashboard from here. Just right click on the duplicate. So we'll get the same version of dashboard 1 onto dashboard 2. This means the newer version of dashboard is still using the same sheets. Whatever sheets you have in dashboard 1 will be on dashboard 2. The important point to remember is it will not duplicate the sheets, it will only duplicate the dashboard. So the original sheets of sheet 6 and sheet 7 will not be duplicated. They are actually your original sheets. We do have one more option to duplicate as cost. So if we go to a one visualization, let's say sheet 7,
And we want to see this visualization in the form of cross tab. A cross tab is also referred to as a pivot table. It is a table that summarizes into rows and columns of the text. It is a convenient way to display the numbers associated with this data view. So to create a new cross tab based on the data in the current sheet, just right click on the sheet you're on and click on duplicate as cross tab. So the sheet 7.2 is created now. See, we have segment and quantity. Now we have the same data in the form of a cross tab with segment and the quantity. This command inserts a new worksheet into your workbook and populates the sheet with the cross tab view of the data from the original worksheet. Dashboards and stories cannot be duplicated as cross tabs because we will have so many sheets inserted inside them. That's why you can't duplicate it like a sheet. The next one would be renaming the active sheet. One way to rename a sheet is right click and rename, and the other way would be just double click on your sheet name. And this is just like you renaming an Excel sheet or a Word sheet, etc. You just have to double click and write whatever you want to give the sheet name. You just say some name and you can rename the sheet. So the next one would be, how do you see the underlying data in your visualization? To see the numbers behind the marks in your view, hover over or click a mark of this. You will see this command button here. And if you click on this grid part, this is called view data, you can see the underlying data under it. Let's see, I just clicked on the consumer mark and this visualization has the segment and quantity. That's why you are seeing the consumer and also the quantity. And if you want to see everything, just uncheck that and click on the part where you do not see any visualization. You just should not click on any mark, click on the blank space available, and you will see this view data option, which will show all the data at the back end in this view. Let's say we have segment and quantity. That's why we're seeing the segment column and quantity column. You can export this data into your Excel sheet by simply copying it into an Excel sheet. And also you can just click on export all, which will export all the data into a CSV file. So the next one would be how to delete a sheet. If you want to delete a sheet, it will remove the sheet completely from the workbook. There must always be at least one worksheet in a workbook to delete that worksheet. To delete the active sheet, just right click on the sheet, whatever you want to delete, and click on delete. It will completely remove that sheet in your workbook. Worksheets used in dashboards or a story cannot be deleted, but they can be hidden. A worksheet used in the built-in tooltip can be hidden or deleted. We will talk about visualizations in tooltip in the coming sessions. But if you want to delete a visualization in the tooltip, you just have to unhidden it and then delete it. We spoke more about how to delete, how to hide, how to duplicate your worksheets and everything. Now we will talk about how to navigate and organize your sheets. So there are 3 ways to navigate the view, the sheet, and the sheets in your workbook. You have tabs at the bottom of the workbook. You just have to simply click on it. If you know the sheet name and everything, you can go into that particular sheet. And also you have a film strip view. We will talk about film strip view in the coming couple of minutes. And we also have sheet sorter. The tabs are useful whenever you want to quickly navigate between this smaller number of sheets. If you have smaller number of sheets, it is so easy to click on the tabs and navigate between them. If your workbook has large number of sheets, you can use the sheet sorter to easily navigate them all. You can also drag and drop to the following, reorder the sheet, create the sheet, duplicate or delete existing sheets from any of the views using this navigation options. So, how to navigate with sheet tabs? Each sheet is represented as a tab here, right? So along the bottom of the workbook, you can select any of the tab to open up to the corresponding worksheet. If you see here, we have this axis
arrow marks to actually navigate to the left and right and to the extreme left corner to the extreme right corner. This one actually navigates to the first sheet you have, and the last one actually navigates to the last sheet you have. And if you want to move left and right, this is just like a controller option. You can click on left and right over these arrows. These controls are only available when there are like too many tabs to show across the bottom of the application window. You can also navigate between sheets using the Windows menu or move to the multiple sheets by pressing the left and right arrow keys on your keyboard. So the next one would be showing the thumbnails with the film strip. Similar to the sheet tabs, the film strip displays along the bottom of the workbook. However, instead of just sheet names, the film strip also shows the thumbnails of the image of the each sheet. See, we have three icons over here. The current one is actually popped out, the other ones are actually grayed out. If you click on the middle one, this one is actually called as film strip. This will also show the thumbnails you have in the worksheet. This film strip is useful when you're using Tableau to present your analysis and works well whenever you're working in a presentation. One, open the film strip by just clicking this middle icon on the status bar of your workbook. Just like with the tabs, you can select the thumbnail image over here to navigate it into different worksheets. You can right-click on the image to specify commands that apply to each sheet. The third one would be sheet sorter. The sheet sorter shows all the sheets in the workbook as thumbnail images as a single page. So this one is the sheet sorter. You'll see the sheet sorter page like this, and all your pages will be displayed in like a single page. The sheet sorter is only useful when you have a larger number of sheets in your work. Right-click on the sheet to see the commands. So these are the commands available for this sheet sorter, and you can refresh the thumbnail at once by just clicking on the refresh thumbnail or refresh all thumbnails. If you want to see the thumbnails whenever they're not displayed, you just have to click on the sheet and refresh the thumbnail. Tableau will refreshes the thumbnail of whatever content is available in that particular sheet. You can also refresh thumbnails, all thumbnails at one time, but that will take some couple of minutes to update. So if you want to see the worksheet, just click on the sheet, right-click on the sheet, and refresh your thumbnail. We also have sheet commands, and use the sheet commands to manage and organize your workbooks. For example, you can create new sheets, duplicate sheets, copy your formatting, apply color, or delete the sheet entirely. To go back to a normal view, just click on the last button and you will be redirected to your actual worksheet you're working on. You can access the sheet commands by just right-clicking on the worksheet or sheet sorter or the film strip view. Right-click, and these are the sheet commands you will get, and you can actually assign colors to your sheets. Select one or more sheets by just right-clicking the control click. And also you can select some colors to organize your sheets into sets of worksheets. If you're working with a larger set of the worksheets, you can color mark them into particular data which is into, let's say, for example, you are making all the worksheets which are related to the category in one set and which are related to the segment into the other set and which are related to subcategory into the other set. You can actually color them according to each particular data. Let's say I'm just picking up brown over here, and see the color is actually displayed in this format like a line at the bottom of your sheet. And you can also do same thing to your dashboards as well, color them according to the category, according to your data set, to differentiate them whenever you're working on the entire dashboard with too many sheets or too many dashboards in your workbook. If you just add color and click on this film strap, let's say we just added one color to our dashboard, pick some color, and the color mark will be shown according to the selection like this in the film strip view, and you can go easily navigate according to the color. So this is all about the sheet interface, how to rename the sheets, create new sheets, dashboards, and stories, how to organize them, and how to navigate if you have too many sheets on your workbook, and how to clean up your worksheets by just deleting the entire sheet or just clean up particular set of content in your view, and also parts available in all your sheet interface are discussed in this topic. Let's move on to our next topic, which is data types. And data types is an important concept in Tableau, and which is also relates to the data structure and what kind of data we have, how is the data structured according to the data model, etc. In the data types, we have different data types in Tableau, and every data value will fall into a category of a data type. So each column in your data will be classified into a particular data type. Tableau classifies this data into different data types, and some data values have only text. So their data type will be string. That means it only has characters inside it. And some data values have only numbers, and this data type is called an integer. That means this only has numbers inside that column. If the column is like kind of a format of a date, then the data type would be date. The date type also can be displayed in different formats, but whenever you have this data type as kind of date format, Tableau will recognize it automatically and tag the data type as date for it. So each data type is actually denoted with a different distinct icon. By this, we can actually easily identify the data type inside the column. We'll talk about geographical values first. Geographical values are actually identified by this map icon. The data column would be looking like this icon. We have cluster groups whenever the data is kind of mixed with different data, like let's say it has numbers, like it has string, or it has some special characters inside of it. We call them as cluster data, and the icon would be looking like this. And the third one would be Boolean values. Boolean values are the true or false statements, and the icon attached to it will be looking like this. The inside of the Boolean values will have only two values, either true or false. The fourth one would be numerical values. Numerical values indicate that they only have numbers, and the icon would be looking like a hash mark, and it represents only numbers. The fifth one would be date and time values. The date and time values are allocated to a data type called date format, and this one is the icon displayed. This one actually has date and time in that. That's why you can see a calendar icon and also a time icon attached to it. The sixth one is string values. This is the most common data type we see. Numerical values and the string values are the most common ones we will see. The string values are also called text values, and it is displayed with the icon called ABC. In date values, we also have a date value without the timestamp. So in that case, only the calendar icon would be seen over there, and this is the representation of that icon. We will take a few examples for each data type, and in the Boolean, we only have true or false, and that data type would be looking like this. And date and timestamp values would be like date is coming like this. We still see different formats like month first or date first, but the date calendar icon, and if it also contains the timestamp, it will be looking like this. And we have a date values. The date value would be looking something like that because it doesn't have the time inside it. And geographical values, for example, New York, Paris, India, Japan, these are all geographical values, and they are tagged as a map icon for it. And string, number or whole number values, this numeric data type values can be either an integer type or a floating type. Most of the numeric values are of integer type because float values, users face difficulty in accumulating the decimal point as you see here. So most of the time the integer value will be a complete whole number. However, this float values can also be used in different calculations after rounding them up into the corresponding integers. A function known as round function can be used in this particular scenario for the float values. String values consists of 0 or more characters. That means it has a text data type. This value is considered as string whenever the characters are enclosed inside a double or single quote. So if you're using string, you can actually use this double quote or single quote to fetch them up. For instance, the string data value can be Tableau or Tableau Desktop using a double quote for them. You can also incorporate double inverted commas into a string. So in the string we have a character string type and varchar string type. The character char string type has the values of this data have kind of fixed length. The memory corresponding to this fixed length is allocated to that character char string type values in Tableau. If you try to enter a string value with a length greater than the fixed length, then the system is going to show an error, and this data type generally stores this alphanumeric data values. That is the difference between char and varchar. Varchar type stands for this variable character length, where the length of the characters can be entered into a string as not fixed or predefined. You can enter as many as characters without having any memory allocation restrictions. This string type can also store this alphanumeric values. So that is the major difference between char and varchar. Irrespective of what type of char string type or varchar string type, Tableau will allocate the icon of ABC data type to the string values. We will discuss more about the description part for this data types. Like we will see more into what is the Boolean type and where this Boolean type is used. The Boolean types are actually relational calculations. That means you just have to either select whether it is true or false. We call it as logical values, and sometimes if the relation is not setting up to false or true, the values are displayed as nulls because the calculation is not mapping up to anything related to the true or false. That then it will go to the null part. So Tableau has different formats for this data and type, and there are all kind of formats are accepted for data and type for us, like DDMMYY, DDMMYYYY, that means 4 Ys with a year, or MMDD of 4 Ys, and some fields can only contain a date value, or a date can exist along with a timestamp. The time data values can be a decade or a year or a quarter, month, day, hour, minutes, up to the seconds. We can take any kind of timestamp data values in here. If you also wish to add a data value in the form of string characters, you can add a hash sign before the date, and it will take that as a string character. Tableau registers date and type values under two data types. As you see here, we have two data types for the date times. One is only containing date values, and other is actually containing date and time. And this date and time is useful to show up to the users wherever there is a global difference in the time. Let's say we are updating the data and we are doing it in IST, but whenever we want to show the dashboard to the other people who are in global time, and we wanted to let them know, okay, this dashboard is updated at that particular time, that point of time, and we can actually include the timestamp also saying that, okay, this is updated at that point of time, and it is like very useful to us. Geo values, coming to the geographical values, it also doesn't include like countries. We have also cities, regions, postal codes that will be coming up as this geo tagging, which has this map icon. They all belong this geographical data type, and this field is particularly used in our map visualizations more. Tableau has this a brilliant understanding of where it is tagged by actually bringing up its latitude and longitude also into our view. You don't have to do anything. Tableau will defaultly pick up the geographical value and tag them to each latitude and longitude. Let's say India's latitude and longitude will be picked up according to the column, and when you use that field into your view, it will be like showing that particular point on the map. We have like one more data type called cluster or mixed data type. Sometimes the field might not consist of a single data type. It has a mixture of data types. This is also known as cluster group values or the mixed data values. In these scenarios, you can either handle them manually, or such fields will be aggregated values based on the different data types in a column, or you can actually let Tableau handle it how it wanted to pick up the data from. So this is all about our data types, and our next topic would be dimensions and measures. So what is a dimension and what is a measure? So whenever you feed the data into Tableau, whatever columns you have in your Excel sheet or any database or a table, everything will be displayed in your sidebar. Tableau will characterize them into dimensions and measures. Dimensions and measures totally depend upon the data you have in your Excel sheet or whatever data source you have. Each column is considered as a data field. So dimensions are the qualitative values. We can actually consider dates, geographical data, names, all under into dimension values, and this dimension will affect the level of detail. So if you don't understand like how dimensions are going to affect the level of detail, we can actually see that in the software demo, and you will be able to understand what is the difference when you use a new dimension onto the view and how it will change the level of detail, etc. So what is a measure? Measure contains this numeric values, or they are called quantitative values. These measure values are aggregated according to the available content, according to the available data you have inside your data source. This aggregation is automatically applied whenever you use a measure onto your view. So whenever you drag and drop a measure onto the view, Tableau will automatically aggregate the measure. It will first recognize that it is a measure, that it is a number type, and it will aggregate according to the default option available. So we do have two more options in this: continuous and discrete. Continuous means forming an unbroken whole without interruption. That means we are actually in the meaning of the word itself, continuous means it is continuous, and discrete means it is separate and distinct. Let's consider you have a number 1,000. Like you can also show it in 500 and also in 500. But if you have a word, say tableau, and you can't separate it, it is like totally distinct. It's kind of the difference. For an example, we will also see what is a continuous measure, what is a continuous and discrete, more in the coming software demo. So all the green measures are actually dimensions, and if you see this example over here, sum of profit is a measure, but actually an order date is dimension. But if you see some dimension in a green fill, then that would be continuous. Continuous values are considered to be an infinite range, like it is actually continuous, it is infinite. This values adds access to your view. If you drag and drop a green pill onto your view, it will create an access for your view. blue ones are actually dimensions. They will not create the axis, but they will create the headers for you. So blue measures looks like this. Basically, profit is a number and it is also aggregated to a sum. That means it is a measure. But if the measure is looking in a blue pill, that means it is a measure, a continuous one, like discrete one. Your continuous pill is actually converted to a dimension, and this one is a discrete measure. And this one, the product name is actually a dimension and are discrete. You can consider all the green ones as continuous and all the blue ones as discrete. Green ones are numbers and the blue ones are text values. Discrete values are treated as finite numbers. We will continue to see what is the difference between all this in the software demo and see what are the data types first. Okay. So this is our data which is already loaded into our Tableau, and you can see we have all the columns displayed here. And we also see what is the data type allocated to each and every column. So what is category? Category is coming in ABC and it is also showing in blue. That means category is a string value. We talked about what is a string value, right? So it contains only text values, and if you want to see what is inside that category column, you just have to right click on it. Just right click on your this arrow mark and click on describe. You can see what is this column, what is this row types. It is saying it is discrete dimension, and what is this remote type name, and also whether it has nulls, and it also shows you what is the data inside that particular field. So category contains 3 values inside it, which is furniture, office types, and technology. That means it all only contains the text values. That's why it is a discrete dimension and it is displayed in blue, and it has an icon of ABC. But if you see city over here, it has the geographical icon. That means this one is actually a geographical data type. If you want to look at what kind of data it has inside it, you just have to go to the describe function. You see here, this is also a discrete dimension because this contains the location kind of data. And if you can see, it has 531 members inside. Tableau doesn't show all the values, but it will show the first top some values, and you can see what values it has inside. This all data belongs to location type. That's why you're actually seeing a geographical map icon over here. And if you go for the country is also coming as a map type because this is actually a location, right? And if you see here, customer ID is actually tagged to a text type, and it has alphanumeric values. We already discussed, right? A string value, char and varchar characters are alphanumeric, and whenever we have data like this, Tableau will consider them as text values and will allocate the string data type to it. Next, we are moving to order date. Order date has this calendar icon over here. That means this is a timestamp date format, and if you want to see what it is inside, and you can see the date format is actually coming in date, month, and year format. It has these many values, and it is also a discrete dimension. And if you see here, all the hash marks are coming up here, and because the measures are coming in the green pill, and we call this as a pill, and you can also call them as columns or the field types. This one has only numbers, that's why it is actually showing up in green color. These dimensions and measures are segregated, like they are differentiated with a line. If you can see here, all the green ones are coming down and all the blue ones are on the top of it. And if you just want to see the data inside, you can select on describe. Because this is a continuous measure, it is not displaying the type, the data inside of it, because there is no aggregated value to it, and it will not recognize each row when you click like it. But if you just click that onto the view, you can see it created an axis. That means this is a measure, and this contains number inside it, and how much number of data, like what is the aggregated sum of the profit value. You can see it as 2AS6396. Tableau automatically aggregates the data to a default one, which is sum, and it will show the value to the over here from the measures. So sometimes Tableau incorrectly interprets the data field of a time. For example, Tableau might interpret a field that contains dates as an integer data type. Because dates will come in the form of numbers, sometimes Tableau will not consider it as a date, and it will tag integer data type to it rather than a date data type. You can change the data type for a field that was part of the original data source on the data source page. Let's see how you will see this data on your data source page. And this is how you see your data on the data source page, and you can also see the data type coming up here. And sometimes, like we said, if the number format here is not recognized as a date, Tableau will allocate a number type over here, but it will not allocate a date type over there. In that case, we can actually change the data type by clicking on the icon here. So this will show the options available in a drop-down list, and you can actually change the data type from a number value to the date type whenever you see there is a difference in the recognition part, like Tableau recognized it wrongly and you have to change the data type to something else. Then you just have to click on the icon over here, and this drop-down will show you what are the options available for that, and you can change it from here. So a small tip over here is whenever you load the data into Tableau, it is always better to actually look at the data type and how Tableau recognized the data type. If the same example, whenever the date is not recognized and it is taking number over there, and accidentally you didn't check and you went for the extract and created the extract of your entire data, it will take that data type also into your extract, and whenever you're working on it, whenever you're pulling the ship date or order date, and if it is in the number format, it will not show you date, it will show only the number. It will also affect your level of detail, and it will also affect the view you're working on. So it is like a better understanding to have with the data you have, and it is always better to check the data types whenever you're loading your data into your sheet and extracting the data from your data source. So this is how you change the data type of your field in the data source page, and there is also an option for you to change the data type inside your view over here. Just say clicking on here will show the same drop down you just saw in the data source page, and you can actually change the data type from here as well. If you want to change the geographical role for any of the maps also, you can change the geographical role from this drop down. Let's say this is now recognized as city, but you want to map that field to something else. You want to map that to some county or some country region. You can actually change from this, but Tableau is so brilliant in recognizing these data types. You will have appropriate data type mapped unless if the format in your Excel sheet is not proper, and when your data is not structured well, and Tableau will make some mistakes to recognize the data type. But beside that, Tableau will recognize your data type well, and it will tag your data types appropriately according to your data. So there is one more way to change the data type in your view inside, you can go to any column you want to change into, and you see the options over here. There is an option called change data type. You actually see the same drop down over here also. This is one more way to change the data type whenever you want to change it. A simple note to remember in this data types topic: sometimes when your data in your database is more precise than Tableau can model, you will get a warning symbol whenever you use that particular field onto the view. That warning symbol will look like an yellow exclamatory mark in the right side of your status bar here. That means it actually is more precise than Tableau can model, and you can recognize those by that yellow marks coming up over here. So we talked in depth of what data types we have in Tableau and how Tableau can recognize them to a particular data point. On the next topic, we will discuss about dimensions and measures. If you see here, we already have all our dimensions and measures coming up here. All the blue pills coming up over here. These are the dimensions, and the green ones are actually measures. And if you see here, these are the discrete ones, and these are the continuous ones. And you can recognize them easily by the color coding part, which Tableau creates automatically. And we will see some fields, possible combinations in these fields, and we will differentiate what is the difference between what. Let's say we have a product name. This one is a complete discrete dimension. That means it is finite, and you can't change it to another measure kind of. You can't change it to continuous, which is completely discrete dimension. And we have discrete measures. Let's take the example of, let's say we took a profit. So profit is basically a measure, and it should be continuous because it has numbers inside it. But if you want to show it in a discrete format, you can change it in this field to discrete, and this will become discrete measure. That means if you see here, it turned into blue. That means it is a dimension now, and it changed to discrete, and this will be displaying like that. Let's see why we are actually changing them to continuous to discrete. I mean, we are seeing numbers, and it is fine in the view. And why do we need this option at all? I will show you why. Okay, let's say I have order date, and let's say I have a profit in my view. And if you see here, we have other options available to actually convert this date into other numbers. I'm just taking the day over here, and what order date become here is a measure. That means it will create an axis for me. See, if you see here, it actually created an axis, and I have to show it in a date format, and this is what I'm intended and to do. So what I'll do, I'll change it to discrete. Then it will my complete view will change it to this. That means I have a discrete dimension over here, and we changed from measure continuous to discrete, and the look will be changing it like this. It'll no more create the axis, and it will change it to something like header, and the value will come up like this. So we talked about discrete dimensions and discrete measures. Discrete measure looks something like this. You can change to discrete and continuous in here, and your value will be displayed like this. And we will see what is a continuous dimension and what is a continuous measure, the vice versa of what we talked right now. So continuous measures are actually these are complete number format, and if you see here, the role type is continuous measure. That means this is a number and this is infinite. It can be continuous like this. And when you drag this continuous measures, they will create an axis, and it will look like this. It will show the axis. Let's take the order date again and see how it looks like when it is in continuous format. Right now it is in discrete. I'm just making into continuous format. See, the view will change to this because my continuous format actually created an axis to me. This is called a continuous dimension because I picked up the dimension and made it to continuous, and it created an axis to me. And how the continuous measures look like are directly coming from here, and these are the continuous measures. See, these two right now are measures. One is a continuous dimension and one is a continuous measure. Both will create the axis. And you will something look like this. The x-axis and y-axis have numbers over it like this. So if you see here, measures are always aggregated in the view. The default aggregation whenever you pick up a measure onto the view will be sum, and measure is because measure is a continuous format. It will aggregate the value to the sum and display the sum of discount over here. And we do have different aggregations, but the default one is sum. We will talk about aggregations in the coming sessions in the deeper level. So when you doesn't want your measure to aggregate, because Tableau will defaultly aggregate whenever you pick up a measure onto your view. And if you do not want to aggregate your measure, you have to go to analysis and click on this checkbox where it says aggregate measures. And if you click on it, Tableau will take each value from just imagine that you have 0.2 for year 2014 for some date in one particular row. It will take each row and plot your data. That means it did not aggregate the data according to the year. It is showing each and every value from your data onto the view. That's why your view changed from a line like this to a line like this. Basically, the level of detail in your view is determined by the dimensions in the view. We do not have any dimensions over here, but if you just pick up dimensions from here as category or anything, you will see how it is. Okay, so we have a level of detail as category because dimensions actually pick up the level of details in your view and aggregate the data according to that. This is now aggregated according to furniture, office supplies, and also technology. But if you have another dimension in your view, all the data will be aggregated based upon this. Again, it will go to category and it will come up to subcategory, and your data will be aggregated according to the dimensions. In some cases where your data is already aggregated in your data source and that field is picking up in here, let's say the total is already calculated in the Excel sheet and you have a column called total and that one is coming up here, that will not be aggregated and your total will be shown directly over here. Now we understand the basic concept of what is a dimension and what is a measure and what is a continuous format and what is a discrete format. Let's take some examples to actually see the difference between these. In the example, okay, we will take a quantity in the columns and sales in the row. And in this example, because the quantity field is actually a continuous field, it creates a horizontal axis along the bottom of the view, and this both are continuous fields. So that's why both the x-axis and y-axis is actually showing up the axis for a number, and these are meeting up somewhere, and the view you're seeing is completely both measures. But what if you just make it into dimension? So the quantity right now is a discrete measure. That's why it did not create axis. It actually completely came up into one value, and only the green fill is showing the axis and blue is not showing axis. That's why you actually see a bar over here. In both the examples, the sales field is actually a continuous field, and it creates a vertical axis because this is continuous and it is added to the rows. That's why you're seeing a vertical axis over here because that is in the rows. If it is in the column shelf, it would create a horizontal axis. The green background and the aggregation function in the case of sum will help indicate you that the one bill is a measure and the other one is actually a dimension. Let's see how the axis will be when you see that a sum of sales in the column shelf. This is how it looks like, and the axis will be seen like this. In the same way, we will see in dimensions as well. Let's say we have a category in columns. So category is actually a discrete dimension. So this one will create labels for you. In many cases, dimensions area will initially be discrete, and when you add them to the view with a blue background, you can recognize that it is a discrete measure. In some cases, if we have a date dimensions and also the numeric dimensions, let's say take the example of row ID over here. This is showing as it is a number, but it is coming up in blue. That means this is a dimension which is in the numeric format, numeric dimensions. These ones can be either discrete or continuous. If you drag a dimension to rows and columns, you can actually change the field into measures by just clicking on this here, and let's say take some measure, a minimum value or the highest value, and I just took the minimum value, and this one came this one is actually a continuous dimension. So let's make this into a count. This one actually created an axis for us, and it's completely turned into a measure value. Now the view will contain this continuous axis instead of column or row headers because our background color changed to green. That means this changed to measure, and this will only show axis part. Date dimensions can be discrete or continuous. It can be both. Dimensions which contain strings or Boolean values cannot be continuous. Let's say the example of we do not have the Boolean value of here, but if it is like dimensions continues only the string values, and if it has only the true or false value, they cannot be continuous. Because Tableau cannot aggregate these functions, because we used in here in an example category as quantity. This makes no sense because this is a string value. That means you cannot use it as a continuous version. It will not aggregate your data. These are the cases where you actually count your string values if you do not have any measure value associated to that, and if you want to, let's say, how many categories you have, then you want to count them, then you can do a count of the string values, but these dimension values are not continuous because these are used in the level of detail. That means they are dependent on some other measure. So they will be used as dimensions only, and they are not considered as continuous values. We will see one more example of how these dimensions actually change on the level of detail. The level of detail in the view refers to how granular the data is given dimension and the measure data into the view. As you add your data fields to your rows or columns, the number of marks in your view increases. Let's say I'm just adding category. See, you have 3 marks now, and if I add subcategory into my view, the level of detail changed, and I have 17 marks over here now. Like this one will play a major role in actually changing the level of details. We will see in depth into how it is going to change our view by illustrating an example. Okay, let's take a segment in our columns. Now, as you see, we got three marks over here. Just drag region also into our columns. Okay, now we've got 12 marks because each segment is differentiated into 4. Segment has 3 and these has 4. That means completely it has 12 marks. And just drag shift date onto our rows. Okay, we've got 56 marks left because we have 5 years of data in our sheet, and this completely changed into 56 marks. And because we have 3 segments, 4 regions, and also 5 years, it will be calculated like that, and all the combinations will result in this number of marks. Okay, we would continue adding 2 dimensions to rows and columns and observe the number of total marks continues to increase because dragging a dimension to a location on the marks card, like such as color or size, this will also increase the number of marks, though it will not increase the number of headers on your view, but it also contains that detail in your view, right? Because you are using them in either color or size. That will also affect the number coming up here, and it will show the number of marks increasing. So, for example, if I just drag region, right? I just dragged straight to my color. Let's see, we have 487 columns because our state is we have so many states, and each combination of states to the segment, to the year, to the region will create 1 mark, and that will be multiplied, and you will get 487 marks in this case. If you see, Tableau is showing 5 rows by 12 columns. That means you have 5 rows here, which is the year of ship date, and 12 columns here because we have segment and region in the view. Okay, because we do not have any structure here, we've only used dimensions. Let's say we are dragging sales into our view and dragging sales into the text. Okay, what are we saying here? We have like 56 marks. That means we have 5 marks over here, 12 marks over here. That's 5 rows by 12 columns. And what is the sum of measure we are having here will be displayed the complete sum. But if you see, the level of detail is actually segregated by segment and then region and then by year. You will see each number in each cell. Even if you remove one of the dimension from your view, the level of detail will changes and your number will be aggregated based upon the year and segment. Let's undo it and see how it is aggregated based on this 3. In some cases, if you add a measure to the view, it will actually increase the number of marks in your view. For example, if I add the same sales onto my rows, I will have this 56 marks, but if I also add profit onto my rows, see, my marks increased to 112, but this is not seen as changing the level of detail because we are only adding measures, but we are not adding dimensions. The number of marks in the view is not guaranteed or corresponded to the number you get by multiplying the number of dimension values in each of the dimensions that make up the level of detail. This means even if you add as many as measures into your view, because we only have one particular set of dimensions, your marks will increase, but your level of detail will not increase because you're not adding up the dimensions, but you're adding up the measures. So in most cases, if you add more and more measures to the view, it will it will increase the marks, but the level of detail will not change. But if you see here, we sometimes have missing values. That means to the exact view what you're building on. Let's say you have segment, region, and ship date. Some of the numbers will not match, and some marks will not be shown. It will be hidden, and that is a missing values. You can actually pick them up in here and see the missing values. I just clicked on ship date. I did not have any missing values for the scenarios. I'm not seeing any of them. And if you have some missing values like that in any case scenarios, you can actually go with here and show on the missing values here. These missing values are mostly nulls. That means you do not have any matching data with that particular kind of view. That's why Tableau will not consider showing them up in this. It will not affect anything on your view, but you will see some blank spaces whenever you're showing missing values in some particular case scenarios. In this case, your marks will be increased, but your level of detail will not increase. Let's take one more example on how this measures work whenever you change time into discrete. I'm just taking segment onto my rows and sales onto my columns. So sales is a measure and Tableau will defaultly aggregate measures. If I change them into discrete, I'm just showing into a text because our text will show us in a good one. Okay, let's change this to discrete. Okay, what Tableau does here is it changed the value to a discrete version, and it showed header over here. I mean, all the dimensions discrete versions will show header straight. So measures will be aggregated and they are spread across the dimensions based on the level detail. But if you change a measure to a discrete version, it will show headers like this, and still it is a number, right? So measure is a number. So Tableau defaultly aggregates the number, and that's why your header is actually coming up as a value over here. So we talked about discrete and continuous a bit into depth, and we will also see how this discrete and continuous fields will behave in filters. Okay. When you drop let's take this view and let's say when you drop a dimension field onto the filter shelf, Tableau prompts you to choose which members you want to include in that particular point of view. I'm just dragging category, this is a discrete dimension, into my filter. So this is how I look when I drag a discrete dimension value into my filter. I will see the values as text values, and I can actually check on what to include and what to not. Okay, this is about a dimension. But when you add the date field onto the filter, so this is how a date field will look when you add it into the filter. The result can be a discrete filter or a continuous filter. And you can actually choose between a discrete one or a continuous one over here. You can also see the data that you're selecting in this particular icons. We will talk about this into a deeper level when we are discussing about the filters. But if you drag order date value into the filter, you can also select if you want it to look like a continuous filter or a dimension filter. Okay, what happens when I add continuous measure onto the filter? So these are the values I'm getting because this is a measure. I'm seeing all the data types as the hash value, and it is coming in green. That means it is a complete continuous measure value, and you can select the aggregation based upon this. So our next case scenario is how a continuous dimension looks like in a filter. So let's say this has a hash mark, that means it is a continuous value and it is a dimension. Let's say how it looks like when you add this onto the filter. You will see the values like this because this is converted into dimension. This is not a date, and you can actually filter the values like this. Sometimes it will also give you a range of values that you can filter on. So this is how they act differently whenever different kinds of fields are dragged into filters. And the last topic in this dimension and measure values will be conversion of a measure into a dimension value and how you can do it. So I'm just taking a sheet and I'm adding sales onto my rows, discount onto my columns. Let's see what is that. And I'm changing my discount into discrete. This will create a bar for me. You can drag a measure field from the data pane, but then use it as a dimension in the view like this, and you can convert this into the dimension from here. So right now this is in the form of discrete, but still this is a measure and you can see some value over here. But if you want to change your field completely into dimension, you just have to click on here. So see, it is completely went to a dimension, because it is no longer aggregating the value and it is coming up as a dimension over here. To complete this process, to completely convert into a discrete dimension, you just have to click on discrete value here. Now it is completely changed into discrete dimension. By changing this into a discrete dimension on your view, it will not change the geographical role or data type from your data source. This is only belonging to your view, and you did your changes in here but not here. So this is in particular to this view, and you changed a discrete continuous value into a completely discrete dimension value. And right now this is created into a bucket format of numbering, and sales value is allocated to each bucket. So if you want to change the data type completely in your data as well, you have an option to drag your measures. Just click on shift, click on quantity, drag them. If you see here, Tableau is displaying where are your dimensions ending and where are your measures starting. You can drag that in any of this over here. So discrete is moved to the dimension column. Right now it is showing as a dimension, and if you see here, this changed to discrete dimension by just dragging and dropping that value over there. And if I use this column over here, because before we actually changed that in the view part, but we did not change the actual data type of the discount. And if we change the data type from here, it changes the data type from the completely data point of view. And if you use that field into the view now, this will be a complete discrete dimension, and you can change the data types like that from here as well. Right now, what we did is we changed the discrete into the dimension, right? In the same way, you can actually change the dimension value into a measure value by just doing the same to the measures. See, it actually became measures over here, and if you use this one, this will be aggregated. See the sum of row item. But what if you just use it in if it is in dimension, and I'm just using and all the members, and it will bring up all the members in that row ID, because it is not aggregating, it is not measure. Row ID is in dimension, that's why it is picking up all the values 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that, and it is not aggregating any of them. But if you do the same in here, like if you just drag to the row ID to the measures and if you add that here to you, that will aggregate the row ID and it will show it in the axis like this in the continuous format. So this is all about dimensions and measures and also discrete and continuous. Let's take one more recap of what is a dimension and what is a measure. Dimensions are text values and or date values and maps, etc. And this will be seen in the upper part of your sidebar, and measure values are discontinuous values and will contain numbers inside them, and this will be shown in the down part over here. This will be separated by this name, and you can also see a measure name adding up column coming up from Tableau measure values to actually differentiate them both. Dimensions will be in blue color and measures will be in green color. This is the major differentiation part whenever you want to know what is what in the view, and if you see here, you can easily differentiate what is dimension and what is measure over here. And we have four types of segregations inside this. We have a continuous measure and a discrete measure. We have a continuous dimension and discrete dimension. We have seen what is the difference between the four and when to use them. And measures will basically create an axis for you, and dimensions will create the header for you. And whenever you convert a measure to a dimension, that dimension will not aggregate the data. So basically, measures will aggregate the data, but dimensions will not aggregate the data. And whenever you're converting them from dimensions to measure or vice versa, you can see this difference coming up in your view. So that it is really important to know the difference between these, and this can change really big in your view, like wherever you want to measure, use it as a measure. If you're taking a date and if you want to use it as a measure or a dimension, this is playing a really big part in your view. And most of the cases will be related to a date type. Whenever you're converting them into measures or views, I actually personally suggest you that whenever you're changing the dimension to a measure or a measure to a dimension in the data pane, make sure that you will not be using it again, because you will completely changing the data type and it is permanent. But if you want to use it again but you do not want to change the data type permanently, let's do them in this view part that will be temporary to that particular view. I suggest that you do change in your view so that you can preserve the data type of the field in your data.
In the sorting and grouping, we have different options on how to sort and how to group. Sorting the data is based upon the requirement, like it always is based upon the data you have. And we have multiple options in this sorting. We have a data source order, alphabetic, a field, manual, and nested order. There are so many ways to sort in the data, which we will see in the software demo later. When viewing a visualization, data can be sorted using simple click options like from the axis or the header or a field label. In the ordering environment, additional sorting options including sorting manually in headers and legends, using the toolbar sort icons, or sorting from the sort menu is available in that. So we will see everything in our software demo. And next to the grouping part, what grouping is actually merging or combining different values in the data to give a higher or an aggregated value. Like if you have, let's say, take the example of location. If I have a Hyderabad and if I have a Hyderabad, India, and I want to combine all these two into one, I will just do a grouping and mix these two to display my value into one.
let's take an example of Africa. If you have a data like this in Africa saying that the spelling of Africa is written in different formats, like C for Africa, K for Africa, and you want to merge everything into a single point, then you will do a grouping and name that a grouping part as Africa. So this example you're seeing in the slide is how to create a group from your data pane, from your direct field available. You just have to go to the field, whatever you want to group them all, and create and group is one way of grouping your data. So the next way of grouping the data is like if you have to answer the what if questions, and like what if the view is viewed in a different perspective, like if you have region like this and you want to differentiate one part of the country into a particular region, let's say west or south or something like that, you just have to check on each and every mark over there, just drag it on your view and you can create a group from there. You can also create on clicking on the marks by control click on the marks and selecting them separately. You can also create a group by writing a calculation inside manually, like let's take the example of Africa again. I will just write manually saying that all those birds should come under the same name Africa, and everything will be grouped under them. Let's just quickly see how do we do this sorting and grouping in our tool. Okay, we do have different ways. Like I said, we have different ways to sort our data, and I'll show you how we sort our data in these different ways. For that, I just have to have some visualization on the view. I'm taking category and I'm taking the subcategory. Okay, let's see, that should be in our rows, and I'm taking sales, so I'll be just doing it in bars. Okay, now we want to sort this data because our bars are actually looking a bit zigzag. We want to sort our data, and in all cases one click per ascending and 2 clicks per sorting the data. If you see here, you actually have 2 icons over there, and you can sort the data from ascending to descending on the data directly. So if you want to sort your data ascending, see, actually your data is sorted based upon the furniture and also the subcategory, because your subcategory is actually in the view. So right now this entire sort is dependent upon 2 values, category and subcategory. So if you want to only sort on the category, you can remove your subcategory from the row and click on sorting. This will sort your data based upon only category. You can also sort your data from the axis as well. Let's see, this one is here. And if you see here, you have a small icon over here. This one is per sorting, and if you click on sorting, the basic way will be ascending to ascend A to Z. Right now, your category order is also dependent on the subcategory order, and if you click on the category order, this will not be considered and your sorting will come up on this. But if you just click on here, I just undo the sort on the category, and I'm just sorting on the subcategory. So the subcategory right now actually sorted from E to Z. If you see here, the bookcases, archives, and furnishing and tables, that means these are aligned from E to Z, and then your values are coming back. But if you see the difference, if you just directly click on here, it will be allocated according to the values, but we are actually now clicking on according to the header wise, and it will be sorted according to this view. So to clear a sort icon, you can to clear the sort from your view, you just have to click here and you can clear the sort. And this the icon, whenever you do a sort option which appears on the fill here, will be disappeared if you just do clear sort. And the other way you can do sorting is click on here and you have the sort option here. And if you click on that, you will get options to either sort it ascending way or descending way, the first thing, and later you will get options to do it on different bases: data source order, alphabetic order, field, manual, and also nested. Let's see how to do that, and just take a simpler view for you to understand it clearly. So if you only have subcategory and if you do a sort here, this will all be based upon this A to Z, and if you only have this subcategory and if you do ascending or descending sort, it will be based on your numerical values. And let's see, we will be sorting according to the sort option available here. We have different types of sorting options. The first one would be data source order. These sorts are based on how the data is sorted in the data source. Generally, for relational data sources, these tends to be a normal sort order. Natural sort order is an alphabetical sort where these multi-numbers are treated as a single character. For example, natural sorting puts 2 before 19 because 2 is actually less than 19, and where alphabetical sorting puts 19 before 2 because actually 1 is less than 2. If you just understand that, natural sorting is kind of numerical sorting because 2 is less and 19 is more, it will come back, while alphabetical sorting in the data source order works in this way. It will keep 19 in the first and 2 in the second, because 1 is before 19, it will consider that as first. Okay, and alphabetical sorting is like we all know, it is from A to Z and Z to A. I mean, to create a non-case sensitive sort, you can actually create a calculated field to that, because Tableau is actually case sensitive. And if you just click on alphabet here, see all your subcategories actually assigned from A to Z. If you see here, starts from A and ends with T. And you also can do sorting based on field. So what field does is it will actually let you choose the fields where you want to assign the sort order. The field does not need to be used in a visualization. You can select the fields from here. You can select any field from here and you can actually give the sort order which is not used in the field here as well. Right now, by default, if I just say ascending or descending, this is taking the sales value on an aggregation of sum. You can also change the aggregations over here, and you can change the field name according to here. If I just select it based on the discount, it will look differently because discount is not in a view. Discount will be considered and the sorting order is done according to that. That is one type of field sorting. Okay, I'll just remove the sort, unclear it, clear the sort. We have 2 more options in the sort. We have manual sort. A manual lets us to select the value to a desired position by just clicking on drag and drop. Okay, let's see, I want chairs on the top. See, chairs will come at to the top on the back, and I want labels to this last. Labels actually went to the last. The tables is still there, so I can actually pull tables up and labels to the last. And you can do it just by clicking this one to move that tables to the extreme top or extreme bottom, or you can just use the controller like this to move that to the at the back end. If you see there, it is automatically changing up whenever you're changing the sort order over here. That is fun, and we have one more called nested. Nested is actually, it also lets you select the field in which you want to determine to sort it. The field does not need to be in visualization. In here also, you can also select the aggregation. These nested sorts are mostly used whenever you have multiple beans. If you want to show this values sorting occurs in multiple beans, and it has this option to actually categorize according to different dimensions. Okay, let's click on this. I'm also adding one more in here. So nested sorts will give you option to actually differentiate according to the pane. So right now, the nested sort, what it did is it sorted according to the category and also subcategory. So you can actually include this too. Sometimes it won't work for some functions in some case scenarios, and you wanted to use this nested options by using two dimensions over there. And this one will give you option also to change the sort order based on some other value which is also not on the field, and you can either do ascending or descending. This nested option is used if you have multiple dimensions on your view, and this will work on your different panes. And to clearly understand this nested sorting, let's say I'm dragging the region. Let's just color it and then see the difference between each sort. We will create a sort based on nested sort. Nested, and the values are sorted according to this. If you see the difference here, for office supplies and furniture, the sort is actually east, and after east we have west. But in technology, we have west in the start and east in the last, because it is also considering the category over here. That is actually the nested sort. So when you sort the fields based upon the axis, it will normally give you a nested sort by default. Okay, let's see, if you're just doing it from here, you've got, see, a normal sort, see, east and west, east and west, east and west. But if you just click on if you click on the sort, when on the axis part, if I say I want to sort based on the sales from here, the icon coming over here, it will give you a nested sort like this. But this one, it will give you a non-nested sort. But whenever you do a sort on the axis, you will get a nested sort. So this is the difference between a nested sort and a non-nested sort, and where to use a nested sort and non-nested sort. Nested is mostly used when you have two different categories to actually consider in your sort, and if you do not want to consider the other one and you want to sort on the first one, you can go with the sorts over here without the non-nested sort. Okay, there is one last option to actually sort your data from the data pane itself. This will change the sorting order completely, like it changes the permanent value of this complete field. You can sort the value from default properties and sort. It will give you options, like it gave you options on the view as well. It will have the same options like data source, alphabetical and manual, and this sorting will make that field as a default sorting value. Whenever you do a sort from here and use that field in different worksheets, the sorting order will be basically coming from this one completely. So this consider this like a permanent sorting for that particular column. Moving on to the grouping part, as like sorting, grouping also has different ways to group on based upon our view. And the first option we get whenever we want to group the data, we have to click on that particular column which I want to create a group, and I will say create, and I will say group. It will pop up this box, and it will ask me to what do you want to group, and I'll say I want to group my office supplies and also technology into one group. I'll say click on group, and this will combine the two values and create one name, and I can rename it from here. Okay, I'll say office supplies and tech. So this will be my name, and actually I will click on OK. This will create one more column for me. This is a new column coming up from in my data, and the icon for this will be this click mark, and this will show you what is this. I mean, this you can easily differentiate by actually seeing the click mark. And if I drag the group into my view, let's say color, see all my color is actually differentiated according to that particular group. I actually grouped office supplies and technology into one group and furniture into one group. So it actually gave two colors because my group is coming up with two values only. Previously in category there are three values, but I created a group from there, from the category part, and it gave me one more value, and this value has only two variables coming out, which is first one is the furniture and the second one will be combined office supplies and technology. So only two colors will be allocated to it, and my view will be completely different from the previous one. This is one way of creating a group, and we do have other ways to create a group. Let's say I'm just taking country. We have only one in country, so I'll take a city, and we've got some dots on the city, and I'm just taking sales into the consideration to create a measure value. Okay, right now I'm seeing different cities and different states. Okay, these are the values we are getting, and to create a group from the view, let's say I want to create all this left complete part into a group. Just click on your mouse and drag the cursor and select all those rows. You will be seeing this command option over here, and this you will have this group button, click mark, and click on that. Your entire selected values will be grouped like this, and it will be grouped according to the names because we actually selected cities, and in this part all the cities will be there, and the naming part will be a little bit higher like this. To edit this kind of groups, you have to select the group like it is created. If you see the icon over here, this is saying that okay, this contains a geotagging and this is a group. This icon is actually different from this icon, and this is only a clip mark, but this one is actually a map and also a clip. To rename the group, I just go with the edit group, and I can see the group created over here. Let's see what are the values which we have selected in one particular group. These are the ones, and all the other which are left will be added into the other group. So we can rename this one like this. Rename, let's say East, and let's just rename this as West, and click on this. Actually changed, our group actually changed into East and West, and your color coding will also be differentiated based upon this city. If you see here, this new group came up and sat in the color mark, and this one is grouped into blue and this one is grouped into gray. This is how this is the other way to actually create a group, and you can use it in different visualizations to differentiate
Let's take we have a high performer, we have a low performance, and we just kind of a scatter plot, and you want to differentiate them into different boxes, and you want to give them different color. You can actually select, drag them onto you, and create your own groups. This is how you create a group, and you can also edit the group from here by clicking on edit group, and you can also edit the group from here by clicking, because our group is actually used in the color mark, and you can click on the color mark and click on edit other. You will be redirected to this box. You can group the other if you want to group other ones, and you can rename them. You can also ungroup them if you want to. If you click on one group, this will pop up, and you can ungroup them as well. Ungrouping them will be like throwing them into individual ones, and this will be seen like this, because the left part will be selected as list, and all the other options which are not groups will be considered as individual labels. You see here, it actually threw up all the left part they have selected into one group, and all these into individual entities, and the color combinations also came up like that. Okay, and you can manually select whatever you want by clicking on control and selecting them, just like selecting cells in an Excel sheet, and you can group them as well. So the other manual way, this is completely manual. I call the other way to create a group is write calculated field. Okay, I just clicked on the create calculated field. I say grouping city, and I wanted to write a clause saying that if my city is equal to, and just taking some random values from the city. This is the calculation field is case sensitive, so you need to write exactly what is paid. Is it even it is a uppercase or lowercase? It should be exactly the same. And I'm just combining two values. One city I selected as Africa, and the other one would be Ocean I see in the top. Let's say Austin. Then I'm just selecting that these cities falling under one group. Then I'll write, okay, if my city is either this or this, then show me that this is my group one. Okay, and I'm just ending the calculation. Okay, if my city is this or if my city is this, then group one. I'm clicking on OK. See, group city came up as an calculation. So this one I'm using in color. See, I have got group 1 as orange because cities are small, that's why we're not seeing them, but they are allocated with some color, and all the other parts which we did not mention anything are actually colored as nulls because we did not say what to do with the other cities, right? So I'll just say, okay, just bring back the city if nothing is falling under that two cases. Okay, and what Tableau will do is all the other cases which did not fall in our group will be considered as single variables, and all the other will be shown in different colors. But if you see the legends over here, we will find our group in here, group 1, let's say. This actually consists of 2 cities, and these 2 cities are actually included in our group. Like this, you can group different cities into one particular column, and you can display them as a group. So right now, the group city has group 1, right? We created a group 1 for 2 cities. This group 1 construct is two cities. And it will be, if you just remove the cities, the 905 and 6058 will be aggregated and shown under group 1. This is one kind of grouping inside the calculation, because sometimes we will get multiple values in our data where it has to be shown in one particular value. Let's say we have different business units. In the segment value, we have papers and we have stationery, etc. And we just want to show all of them in one particular group. We can either create a group and manually drag them, or else we can also write a calculation. In the case of cities, let's presume that you will get different spelling mistakes in your data. Let's say Africa will come under C or else K, and if you just presume, you just write it in beforehand. Like even if you have this value, just say it should come under Africa. You just write it beforehand and keep it in your desktop, and whenever your data is uploaded at the back end and you have the spelling mistake over there, Tableau will automatically understand that you have a group saying that okay, this should fall under this part, and that will align accordingly. That is how we use a calculated field in the grouping part. We consider all the mismatches beforehand and write it inside the calculation to actually assume that in one particular group in the future, so that you just have to don't go again and again create the group whenever there is a new variable coming up in your data. This is how we use the calculated fields in grouping part. So this is all about sorting and grouping. Let's move on back to our topic. The next topic would be sets, combined sets, and hierarchies.
So the next topic in our session is about sets, combined sets, and hierarchies. So what do we have in sets is set is actually a subset of data created based on some condition. That means you are creating a subset out of your field, the column you're having, to create a completely different set of data. So automatically this data is divided into in and also out. The parameters you have inside a set is in and out. And these sets are, they can be used in filters, shapes, colors to assign different shapes, etc., to assign different colors also. If you want to filter out a particular set of data in your visualization, then you can use this set in the filter. So the most common example of using a set is top 10 or the least 10 inside the field. What is a combined set? Combined set is a combination of two sets. Like if you create one set and if you want to combine that set to a different set of data and you want to display those sets combinedly on this view, you can actually create this combined sets, and these are represented by Venn diagrams. The options inside the sets are given, like if you want to keep the data or if you want to exclude the data, what data you want to keep inside your combined set, etc. And if you want to separate the members by particular column or comma, you can do that as well in the combined sets. So the next one is a hierarchy. Hierarchy will give you the drill down with a plus or minus symbol on the view, and if you want to create a hierarchy of a region or a city or a state, and if you want to keep a drill down on the view, you can create a hierarchy out of it. You just have to right click on the particular column, just click on the create hierarchy, then the hierarchy will be created, and you can place your hierarchies into your view by just giving the access to the users. They can just simply click on the plus or minus to drill down into their view. This is all about hierarchies, and the next one we will be discussing is about split and custom split. So what is a split and what is a custom split? Split is actually if you have a column where two kind of let's say you have alphanumeric values in your data and you want to split that column particularly into two different columns for your use, you can split that data into two different columns by using this function. To use the custom split, you have to give the operator for this two in between these two, so that the Tableau will recognize that particular specific separator, and it will divide the data according to that. So this custom split is they always results in the string data type, and you can use this fields separately in your visualization. Like you can divide the column into different columns and use them according to the requirement. Let's see how this works inside the Tableau tool. Okay, for defining, we will go with the sets first, and to actually create a set, I'm going to create a visualization to understand this set. I'll take profit here into my columns and sales into my rows. I'll get a scatter plot over here, and so I need many points to actually create a set because we only have 1 point right now. The measures actually coincide into 1 point, and we will get the visualization like this. So what I'm doing is I'm just dragging my product name into my detail. What happens is the level of detail will consider product name, and we will get different points because we have so many product names inside, and this will also be considered. I'm also dragging subcategory onto my detail. So this will give you also the subcategory version inside. And okay, let's say I'm dragging a subcategory into color, so we will see different colors onto a set of data. And we can see some points are actually not in the cluster, and they kind of feel like outliers. This one is actually having a profit of 25,000 and sales of 61,000. So what I want to do right now is I want to create a fixed set on my visualization. So the members of a fixed set do not change even if the underlying data changes. That means even if your data refreshes the backend, whatever you created in a fixed set will stay the same. And this set can be used for a single dimension or multiple dimensions. So let's see how to create a set. Initialization, like select one or more marks. Let's say I'm just selecting all the marks which I have in this box. Okay, right now it selects these particular sets, and I'll just get this control command over here. In this portion after the group, we will have set option to create. If you click on it, it will ask to create a set. So this is how you get the data in the set. When you click on the create set, it actually considers whatever dimensions you have in the view. Let's say product name, and consider a subcategory also because we have it in our marks card. But if you want to remove any of the dimension, you can actually click on the cross mark over here. So you can remove that in your set, and the set whatever you're creating is only based on the product name dimension over here. So remember, if you are working with different dimensions, let's undo whatever we did. If you're working with two kind of dimensions in your set, let's select this and create a set. If you're working with two kind of dimensions, let's remember you are creating your set with two dimensions inside. It will categorize your data based on the product name and also the subcategories. And when you use this filter inside any of your in this set inside any of your visualization, remember that it includes a subcategory and product name in that. And this members has 17 total. It will display how many members you selected over there. It can use this exclude column and do this as an exclude set rather than an include set. Okay, let's click on OK, and this set will appear here. We did not give any name to the set. To edit a particular set, you just have to click on it and create a name for the set. I just say set product and subcategory, and your set will be displayed in this box over in the dimensions column. If you see over here, the sets will have a icon, the Venn diagram icon, like we said before. The sets will be displayed according to this icon, and you can also add or remove data points from the created set. If you created a set using specific data point, you can add or remove or subtract data from the set. To do this, you just have to click a point on the visualization, and this one will give you options to actually add the content to your visualization or remove the content to your visualization. You can add a particular point, let's say product name QB5, QBX, to your already existing set. Let's just remember that we have to have a set over there to get this option, because if you do not have any set in your data set, this add or remove option will not be found, and you have to create a set to actually add or remove data to that particular set. So after you create a set, it displays the set over here, and you can actually drag it into visualization like any other field. When you drag this visualization, you can choose to show the members to the set or aggregate the members into in or out categories. Let's say in most cases when you drag a set to your visualization, Tableau displays the set using an in and out mode. This is like differentiated into two categories. The in members are in the set, the out members are not the members which are inside our set. Let's drag our set onto the color column rather than a subcategory and see how does it look like. And see, you've got like in and out variables inside your set, and because we drag that set in our color column, the colors are allocated according to in variable and the out variable. See, we have selected these marks on our visualization, right? So these are included inside our set, and which are not selected in our set, those are the out members for us. And you can kind of filter the members from here, saying that show members in the set, show in or out of members of the set. Show members in the set will only the show members which we selected. So if you click on show members of the set, it will be added into your filters column, and this one only show your selected values inside the set. But if you just go with the show all our members in our set like in and out values, you can actually use your complete set and differentiate them. Okay, this is one way of creating your set, but if you want to create it from the data pane, you can actually create it by just clicking on this arrow and create and set. By this, you just have to select each and every, let's say I've selected product ID, and I have all these variables inside product ID, and this one will display a pop-up box like this, and I have to manually select each and every variable which I need to be in my set. For this, we have an option to use a condition inside, like writing a formula inside, and also I can use by like top customers or least customers. Let's build top customers on that. I'm just saying customer name, create and set. So I will be going with the option top. By field, so by field default will be top, and you can also create bottom, and you can edit the number to whatever number you want it over here. Let's say top 5 customers, and based on what you want to show this top 5 customers can also be selected. You can actually select a field which is not in your view as well. Let's say I'm selecting top 5 customers according to the sales, and you can change the aggregation to whatever you want in this drop down field. So I'm naming the customer name set as customer name set. I'm leaving like that, and my set is right now here, customer name set. Let's use this in our visualization. Okay, so we created a set on the customer names and sales, right? So let's drag customer names and sales and make it into a bar graph to understand it better. Okay, I'm taking my set to display only the top 5 values of the customers according to the sales. So whenever I dragged my set into my filter, what it defaultly does is it includes all my members inside the set. So what it did, I just used a top n formula. I just picked up the top 5 customers according to the sales. So what Tableau did over here is it picked up all my top 5 customers and displayed me the names, because we dragged a customer name over here, so it display the customer names. And if you want to show the sales, you just click on the mark labels and it will show the sales according to it. And just click on sort, it will sort your data according to the top customer. Okay, we talked how to create a set like this, and we discussed about how to use this set in our filters. Okay, we also saw how to create the top 5 customers, and we also want to show what are my least customers, like who are my least 5 customers according to sales. We can create a combined set to compare these members. When you combine sets, you create a new set containing the combination of all the members, just the members that exist in both, or members that exist in one set but not the other. Let's say in one set I have top 5 customers, in the other set I have least 5 customers, and I'm just combining these two. Combining sets allow you to answer complex questions and compare cohorts of your data. And this, for example, to determine the percentage of customers who purchased both last year and also this year, you can use a combined set containing these customers from each year, right? And you can display them both on the same view. Okay, to do that, let's create one more set with the customer name with the least 5 names to combine them both. And using the top condition again, this is the set 2, and I'm using the least as bottom 5, and based on the sales and the aggregation of sum. So I just got 2 sets over here, and I'm selecting both the sets, and just click on control and select both the sets like just you do in Excel sheet, and right click on selected sets. You will get a create combined set over here. So the create combined set pop-up box will somewhat look like this, and it will give you options to merge the data in set 1 and set 2. This all looks like Venn diagrams. The first diagram is a complete join all the members in both the sets. So the second set will allow you the shared members in both the sets. That means the matching members in both the sets. So we, in our particular case scenario, we are showing the top 5 and the least 5. So we will not have any matching customer names in the top 5 and least 5, right? So we cannot use the other ones as well in this case, because we need both the values. But we will discuss what is what. The second one is actually the matching members between the first set and the second set. The third set can be the complete set from the left. Let's consider the left one as set 1, and it will match the people with the set 2, and it will only bring the values matching from the set 2, and it will bring the complete data from your set 1. The vice versa will happen to the last option. The second set will get the complete members, and it will only bring up the members from the first set which are matched. And you can also divide the set members by a particular separator. Let's say I'm going with the default options I have over here, because I'm displaying all the people in the set. Okay, I click on OK. The combined set will come over here, and what I will do is I will remove our set in the filter column, and I will use my combined set into the filter column. Okay, we have got these people, all the 10 people, the top 5 and the least 5. The reason why the bars are not coming up here, because top 5 has the axis of 25,000, which is going up too far, and the least one has the axis of 5, which is too less. The bar is not actually visible here. That's why you're not able to see the bar, but you can actually see the numbers. So in this case, we can change the diagram visualization to something else and show all the members. Okay, let's take automatic or a text one to actually display everything in our visualization, entire view. So this is actually displaying the top 5 and the least 5 people, and if you sort it, you will get it according to the order. And you can also use this combined set in color sometimes to differentiate in and out people. Right now it is showing everything in as in because this is a combined set, right? So everything, the top 10 people will be into the same color, but if you just want to show a different color for the top 5 people, you can use the first set because the first set only has top 5 people. So this is how you create the combined people, and we have one option where it's set in our combined set except shared members. Here what is except shared members is the combined set will contain all the members from the specified set that don't exist in the second set. These options are equivalent to subtracting one set from the other. Like if you want to subtract the first set from the other set, you can use this, and optionally you can specify a character to separate them apart. So this is all about the combined set, how to use the combined set in your visualizations, and how to create specific sets and later combining them into a combination of both of them, and how to use and when to use, and how to use them in filters, how to use them in color, etc. So the next one in our session would be hierarchy, how to create a hierarchy. Let's take the example from here itself and put something on the color to actually look at perfect. Okay, we have some visualization over here. Okay, and to create a hierarchy in the data pane, drag and drop a field directly onto the top of other. Okay, if you want to create a hierarchy for the category, and the next one would be subcategory, right? Because the aggregation falls as category, subcategory, etc. And you want to create a hierarchy on that. So what if you drag and keep the subcategory on the top of category is, it will create a hierarchy. This is like dragging and dropping option. We have to create a hierarchy for any field over here. So what it will do if you do that? So it will create a column category. This is the name we gave for the hierarchy, and this is a default. When you drag and drop, it will actually collide both the names and give a name. You can rename it, and this icon will come up over here. This looks like a tree chart, right? Like it is the icon for our hierarchy in Tableau. It looks like a tree chart, and the dragged field will be coming like that. And if you just click on the arrow in the left complete corner, it will look like one column. If you click on, it will show what options do you have in this particular hierarchy. And what happens if you use that in your visualization? Let's see. So it picked up category. If I drag my hierarchy onto the color, the first one in my hierarchy is actually category. So the color actually picks up the category and gives some color legends to it. If you want to drill down, because it is in hierarchy, the subcategory will also be considered in your visualization. That means whatever columns you have in hierarchy will completely be considered in your visualization. To actually look it in a better view, let's say drop your hierarchy onto the rows and give some measure to that, and this is how you see your data, right? This is the category, and this is the profit content you see under that. And if you have a hierarchy here, because we need category and subcategory hierarchy, you will get a plus symbol in here. You will also get a plus symbol on your view. You can either do a plus over here or a plus over here. That means it will display whatever column it has in the hierarchy. So now category has subcategory. So the subcategory is in your view, and it shows all the profits according to the measure value. And this one will be minus here because this one is already elaborated. You can click back to the category and your visualization changes. So using a hierarchy will give the users the access to drill down your data. When you publish this content on your server, the plus and minus marks on the views will also go, and they can click on the plus and minus marks and they can see the underlying data inside that. The hierarchy is mostly used for drilling down the data and giving users the extra access whenever they need it. Like you might not create each and every visualization separately, but if you give a hierarchy, they will get to see what is in the subcategory as well by just clicking on the plus mark. So this is one kind of creating a hierarchy from your data pane view, just by dragging and dropping it. And you can also create or remove hierarchy by just clicking on here. You can remove the hierarchy, and this category and subcategory will be differentiated and they will look normal. And if you want to add something into your hierarchy, you just have to click on that, let's say this one, and hierarchy. This is the option you get when you right click on the column name. You can add this hierarchy to a hierarchy which is already existing. Let's say we have category and subcategory hierarchy already existing now, right? So you can add that particular column to the existing hierarchy, or you can create a new one by just clicking on create hierarchy. It will show the hierarchy name and you can add fields to it later. This is a second way of creating a hierarchy. When you add data into Tableau, automatically recognize the hierarchies sometimes when it is built at the backend. Let's say you have this date columns, right? You have the date columns coming up from at the backend directly, and these date columns will defaultly come up with this plus and minus options. And this hierarchy is basically year, quarter, month, a day, week, and a date. You have this month and day directly, and you can click on this plus and minus values to show the hierarchy here. When this applies to all the date values, and you will see this plus and minus marks in your visualization with all the date columns. So this is a default hierarchy which Tableau creates for the date columns. We particularly do not call them hierarchies, but this also looks like the drill down options. These are defaultly created by Tableau. So like we discussed, you can remove a hierarchy just by right clicking on the hierarchy and remove hierarchy. You can rename it as well over here. So that's all about hierarchies. And the next topic would be split and custom split. To split and custom split values are used to differentiate your columns into more columns. Let's take an example of the order ID. So order ID is aligned in a numeric field, and it has the state coming up here in the start, next followed by the year, and next followed by our number, whatever number it is allocated into. So what if we want to divide this order ID into 3 different columns? If I want to see the first 2 values in one column and the year in one column and my code in one column. Okay, I'll just go with this and I will say split my data into 3 different columns. So the option I will be using is I'm just right clicking on my order ID column, and I can go to transform and I will say split. So here Tableau automatically picked up what can be split into the different columns, and it did according to the calculation. If you just open one particular column, it will show what data it has underneath it, and see
we just use the split column without any separator, but Tableau automatically picks up the separator. It guessed that it could be the hyphen value for this particular column, and it divided the order ID into 3 different columns. And you can use these 3 different columns in 3 different ways. And the second one can be your year, the third one can be your order ID, and the first one can be your state. If I just remove this order ID now, let's see how Tableau is aggregating the data. It aggregated data according to the CA and according to the US. And I just want to see my only values coming up from my CA. I'll just filter out the data according to the order ID split, the first column, which only gives me the CA data. And inside the CA data, I have this 4 years, and if I want to look at only one particular year, I'll be putting up the second column in my filter, and I will just say I need to look at 2017 data only. So then I will only get this CA values and 2017 values only, and how many order IDs I have. Let's use this order IDs in the form of measure. So I'm taking the count of this order IDs. So there are 2736 order IDs in the CA in that particular 2017 value. So this is how a custom split is, a split is used. You can check out the calculation where Tableau defaultly used for the split. It split the data according to the hyphen value, and this is the column it used, and it split the data according to the hyphen value, and it also trimmed the data to look at in one particular column. So this is how a split works at the back end. You just have to click on that split. Tableau will work everything for you and displays it in different columns. So this is how we split the data, but how we actually use custom split is transform again and use custom split. This is the operator display part, and you can specify whether you want to what operator you want to give it to the data and how many columns you want to divide it into. Okay, let's clear up this worksheet first, and let's say I want to do a custom split. I am taking the order ID onto my view, and I'm doing a custom split from the order ID. I'm going to transform custom split and using the operator as hyphen because our data has hyphen inside, and I want to pick out only the first column of my data. Okay, and it gave me the column order ID split 4. And I only got the first 2 values inside my order ID. Let's say I use the hyphen right as a separator. Tableau goes and finds wherever the hyphen is there, and it picks up the first one beside the hyphen. That's how we get the data in a different column. So this is how the split and custom split works in Tableau, and these are the use cases where we use this custom split values to differentiate into columns. And we've seen how to use hierarchy as well. We have seen sets as well, and the use cases to where to use them. So this is the last topic for our session today, and we are just going to rewind once whatever we have learned in this particular session. So this week we have discussed the sheet interface, how Tableau looks like on the first page, and what marks and shelves and toolbar you have it over there, what the marks displayed, and how you can interpret the data inside the sheet and the view. We talked about the data types, how they look like, and where to use what data type, and how Tableau defaultly picks up the data type. And we discussed about dimensions, measures. We discussed about discrete, continuous inside our dimensions and measures, where to use them, where to change the conversion to discrete, and where to change the conversion to continuous, and how to change your measure value to a dimension and vice versa. We discussed about sort, custom sort, and grouping our data, way to use them, when to use them, and we discussed about set, combined set, and where to use them as well. We took an example of top 5 and the least 5. We just combined them and we used that in our field to look at who are the top 5 customers and who are our least 5 customers. And later we went to the hierarchies and we looked at how hierarchy works and how the drill down appears on the view and how you can give the access to the users to drill down the data by themselves. Then the last topic is like split and custom split. We discussed about how to split your column into different columns and how to also custom split to get into one particular column or 2 particular columns and when to use split data. So this is all about this week, and I hope it helped, and we'll meet you in the next week. Thank you.
Welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 4. We will be discussing about filtering and table calculations in this week. A bit about the last week's topics. We discussed about the sheet interface in Tableau, data types in their representation, dimensions and measures, and how are we going to use dimension and measure. We discussed a bit about discrete and continuous values. We discussed about sort, custom sort, and how to group values in Tableau. We also spoke about how many ways do we have in Tableau to do this sorting and custom sorting, and how many ways do we have to do grouping in Tableau. Discussed about sets, combined sets, and where to use them, how to create a set, how to create combined set from the already existing sets, and when and where to use them. Hierarchies and when to use them. Hierarchies will give users an option to drill down the data and how to add the hierarchies onto your view. Split and custom split of data, how to split and also how to custom split, and how to use that columns in your views. Moving on to table of contents for this week, we are going to discuss about filters, filter types, and their order process. How to highlight data. Context filter and its uses. We're going to discuss about calculated fields, aggregations and its uses, table calculations, LODs, which are level of expression, detailed expressions, bins and its uses. So for this week, the learning objective for our session is how to use filters in your views and how will they work when so many types of filters are used in their view, and what is their order process. And in this filters, we have a filter called context filter. We will discuss about how to use the context filter, what is context filter, etc. Calculated fields and their syntaxes, how to write a calculated field inside Tableau and what are the available syntaxes for us, and aggregation and their uses, how to aggregate data and how to change the aggregation to a different aggregation, how to create groups inside calculations. We will also discuss about table calculations, LODs, level of detail expressions, and how to create bins and its uses. So the first topic for this session is filters and their order. What are filters? Filters are used to restrict the data from a data set based on the view and the requirement. So you will filter the data based upon your requirement and how you want to see the data inside your view. And we have different types of filters in Tableau. And what are those filters? We have extract filters, data source filters, context filters, dimension filters, and measure filters. And we also have an order of operations for these filters, and we will go learn them in this kind of order only. So the first one for our filters is extract filter, and the second one is a data source filter. We will discuss into detail of filters while we are doing the software demo, and this is the order to actually remember whenever you're using your filters in the view to actually create a bit optimized dashboard, and which will also improve the performance of the dashboard. So this order is
very important to remember whenever you're using filters. So extract filters and data source filters are used before loading the data into your Tableau, and this is the filter which you place on the data source page itself. Later we will be moved into context filters. After context filters we have filters on dimensions, because you will use dimensions onto the filters, and these are dimension filters whether on the filter shelf or in the filter card in the view. Filters on measures which are used in the filters are called measure filters, and this also, even if it is on the filter shelf or on the cards view, these are called measure filters. So this is our order of the filtering process. The first one is extract, the second one is data source. I'm actually stressing on this order so many times because this is really important. So the first one would be extract and next one would be data source, because these are at the level of data source filters, and this will exclude the data from the starting itself. Later the context filter, and later we have dimension filters. If we have LODs as filters, fixed LOD come in between the context and the dimension filter. And later we have measure filters, and if we have a LOD on include or exclude, this will come in between dimensions and the measure filter. At the last we have table calculation filters. We will discuss about these LODs of fixed, include and exclude in the coming sessions, but it is better to remember that this is the order of filters, and whenever you use an LOD, if it is a fixed, it will go in between context and dimension, and if it is a include or exclude, it will go in between the dimension and measure filter. So we will quickly review all these filters in our tool, so it will be better understood on the tool. I will take a new workbook because I need to explain the data source and the extract filters, so it is always better to understand them on the new workbook. I'm going to connect to the Excel sheet which we used as the practice file, and so the data is loading up, and we will use this full data only as our data source, and we just connected our data into the data source. I'm just going to back to the sheet 1, and this is our main page. So in this session we will learn how to apply the filters on the data in a Tableau workbook. Here we will learn about applying simple Tableau filters on the data visuals, as well as some advanced type of filters like extract and interactive filters. So we will learn this filter based on the order of operations itself, because this is an important topic. Before you begin filtering the data into Tableau, it is important to understand the order in which Tableau executes these filters in your workbook. So Tableau performs actions on your view in a very specific order. This is called the order of operations. So filter are executed in this following order, and the first one would be our extract filters. So let me create some view to show you the ways to filter in Tableau. So for that I will be creating a view with a scatter plot. Let's say I'm having a discount and profit. So we have discount and profit in columns and rows. So we just got only one because we are only using measure in our data. So I'm just dragging the product name into the detail, and to get this marks, complete different marks, I'm also dragging this product details. Let me drag a category into color, because we will get 3 colors per category. This is how this product discount and profit looks like when you drag onto the view. Okay, now we are going to see how we can filter the data from the view itself. Okay, let's select the least ones which are in this part, because these are coming under 0, and let's select I want to exclude these. I want to filter them out from my view. Okay, I will just get this command button. If you just hover on it, I'll just this command button, and this includes keep only and exclude. So keep only is only including that content, whatever you have selected on.
the 65 items selected, and that sum of discount would be coming to 80. So exclude is excluding them from your view. Let's say we want to exclude these circles in our view. So what happened is this exclusions came into this filter card. Okay, and let's see how that looks like if you just click onto the filter and click on edit filter. It just excluded 65 items from your view. If you see here, excluded 65 of your total 1800 views, and all of those excluded ones will be checked here and exclude button will be applied. That's how you can exclude exclude the data from your direct view itself. What if you want to see only this content in your view, and you can select that marks from on the view, and you can select keep only. That actually includes only that data in the view because you said keep only, and this 142 items selected will be under the inclusions. This says inclusions, and this is according to the category and also the product name. The filter is according to the category and the product name, and this filter we already discussed about sets, right? This filter will be actually a set because we are filtering according to different dimensions, and we are selecting here and we are just telling it to keep only or exclude only. This is also one kind of filter, but this will be formed as a set. If you see the icon over here, this is showing that this is a set. Okay, this is one type of way of filtering, and you can also select headers to filter the data from your view. Let's see how we are going to select from the headers. Okay, I'm dragging a region. Okay, let's drag category. Let's drag also subcategory. Let's give some value to the to our view. So this is our view, right? So we can only we can filter out based on the headers. Let's say I want to only look at furniture. I will say furniture keep only because 16 items got selected, and if you click keep only category, it will be selected to furniture. To filter entire rows or columns of data from your view, you can actually select this kind of filter from the header on the tooltip that appears, and you can select either exclude or keep only from your selected data. When you select a table header that is a part of a hierarchy, all of the next level headers are also selected if it is a hierarchy. For example, if you just show two unrelated dimensions like this, it will be filtered based on only one. If you just keep a hierarchy, it will be filtered out based on the hierarchy also. So by this way, you can actually filter out from the headers itself on the view. So there is one more option to filter out, and you can simply drag and drop whatever filters you want onto the filter shelf. Another way is actually dragging and dropping, right? So this is the easier option to actually select filters. Let's say I'm looking at order date, and I'm looking at subcategory, and I'm looking at how many quantity or sold. So I just want to only look at 2017 data. So in this case, I'll simply drag order date in here, select years, and select on 2017 data only. I will uncheck everything and I'll click on OK. So this will show only 2000 data. This is one other way to actually filter out your content. So these are the ways to do the filtering, and we have different types of filters, right? We will move on to discuss about what kind of filters we have in Tableau. We will come in the same order, in the order of operations. Okay. So let's say let's talk about extract filters in Tableau. This extract filters will create an extract of a small subset of data from the original data source. Okay, whenever we connect our data to the data source, it gives us two options, right? Live or extract. Okay, when we extract the data from the data source, Tableau will create a local copy of that subset of data. Okay, and when you apply a filter on that extract, it will give that subset of data into the limited content. Let's see how we are going to do that. Okay, just right click on the data source in here, our data source, and you have to extract the data out to create an extract filter. So this one is the pop-up option you will get whenever you're creating the extract. We already discussed about live and extract versions, and we know what options we have in here. So the next thing is to add filters over here. Okay, I just need the data for region West. So this one right now only keeps the West data region, and I'll just say extract. So what Tableau will do in this is it will ask you to store the file somewhere. This is called hyperfile, and it will store the data in your local system. Let's check on if our data is extracted. One way to check if our data is extracted, we will get 2 cylinders over here. That is one. And if you want to check here, it will use this check mark, use as extract, and you will see all these options under the extract versions. Generally, it will be gray out. So this one, if you see here, whether you have got the filter right, let's drag region onto our view. See, we only got West. That says that our data is completely filtered out to only West. These are known as extract filters. And the second one for us is a data source filter. Using this data source filter in Tableau, we can directly apply our filter conditions on the data source level itself. This filters out the data at the data source and then uploads the remaining data into our Tableau worksheet. So to apply this data source filter, what we have to do is we just have to go to our data source page. You can click on here, or you can go to data and click on the edit data source. For this data source filter, we already extracted our data, but for the data source filter, it has to be a live connection. Just remember, this has to be a live connection to actually apply a data source filter. So what we are going to do is click on add under the filters one and add whatever you want to filter out for. Let's say I'm going to filter out for my segment, and I'm filtering for home office. If you can see here that the segment is only displaying keeps home office, I'm clicking on OK, and I'm clicking on to our sheet. This is a data source filter, and if you want to check whether your filter worked or not, just drag your segment in here. You can see only home office, right? This is a data source filter. And I'm repeating again, this data source filter are live. If you are creating an extract version and you're filtering, that would be an extract filter. Data source filters will only come for the live data sources. So to edit a data source filter, you just have to go to the data, click on this data source on the data source name, and you can edit data source filter from here. If you want to remove that data source, just click on this and remove. If you want to edit the already existing data filter, you can click on edit. Right now, I just want my complete data onto my practice file, so I'm removing it and I'm clicking on OK. See, your data actually popped up with all the segments. This is how you do a data source filter and the extract filter. Remember that these extract filters and data source filters filter your data on the data source level itself, because even the extract filter will extract the data whichever you have filtered it out and load the data into your workbook. So you will be only seeing that data for your entire workbook. And whenever you're working only on a subset of data, these two filters will be really helpful to work upon and create a subset from your data. In the next filter, we will be discussing about context filters into a deeper level in the coming sessions, but we will be moving into dimensions filters. Dimensions filters are the filters that we apply on individual dimensions here. These are not aggregated, and so we can select a distinct values whatever are available inside these columns.
To apply the dimension filter, you just have to drag one or more couple of dimensions onto your filters. Let's say I'm just dragging category over here. These are the options available for me inside a category, and I will just select one or two filters onto my category and it will display the content here. So I just selected only technology under my category right now. Let's check the subcategory, what category has for technology. And if you see subcategory only came up for accessories, copiers, phones, etc., right? But if you just go on with one other filter, let's say I also want home supplies. Okay, edit filter, and I am clicking on home office supplies. Okay, the subcategory actually has so many right now because we have so many subcategories in the home supplies, right? We only also selected home supplies. This is how it will display if you put dimensions onto your filters. And the next one for us would be measure filters, how measure filter will work. For that to actually understand better, I will also drag one more measure onto our view. Okay, let's remove this one also. Let's add category over here, and we have segment over here. Let's create this hierarchy level filter. Okay, we have category, subcategory, and we are having sum of sales. And the measure filters are the filters that we apply using the measure fields only. That means these fields only. Measure values are always aggregated. It can be aggregated to sum, average, minimum, maximum, etc. To apply this measure filter, you just have to drag and drop that column, whatever you need, onto your filters column. Okay, let's drag quantity column. To understand this better, I am just displaying the labels. You can display it here also. Okay, entire view. Okay, this is a view. We have a category and subcategory and sales, and I am dragging quantity. So whenever you're dragging quantity on your sales, you will get an option to select at the aggregation part also. If you go with all values, you will be seeing a range of the quantity available, and you will have different options. We will be discussing these also. And right now, I'll be selecting. Okay, my quantity should be at least 5. And I'm saying that my quantity minimum value should be at least 5. Let's click on OK. See, if you observe here, we have got different values, right? Because the quantity has been changed to 5, and from 1 to 4 has been excluded, and the rows for only 5 and above are displayed. That's how you do a measure filter, and this is the one for the measure filter. Now we have seen kinds of filters, and we will be discussing more about filters in the coming sessions, about context filters also, about LODs also. We will be learning how to use these filters when you drag the columns into the filter shelf. Let's say dimensions contain discrete categorical content. So filtering this type will generally involve selecting the values manually to include or exclude. So whenever you drag a dimension from the data pane onto the filter shelf, what you see is, let's drag one onto the filter shelf. So this is how you see the data whenever you drag dimensions, right? Because these are not aggregated values, these are unique and distinct. So each and every value will be shown here, and you have to select them manually to exclude or include. In this filter pop-up box, you can see 4 options available here. One is general, the second one is wildcard, third one is condition, and the fourth one is top. So the general tabs will show all the values which you can include or exclude. So for include, you just have to check on them and just click on OK. For exclude, you might have to check this checkbox, and this one are striked off. It says that you are excluding these 2 contents from your view. So this is how a general view in the filter box looks like. What is a wildcard? So wildcard had these options. Using a wildcard type, it can define a pattern on the filter. For example, when you're filtering on email addresses, you might want only to include emails by a specific domain. Okay, you can define a wildcard filter and says, okay, click on ends with and say at hotmail.com, and you can bring out all the emails which have only that at the ending part. And you can also say starts with, so I'm picking up all the people who has the name John and with the start as John. So I'll be picking up all the people and I'll say, okay, matching value should be John. If you want to use contain, you can use contain and say, okay, my email ID should contain this word inside that. So this is how you use a wildcard option. And later we have this condition option. Condition option in the filter dialog box actually define rules to filter. For example, in this view, you have to show by field sales, and you have to show then average of sales should be maybe 5,000 or 10,000, and you want to show only the products who has an average of 5,000. Then you can use this condition part, and you can also use range of values. Or else you can write a formula like if else or when or case. You can write any formula over here to bring up the filters according to that formula. So the last one we have over here in the filter box is top option. Using a top option in this filter defines a formula, okay, that computes the data and that will include the data based upon your top formula. For example, if you want to show only top 10 of customer ID on the count, you can actually show this by this. And if you want to show only top 10 which matches with the average time of ship to one particular value, you can also do that according to the field you select over here. Okay, I just want to see the top 10 values. This is an aggregated value, right? So you just need to select a measure over here. Let's say I just want to see the top 10 values who has a quantity of an average of that much. So it will go with the quantity average and picks up the top 10 people from it. This is how we use a top card in the filter box. So these are the options which are available for dimensions whenever using them in the filter box. So we will be seeing what are the options you will get in the measures part. These are qualitative options. So I am dragging quantity onto my filters box. Okay, measures contain quantitative data, right? So generally filtering this data involves selecting ranges that you want to include or exclude. So when you drag this measure from the data pane to the filter, you will see this pop-up box and you will be seeing aggregated versions which you want to select to. And if you select some aggregated and version and click on next, the subsequent dialog box will appear and you have different options over here. So 4 options, let's say. The first one would be range of values. So selecting the range from 1 to whatever, by default Tableau actually selects the minimum and the maximum over here in the range. You can edit the range into whatever value you needed and you can write it over here. The next one is at least, like we saw this example just now, right? We can select some value at least says that. Say, if, for example, let's say your data contains zeros and you do not want to see zeros. Let's say you're dragging the measure onto your filter pane and you wanted to see only once in your view, and without zeros, you just have to write 1 over here and click on OK, so that Tableau will exclude all the zeros from your view. This is how you use at least, and we have at most. So at most option include all the values that are less than or equal to that specified maximum value, and
If you say the 14 is the highest value in our view right now, but you can say any other number which is less than that number, you want to pick up, okay, this should be my highest number and I should see all the values which has under this. So you can go with the highest number over here and click on at most. Special has the special options to filter null values. Okay, the three options we have here is null values, non-null values, and all values. So null values brings up the data which are blank. Okay, you do not have any data over here. That data will be shown on your view. Non-null values is you will be excluding all those blanks and the remaining data will be shown here. All values is everything. These are the options we have in measure filters. The next one I'm discussing about is actually how to filter the date. Okay, whenever you add any date onto your filter option, you will be seeing these values over here, and you can select whether you want to filter on a relative date, filter between a range of dates, or select discrete dates or individual dates based upon your view. Okay, how to filter a relative date? Double click on the relative date and you will be seeing these options in your view. The relative date defines the range of dates. I mean, that updates based upon the date and time you open. This will be displaying the dates according to the data. For example, if you want to see year-to-date sales, you can actually click on years and go with year-to-date. The date will be displaying over here. It will take the current date from our systems, and this is 2021, so it will be displaying Jan 1st to 2021 to whatever date it is for your current date. So you will have an option to filter out for year, quarter, months, weeks, and days. You can filter out any value you want based upon the date functions. This date function is very important. You can use it very vastly whenever you're working with the date contents. So the next one is actually the range of dates. So range of date is a fixed range of date. For example, you want to see all the orders placed between 2014 to 15 or that particular date to this particular date. You can create the date manually over here and you can see that. So the next option would be starting date. Starting date is the first date, or else you want to display your data from one particular state. You can select that. Edit this date to one particular date, and this date will display all the content from one particular date, and ending date is a vice versa. You can write an ending date over here. That date will be at the last of your data, and this will display all the dates before that. We do also have special values in the order date, like year date filters. These are null dates, non-null dates, and all dates. These are same as what we spoke before. This kind of special values will filter out the null data or include only null data or give all the available dates over here. So this is one kind of option you have in date filters. The next one would be range of dates. If you click on range of dates, it will directly redirect to the second tab, the first one you've seen, relative dates, right? It will directly redirect to your range of dates. We do have some more options in the date filter. You can go directly to the years, quarters, months, days, week numbers, weeks, month, year, month, day, year, or if you want to pick an individual date, you can even go with the individual. I do not prefer to use these aggregated functions whenever I'm going with the date values, but you can use all these functions from years to individual dates. Let's say I want to see all the individual dates in my whatever workbook I have. Tableau will display each and every date you have at the backend. So this one starts with 7/1/2014 and ends with 5/1/2018. So this will display each and everything in your data. And if you want to filter out the latest date value, you can check this box which says filter to latest date value whenever the workbook is opened. it will filter out to the last date it has, the maximum date it has. And whenever you open your workbook and whenever your data is filtered at the back end, if you keep this, you don't have to change the date whenever your data is updated. Tableau will automatically pick up the latest date and checks this, and you can filter out based upon the latest date. So these are all the filters available for us. We have seen what kinds of filter we have, how to filter your data in different ways, and whenever you're using dimensions, measures, or dates, what are the options you are getting and what to use, when to use, etc. So let's quickly move back to our topic, highlight data.
So next topic for this week's session is highlight data. And what is a highlighter? Turning on the highlighter for one or more dimension values according to the view will show you what that particular highlighted data by dimming out all the other contents on the view. You can easily search keywords by just typing on the highlighter mark card you have on the right side of the view, and you can pinpoint the view whatever you want to highlight to the final users. This highlighter immediately highlights the mark that match or partially match with your keyword search. You just have to, like in this view for example, we have all the countries on the map. I'm just trying to search for India. It tries out to dim out all the other content on the map, and it will totally focus on the India's version. This is what the highlighter does for us. So the next one would be about context filters. So context filter stays in the order of operations. Context filter stays in the third place. And if you have a large amount of data, you might want to explore your data interactively, right? So whenever you filter, all the process rows in your data is filtered according to the order of a process. Making a filter to a context will create a subset of data. This context filter is actually known as an independent filter. So whenever a context filter is applied, all the other filters will be totally dependent on your context filter, because it will create a subset of data, and in this subset of data, all the other filters will be applied. So in this view, you can see how you can add a filter to a context by just clicking on the filter and add to context. What context filter does to your view is it can improve performance. So if there are like a lot of filters on your view and if your data is huge, the queries running at the backend can be slow. So if you set one of your filter to the context filter, this will create a subset of data, and all your performance will be depend upon that one particular subset of data. So other filters which you have will be totally depend on it. So what kind of cases in where you will be using these context filters? We can use it in top 10 filter, like setting the context filter to only the top 10 products or top 10 consumers will create a subset of data for top 10 consumers or top 10 products. Later you can build the view according to that subset of data. So to just check how this highlighting in context will work, we will quickly go back to our tool and see how this works. Okay, so if you have Superstore sample has a limited set of data, but if you have a large amount of data, you might want to explore your data interactively, and you wanted to show some specific points to your advisors to pinpoint on them. You can use this highlighting option while still maintaining the context of where those marks show in your view. So to do this, you can turn on the highlighter for one or more discrete fields. You can use one or more discrete fields in your highlighter to include that in your view, and this will affect the level of detail of your view. You can use keywords to search matching data points. The highlighter immediately highlights them and shows you the whatever the keyword you searched for. And if you update the underlying data source for your view, the data shown in the highlighter will be automatically updated. Okay, let's build a view to actually see how this highlighter works. I am dragging profits into the rows and some discount into my columns, and we will be getting a scatter plot, and this is only one point coming up because we have two measures pointed out. So I'm just dragging up a product name into the detail, and I'll be getting this kind of view. Make it colorful. Let's say drag segment onto the color, so we'll 3 colors. And what if I want to highlight one particular data set? So what I will do is I will quickly add the highlighter to whatever discrete dimension I wanted to add it to. A quick note to remember in this case is you can add the highlighters from as many as discrete fields you want, but if you're adding them onto the dashboards or stories, this is the worksheet we are looking right now, but if you want to add them onto your dashboards or stories, them on your worksheet first before adding them to your dashboards. So if you want to add them onto the dashboards, you can go to this analysis pane over here and click on highlighters. It will show what are the available discrete values you have on the view, and you can start highlighting those. And if you want to select on one particular discrete value, I just selected segment over here, and the highlight card will look like this. It will come to your right corner because we are on the worksheet, and you can search whatever all the values inside that particular discrete value will be displayed like this, and you can either search the value, or if you have only 3 to 4 contents, you can select it like this. It will highlight whatever you want to see on the view. Let's say I'm just selecting corporate will be in orange, marks will be highlighted. Let's say I want to highlight home office. Home office is coming in red, and you can actually see all the red dots on your view. So highlighters work across all the worksheets on a dashboard if the same field is included across the worksheets. If you add highlighter in one particular worksheet, and if you have the same field in the other worksheet, you can access this highlighter in the other worksheet also. If not, the same field is used and there is no match found in the highlighted value, all the other values will be dimmed out. Okay, if you have multiple highlighters on your dashboard, only one highlighter can be active at one time. Remember this point, but if you have multiple highlighters on your view, only one highlighter will work at that particular point. This is one way of adding the highlighter to your view. There is one more way which we can where we can add the highlighting to our views. Let's take an example of, we have an order date, we have sales, and let's create some detailed view. We have this subcategory as well. Let's make it to the entire view to look at all the lines. And I'm just dragging the subcategory also onto the color, and we have got this many subcategories, and I want to make this subcategory to actually highlight. I'll click on this arrow in my marks card, and we will see this show highlighter option here. This is the same way of adding the highlighter from the analysis pane in here, but you can also add the highlighter from here, and you can do the same process of highlighting one particular line or value in here. See, even if I hover on it, it will just highlight that data, actually look at that one particular line, and if you click on it, that will be static and it will be showing up there. This is how we do highlighting on a view. There is one more option called highlighting highlighter action, we call it as. So if you want to add some action to your highlighting, let's say I'm taking this out. Okay, let's see it. Okay, if I want to add some kind of action on my highlighting view, drag a dimension
See, I just added a subcategory to my label part, and here's how we see the labels, right? And this one will actually show all the labels it has. Now what I will do is, I want to see only these labels when I hover on them or when I click on them, then only it has to appear. Otherwise it has to go blind. So what I will do is, right now I'm in the worksheet. So I'll be going to the worksheet option over here. I'll click on actions. I will select action as highlight. These are highlighter actions. We will be talking about actions into a deeper level in our coming sessions, but let's see how do we highlight actions over here. Add highlight action, because sheet 6 is our name, that's why it is showing as sheet 6. We can still rename, let's say I'm renaming my sheet as highlight. Now I'm going to apply my actions highlight, and this will show as highlight because I just renamed it, and I wanted to see my data whenever I hover on that particular line. So I'm just clicking on hover here. So the target sheet and source sheet are the same because I'm running the action on the same sheet. I'll click on OK. If I just click on that, particular text is highlighted. See, all the other values are actually dimmed out, and it is only showing me binders in here because I'm actually hovering on binders. This is how you add a action highlight and while you want to hover, but there is an other option. You just have to click on it and you can get that highlighting option. See, clicking on it, you will get that highlight option, on all the others will be dimmed out. This is one action you can do in highlight, and there are other processes also to use this highlight actions. Let's say that we have the same view in the form of a table, and I want to actually highlight my table whenever I click on something. So I will use the same process. I will use select over here. If I click on 2014, all the 2014 values will be highlighted with dimming all the other values because we had an action running up for that one column. If you just go with this 2015 also, it will actually highlight the same and all the others will be dimmed out. Okay, let's better understand it in a different way. So we just saw how to actually highlight according to the discrete dimensions, right? So what if I have measures and I wanted to highlight measures from it? So okay, let's take a bit more data. Let's take, I took subcategory and profit and order date, and I want to highlight my data according to the measures. So right till now we actually saw how to make it in all discrete values. I'm just going to take this measure and say I want to highlight this in the form of measures. For that I will be going into the text. So I will make this a bar chart, and let's say we want to highlight the options based on the measure values. Okay, this is a bar chart, so I just drag the profit over here so we get the axis and we see the bars. In here we have text labels, profit in the text labels, right? So in the text labels we will get this option and click on highlighted. Okay, if you click on highlighted over here, all your text labels will actually disappear even if the text labels are on. But when you click on whatever year you want to see, you can see the text labels appearing for one particular year. Let's say I just clicked on 2014. This will actually show the labels only for one particular year I just clicked on. If you just unclick it, all the labels will be gone, and if you just click on the other year, that labels will come up and all the others will be grayed out. This is how the highlighted action works on the measure labels. We saw how to do that on the discrete, on adding actions, on adding a show highlighted version in our views. This is how you do with the measures. When you want to highlight the data, you just go here to the text labels and click on the highlighted versions. If you just remove it also, you will get this highlighted option and you can do the same, but just make sure that you have the access over here, and it will be like mark labels for the profit should be on, because yeah, this is not displaying when you highlight the data because the mark labels are not pointed out here like text labels. So the text labels for here is mandatory, and if you check on it, it will highlight the data, and if you do not have anything over here and if you only have bars, it will highlight the data for sure, because this in this text label this is highlighted, right? So this will definitely highlight it, but it will not show the mark labels. But if you have mark labels over here, the highlighted ones will have these. So this is about highlighting your data, and the next topic for us would be context filters and how to use these context filters. So as we already discussed that the context filters are independent filters, and all the other filters you have on the data will be dependent on these filters for the process. So first process, the context filter will be applied and all other filters will be applied after that. This will create an improvement in your performance, and whenever you want to create a subset of data, you can use this context filters. So how to create this context filters? Let's say we have a view of, we'll take category, also take subcategory and sales. So this is our view. So we want to create some filters also. Let's take category onto our filter. Okay, all, and let's also take subcategory onto the filter. Okay, I got this. And if you have let's say some products under the subcategory, product name is really high, so it will ask to if you want to add all the members or not. Okay, we have got this view and we have got a large amount of data on our view. Right now, what we want to say is we want to only show one particular category, and we want to actually remove furniture and technology from our view. So this one actually shows the data what it has from the office supplies, right? This is kind of filtering tool we do to keep only or exclude the data. But if you want to add this context, filter to the context filter, just click on this arrow button and say add to context. This one will actually add your filter to the context one and create a subset of data for only office supplies. This one will have this backend subset of data, and all the other filters you work on, let's say we have a filter on subcategory, only will show the values which has that data. Let's say it has only this data, and the office supplies data only will be filtered out. It will be easy for us to improve the performance also if we have only one particular data to work on. So how to add a filter to the context filter, and we get options to actually remove that context filter from the context. This is like making that filter like an ordinary filter and removing that from the context. And you can completely remove the filter from the category, and you can also edit the filter by clicking on edit. These are the options you will get with the context filters. To speed up this context filters, to improve the performance of them, using a single context filter that significantly reduces the size of data is much better than applying many context filters. If you have this one particular subset of data, just use one context filter and create a subset of data and work on your process. Complete all your data modeling before using a context, because changes in the data model will be changing the dimensions and measures. So it requires recomputing of your data. So whenever you're starting with your data model, complete your data model first and come back to the context filters. So set the necessary filters for the context and create the context before adding fields to the other shells. So you have to set your context first, and you can add your fields onto your shells later.
If you want to set a context filter on a date, you can use a continuous date. However, using this date bins like year date or context filters on discrete dates are very effective. It says that if you have a date as a context filter, let's make it continuous because this one will improve your process. And using date bins in the sense the year date or context filter on discrete dates are very effective. That means that whenever you have a discrete value for the bins or your dates, they can be very effective. Okay, let's take an example to understand its context filter better and when to use this context filter, how is this context filter running at the back end, and what are the real-time issues you face with this context filter. Let's take our data and use subcategory as our view and just take sales, and we will see the bar content. Let's sort the data to actually look it into a nice view. So okay, we will now create a top 10 filter. We will just take the top 10 filter based upon the subcategory. Let's take subcategory into our filters and we will create a top value for this field by clicking on top 10 customers by subcategory, and we can do it on sales. The aggregation would be sum. Okay, let's click on apply. So right now, what is it showing? It is only showing 10 marks, and we already know this is a top 10 filter, and this one would be showing the top 10 values from the subcategory when you click on the sales. So now let's add another filter to show only furniture products. Okay, we are taking the category and we are saying, okay, let's take only furniture. Right now we are only seeing 3 values. Why is it not showing top 10? Because we actually created a subcategory filter for the top 10 values, right? But why it is not showing is because top 10 filter is still top 10 and it is actually categorized according to the subcategory. So it will pick up the top 10 from the subcategory, which also includes everything from the category. But whenever you filter on category for furniture, in that top 10, it will filter out the furniture values and it will give you only we have to add this category to the context. See, we have got 4. I mean, right now, what it is showing is, it is showing the top 10 values under subcategory for furniture. But why is it not showing 10? It is only showing 4. Why? Because we know this top 10 filter is only evaluated based upon the subcategory, right? So the subcategory top 10, this subcategory has only 4 marks related to the furniture. That's why it is only showing 4. Under furniture, the subcategory has only 4 contents for it. So whatever 4 contents are there, it is picking up everything for the category. That's why it is only showing 4. We have seen an example how this context filter works, but let's see an example where will be the real case scenario of why we will be using the context filter. Okay, let's take an example of the sales again. Let's say we have sales and we have some product names. Okay, let's swap our column so it will be horizontal. We have sum of sales based upon the subcategory. And now we have to add subcontext filter to actually pick up some top 10 values or something like that. Just say pick up the subcategory filter and drag onto the filters, say top 10 by field, sum of sales. Okay, let's drag product name and pick up top 10 products by sales. Okay, we have got 10 marks. What if we have other filter, let's say subcategory, okay, use all. So we will just show this filter and see how it works. We have 10 marks right now. And what if I just filter on one particular set of data? I'm just picking up envelopes, papers. I'm still not getting any values. Okay, I clicked on supplies and I've got only one value under it. And I clicked on tables. Okay, still no data. Because there are no products under top 10 for this for whatever I'm clicking on. So it is not displaying my values because it will consider
every row, every product name picks up the top 10 products from them. The subcategory filter is working after picking up the top 10, it is working after that. And this one will only show the values which are present in that particular top 10 because the product name is coming up first, right? This means how is it working at the back end? So right now we have sales product name in our view and the product name filter is in our top 10. So top 10 will be looking at all the products and it will look at all the sales. It will select from 1 to 10 in your data and display the product. That is your first filter. Later on, you applied subcategory and you're selecting some values. Or Tableau will understand it. Okay, I will bring some values who are associated in that particular subcategory, but I will only search in the top 10. That's why it is bringing up only 2 values even though I've selected so many options over here. Let's say what happens when I add this subcategory to my context. So it is displaying 10 values right now. What's happening right now is the subcategory is added to context. That means the subcategory filter will be first. And whatever you add the check marks to your subcategory will be your subset of data. And that subset of data will be filtered to the product name top 10 list after the subcategory filter is applied. That's how you can see all the 10 products coming up in this particular selected areas. Even if you just remove 1 or 2, you will be seeing all the 10 marks in that particular areas because this will be completely dynamic. Because whatever you select over here, that subset of data is created and in that subset of data, it will go look for the top 10 products and this top 10 products is completely dynamic. Look how cool it is. You just have to uncheck or check the data here. Tableau will do all the search process at the back end and it will throw up all the 10 products related in that particular category. Even if you say 1 or 2, let's say tables, it will go look for the tables and it will display top 10 products. Even when your data is updated at the back end, if your data is up to date, if some new data is upgraded to your data sheet, this will work because on the subset of data, you added subcategory onto your context. And every product name which is updated at the backend will have to go through that context filter and picks up the new data and picks up the top 10 dynamically. So this I will add also performance, improve your performance. It will add interactivity to your data and it will be completely dynamic without any manual interference. This is why we use context filters in particular scenarios to make our dashboards dynamic and look interactive. So this is like all about context filters. Let's say this context filters is actually applicable to each sheet. So whenever you're using your context filters, please be careful that that is particular to that one particular sheet. And if you want to replicate the same process with some other value, you have to be careful to actually use that particular value in the other sheet with that context. And whatever filter, if the subcategory filter is having at the main dashboard and you have 2 sheets with variable scenarios of context in 2 different sheets, let's say you have to place the 2 different variables into the context in your sheets. Okay, so before displaying the dashboard, data on your dashboard, let's just play with your data and click on the filters and see how your data is appearing on your worksheet and then present your data onto your dashboard. This is a quick advice I will be giving, I am giving to you whenever you're using a context filter. And let's not forget this will create a subset of data to that one particular sheet, not the entire dashboard. Okay, let's move on to our next topic, calculated fields. Let's talk about calculated fields. What are calculated fields? Calculated fields are used to create new data based on the existing columns irrespective of data present before in the dataset. It's like creating a new column which is not in your dataset and you can use this data column in your view. This will create a new field in your data source.
You can simply create this calculated field by just right-clicking on your data pane and click on Create Calculated Field. So there are three types of calculated fields in Tableau. The first one is basic calculations. The second one is level of detail expressions. We call it as LODs. Inside LODs, we have fixed, exclude, and include. Next, we have table calculations. These table calculations transform values can be done only at the level of detail visualization. That means you can apply these table calculations only on your view. So these are the calculations available for us in Tableau. So this is how a calculated field will look like in Tableau. You have to click on the data pane arrow and just click on Create Calculated Field. A pop-up box will appear like this, and you can see all the syntaxes present in Tableau are displayed on this box with all in this text box. You can even search for a particular calculation and use them. So the syntax for this calculations is already inbuilt in Tableau calculation box, this pop-out box. And the data type is actually displayed over there whenever you write a field into your calculation field, and all the syntaxes will be coming into a scroll down option. You can search with the text part, and you can drag them onto your view, and you can use them for your purpose to build a new column. We will see all of this usage in our Tableau software demo. So let's also talk about aggregations and its uses, because aggregations are also mixed up with our calculations. To understand the calculations better, we have to also know about aggregations. So what is an aggregation? Aggregation is viewing the data at granular level. So it will make numerical values into more summarized levels. That means it will actually aggregate the data into your default aggregations. Right now, the default aggregation for Tableau will be mostly sum, almost. It is sum, but it has cases where it goes with the different aggregations, but the default one would be sum. And whenever you drag a measure onto your view, the measure will be aggregated to sum, and some of the level of detail will be displayed on your view. These measures are actually intermixed with our dimensions, because dimensions tell us what is the level of detail, and they will create the level of detail for measures, and this measure is displayed according to the level of the detail with the dimensions. Okay, we will see what are the available aggregations in Tableau. The available aggregations are sum, average, count, distinct, maximum, minimum, and median. These are some few of our available aggregations in Tableau. Let's see these aggregations and calculated fields directly in our tool. Let's take a new sheet. Before creating the calculated fields, we will also discuss about why are we using these calculated fields. Calculated fields will create new data content which for our already existing data, right? So when you create a calculated field, you are essentially creating a new field, means a new column in your data source. The values or members of which are determined with the calculation that you can control are used inside. So this calculated field is saved on your data source in Tableau, and you can create more visualizations based upon this calculated field. Why we use calculated fields in what scenarios we use calculated fields? We'll take some examples. Let's say to segment our data, to convert the data type of a field, like convert the data type from string to a date or something like that. And the next one would be aggregating our data. So sometimes it is not easy to aggregate the data based upon the aggregations available. So we will be using them inside the calculated field, and we will use aggregations inside it. And we also use it to filter results, to calculate ratios, to calculate percentages, etc. So the types of calculation fields are, as we discussed, we have three calculation fields. One is basic calculation, the second one is level of detail, and the third one is table calculation. We will be discussing about level of detail expressions and table calculations in our coming sessions, but we will go with the basic calculations first. Basic
calculations allow you to transform values or members at the data source level of detail or at the visualization level of the detail. You can either go with the row level calculation or an aggregated calculation. Let's see how we can use that in this view. The type of calculation you choose depends upon the needs of your analysis, right? Whenever you want to create a calculation, that will be completely related to your visualization. Okay, so once you have determined the calculation you want to use, you just have to create a calculated field in Tableau. Say, let's say analysis and create calculated field. So this is the pop-up box you see whenever you want to create a calculated field. The name will be displayed here, and in the calculation editor, this is called calculation editor. You can just say, okay, I want to name my calculation as a discount ratio. So I will be creating a calculation called discount ratio. So for that, I will be using a formula, say if. So there are two kinds of, let's just search if, what calculations it will be displayed here. All these calculations have if in them. This is a keyword search, so all the ifs are displayed. So if I click on some calculation, the description part of the calculation will be displayed here. So IIF is actually checks whether the condition is met and returns one value if that is true, another value if that is false, and the optional third value or null value if unknown. So let's say we were using this F, double click on the syntax, that one will be dragged onto your calculation field, or you can simply drag and drop here, or you can also write calculation field just by writing IIF, and you can double click on the available drop downs there. So we are taking the sales formula because we are looking at the discount ratio. I'm saying if my sales are not equal to 0, then give me, okay, my sales is not equal to 0, then it should be discount divided by sales, as we are creating a ratio over here. So I am actually dividing sales by discount by sales. So I'm telling Tableau to bring me, if my sales is not equal to 0, then bring me discount divided by sales. If not, give me 0. This function actually works like this. If you are done with your writing the calculation, just click on OK, and your new calculation field is displayed here. Because inside our calculation field, this is a measure we created. That's why it came up in this green box. So to use this calculated field inside your view, you have to create a visualization to display it. And always remember, all the calculated fields will have an is equal to before the icon. If you see here, my discount ratio has an equal to icon before. That means it is a calculation field, and you can use that calculation field in your view. Okay, I'm creating some view just to use my calculation field. Okay, let's say I'm just taking region, and also I'm taking category. And in the rows shelf, I just took the category, right? So this one will look something like this. And if you also want to look at the subcategory, you can drop the subcategory to actually view the whatever view you have to make it higher. So right now we have all the dimensions under our view, and we need some measure to display. What I'm doing is I'm trying to display my discount ratio. So what is this? Is the division of discount by sales. So whenever you create a percentage, it will be always displayed as 0 point something, and you can easily change the percentage in the formatting part into a percentage available. Clicking on a format, you can go for the numbers, and you can see percentage over here. We can change this to percentage like this. But right now I'm just using the number because I want to use this number to display it into kind of a view like
this. So let's see what is our view telling us. So if you say you get this coloring part displays from 0 to 45, and if you see the binders are actually at the highest discount ratio in the central department when compared with all the other. So this kind of a calculation can be used to create a new one which is not present in our visualization. In this case, we created the discount ratio and we are showing how much is the discount ratio happened in each of the region when we are looking at the category and the subcategory. So it displayed, okay, we have a highest discount ratio coming from the binders and with the central. So as you see here, the default aggregation for the discount ratio picked up as sum, but if you want to change it to sum to a different measure, let's say take an average, maybe let's say we want to see average, we can do it on an average. See the view change, right? You can see some blue marks coming up in more predominant some rows. So the average discount ratio is actually higher in some of the regions, and if you see, we have appliances coming here in the central region as a higher darker shade of blue. So this is how you use a calculation fields in your views. And if you want to edit your calculation field at any point of time, if you feel that okay, this calculation is not showing up the view what I wanted, and if you want to edit your calculation, just click on the calculation and you can either right click and click on the arrow over here. It will display the options available for that column. Let's say edit. So this one will take back to your calculation editor, and you can view the calculation inside whatever you wrote, and you can change this calculation field to whatever you want it to display. Okay, let's say I only want to see the cells which are greater than 5,000. Okay, and after you making the changes, you just click on OK, because our calculation field is already there on your view. Whenever you hit on OK, the calculation field will be automatically updated in our view, and there is no need to drop your calculation again onto the view. Right now, see the sales, I'm only taking the sales which are above 5,000, right? Then we are displaying the discount ratio, and if you see here, the view changed to that the sales are above 5,000. Only for the rows where the sale is above 5,000, this one is displayed. So the east has the highest discount ratio, followed by the south has the highest discount ratio, with the machines part followed by copiers and machines, east and central appropriately. Followed by these two values. If you hover on it, you can actually see what value it is showing up. And if you want to display the labels also, you just display the labels like this. But whenever you're working on percentages, we have to change the formats. So that's why it is showing up like that. And there are, we have seen how to create a calculation field and how to use that calculation field in our view. We can actually create this calculation fields much easier. Let's say we are creating a calculation field. I can also go up to here, click on this arrow and click on the create calculated field. This will throw up this calculation editor for me, even if I just go over there and click on the create calculator field. Okay, you can actually drag the contents into the calculated field. Let's say I'm just dragging my sales here. See, just sales appeared. You can simply click on that column, whatever you want to create, and just drag that particular column into here. And you can write a formula saying that, okay, I want to subtract my sales from my discount. So I just wrote a subtraction formula. We can even write in the normal terms, like say a hyphen will be actually giving us minus and a plus will be giving us addition, and you can just write the calculation by just dragging and dropping them. Okay, and you can name it anything you want. So this is how you can easily drag and drop fields onto your views. And the other one, you can simply drag this selection, and if you want to check the calculation how it is going to work, you just have to simply copy that content, drag that part onto the, okay, I just dragged my calculation onto my rows shelf, and my rows shelf is actually displaying that calculation. I did not even create a calculation. I just dragged whatever I wrote onto my view. So that just showed me the subtraction from the sales, from the discount onto my view. This is how you can easily drag and drop them everywhere. If you just want to write drag and drop it here, you can even drag and drop it here, and it will create a column over here. See, you can rename it to whatever name you want, and you can simply click on anywhere on the sheet. It will create a calculated field for you. This is how easy and drag and drop way to create the calculation. And whenever you're writing a calculation, you do have this box. There is a small arrow in here. See this? This one actually minimizes the content and maximizes the content, and you can use the functions here by simply double clicking on them. You can see how it is used. And if you're unsure of what calculation you want to use, just click on that calculation. It will show that explanation part on the right side. I just clicked on char, so converts the given integer, this code, into a character. So I'm just going with some other basic functions. Let's say contain, so returns true if the string contains the substring. It will also give an example on how to write that calculation and how to use this syntax in your particular field. So whenever you're not sure of how the calculation has to be written, and if you just miss a comma or some bracket over there, you can simply click on this syntax over here and you can check that. And the other one is to write a calculation. If you just click on okay, I'm just going with if, and if you just click on I, all the drop downs with I will be popped up over here. You just have to click on enter, and that will appear there. Or else, if you just double click on it, that will be appearing over there. And if you're writing the formula and if you don't know the column name, just type some letter, nearest letter. If you want to pick up the sales and you don't know what sales name is over there, I'm just writing yes. So the drop downs and brings up even the column names, even the functions, and even the calculations part. I'm just clicking on sales. This will give me the column name over here. And also, if your calculation has any error inside, this calculation will display a red color error code over here and says what you have missed. So right now it is saying to me that okay, if statement should be mapped up with the then to complete the then one. So I have to complete my entire calculation to use that if statement. That is how Tableau pops error messages, and you can simply see what how the calculation should be. So this is how you can take the advantage of this autocomplete. It's just like writing an email. It will pop up all the available content whenever you're writing your calculation, and it will say, okay, you're missing this after this. It will throw an error message and it says what you have to write and what you're missing. This is one option available to write a calculation. So if you want to edit the already available calculation, let's say it is average of discount here, I'm simply dragging that calculation over into my calculation editor. See, we have got the average of discount rate. That means whatever is here, it is actually giving me the calculation over here, and you can edit from there. So if you are using some calculation on your view, and if you want to edit that calculation into a more complicated calculation, you just have to pick up that calculation, drag and drop into your calculation editor, and you can edit your calculation and click on OK. Right now I can actually write a calculation saying that okay, my average discount ratio, I just picked it up, and I can easily subtract or plus or anything, or any of my values I can add it to here. I just say addition of sales, just double click on it, it will pop up, and this one will give you an entire different expression. So this is how you use already existing calculations. You can drop them over here into new calculation and create whatever customized calculation you want. Okay, we will discuss about a simple format option we have in calculation editor. To increase your text size on the calculation editor, you have to press this Control and plus option. This will increase the text size. Let's see. It is actually increasing my text size. And you can also decrease your text size just by clicking Control minus. This is just like your Word or Excel or PowerPoint presentation, simple command controls. So this is all about calculations. And quickly moving to our aggregations, should understand the aggregations part whenever we are writing calculations, and we have to use that aggregations inside the calculation sometimes. Okay, let's discuss about aggregations first a bit. When you add a measure onto your view, Tableau will defaultly aggregate to sum, right? So we have some common aggregations like average, medium, count, etc. So the current aggregation appears as a part of the name of the measure. Okay, and if you drag, I will just clear up this. If I drag sales to my view, it will say sum of sales. So this one is defaultly coming up. And if I want to change my sum of sales to other aggregations, these are the aggregations available for me. This is for measures. We have sum, average, median, variance, count distinct, minimum, maximum, etc. We have a couple of choices to select whenever you use a measure. This is a option we will be getting whenever we use the measures. But if you are using a dimension over here, let's just say I'm just dragging some dimension in my text and I want to aggregate that. See, these are the aggregations we will be getting whenever we add the discrete values onto our views. So we have minimum, maximum, count, and count distinct. So this is another way to view a dimension and to treat it as an aggregated value. Sometimes we just want to look at the count of, let's say, okay, I'm just taking up the product's name and I just don't want to see the product's name in each category. I just want to look at the count of product's name. See, it is just taking that discrete value and just counting it, and it is giving a number. In this process, this discrete value is actually converted into a measure. So these are the aggregations available for us in this drop-down part. We can still use aggregations inside the calculations, let's say, let's remove this, and this is sum of sales, right? This is basically summing up of all the sales. We can do the same thing using a calculation field, just by writing sum of, click on this, and sales, close the bracket. And this is the sum of sales. Let's write it as sum of sales, click on OK, and you can simply drag that to the text. You can see that if you want to compare this calculated field and also the sum of fields, see, we're getting the same value, right? But one is a calculated field and one is a direct field which we are using by using aggregations, whatever we have it in Tableau. This is showing the same thing because that's actually the same thing we have written inside the calculations. So if you want to change the type of aggregation inside the data type itself, you just have to go with whatever column you want to change. Just go with a default properties and you can change the aggregation to some other else. So what this will do is it will completely change the aggregation of that particular data point, like
that field. And if you're using that field in any of the views, this is the default aggregation it will take. So right now, if you want to make that discount into average, you can click on average and make it as a default for that one particular field value. This is how you can change the default properties of the fields. We do have an option to actually disaggregate our data. Whenever you add a measure to your view, an aggregation is applied, and by default, this default is controlled by the aggregate measures in the analysis menu. If you decide you want to see all the marks in the view without the aggregating your level of granularity, you can disaggregate the view. Disaggregating means Tableau will show each and every row separately. It means it won't aggregate your data and show it according to the level of detail, but it will show each and every row as a mark. So right now in our view, we have a region, category and subcategory as dimensions, which will determine our level of detail. So in this particular level of details, our sales are actually aggregated to sum. So what happens if I disaggregate the data? We go to analysis and click on this, uncheck this blue mark, aggregate measures. Tableau actually displays each and every row. Let's say, imagine an Excel sheet and this pointers is actually in different rows. Tableau will go and pick each and every row and display it over here. So there is no granularity. I mean, completely you're showing to the lowest level of granularity. It is not aggregated at all. These type of disaggregating data are mostly used in scatter plots. Okay, let's create a scatter plot. Let's take profit and sales. This will actually show us only one mark, right? Because whatever sales and profit we have, it is aggregated to a sum, and this sum is coincided at a point, and this will only show one particular mark. And I will just add category into my color and just display three values. We only have 3 marks because for each category, the profit and sales are summed up and it will map up at one particular point into the X and Y. This is how it looks when you aggregate the data. So what happens when you actually disaggregate the data? I'm just going to end my analysis and unchecking the aggregate measures. We have got so many dots on our view. This is actually each and every point in that particular category. So technology, whatever rows inside technology we have, it will show each and every row, and it will map up that point based upon the profit and the sales based upon the X and Y axis. Each and every row inside the furniture, each and every row inside the office supplies, each and every row inside the technology will be displayed separately. This is how Tableau disaggregates the data, and each and every part of your row or of your data is shown over here. We have learned how these aggregations work and how to disaggregate data and where are we using these aggregations, right? So there are some rules for this aggregate calculations. For any aggregate calculation, you not combine an aggregated field value with a disaggregated value. So you should actually combine a sum of sales to a sum of profit, but you can't actually combine sum of sales to only a profit. So this aggregated value should not be combined with the aggregated value. Constant terms in an expression act as an aggregated or disaggregated value as an appropriate. Okay, let's say you have a sum of price into 7 close with brackets, and if you're saying sum of price into 7 separately, these are both valid expressions. Okay, I'll just show you what we are talking about. If I write sum and I'm saying sales, I'm writing sales and I'm multiplying it with a number. Okay, let's say I'm just multiplying sum of sales into 2. This is valid. What happens if I just say sum of sales here but here? This is also a valid aggregation. It will actually, how this works is the first calculation will do sum of sales first and later multiply it with 2. This calculation actually multiplies sales into 2 first and later sum the outcome. This is the difference, but both of the calculations are valid expressions. All of the functions can be evaluated as aggregated functions, but there are some arguments to give these aggregations. I repeat, however, the arguments to any given function either must be all aggregated or all disaggregated. For example, I'm just bringing up my maximum of sum of sales. So what I'm writing is first the sum of sales will be calculated and the maximum sum of sales will be given up. So if I say I want to bring up the maximum of both profit and sales, this will not work because one is aggregated and the other one is not. This is not a valid aggregation. But what if I write profit here? Then this will become a valid expression. So in your first expression, the first half is aggregated and the second half is not. So whenever you're taking up the max of one aggregated value and the other disaggregated value, it will not actually allow you to pick up the calculation. So if you want to aggregate the data, like if you want to do an aggregation, all the values inside your aggregation calculation should be aggregated. You can't use an aggregated field to the first and later as a disaggregated value. So always disaggregated every time whenever you aggregate, that would be a measure. Because you're aggregating, right? Aggregations basically go with measures. So whatever result from the aggregations is commonly a measure. So these are some of the rules we do for aggregations. We have to remember whenever we are working with aggregations, because sometimes we will miss a basic point whenever we are working with the simpler calculations, and these are the rules we have to remember. Let's go back to our presentation, and the next topic we will be talking about is table calculations.
So what are table calculations? Table calculation is like a transformation you apply to the values in your visualization. This is a special type of calculation that computes the local data in your view. So these table calculations are currently based or in the visualization. You should not do the table calculations for the dimensions or measures whichever are not present in your view. So this is particularly only to the data, to whatever fields you are using in your already created view. So we have a quick table calculation in Tableau where it has some drop downs for us, and it will quickly compute the calculations and give us some results. So these are the quick table calculations available. Whatever you see on the field here, these are the quick table calculations. And please remember that these quick table calculations are only considered whenever you have something on your view, and this will pop up according to the data. If something is not synced with your data, this will be grayed out. That means that it is not available with your requirement. So whatever dimensions and measures are used in the view will only be considered for the table calculations. Let's see how we are going to use the table calculations in our presentation. We can use this table calculations for a variety of purposes. Let's say we can use table calculations for rankings. We can show running totals, and we can show percent of totals, we can show difference, and we can show running average, etc. So for any Tableau visualization, there is a virtual table that is determined by the dimension in the view. That means dimensions, we already know that the dimensions will deal with all the level of detail on the views. So this one, all the table calculations, whatever we do is also dependent on the level of detail. This table is not the same table as in your data source. The table you are creating on the view is the table that it will take for the table calculation. This virtual table is completely determined by the dimensions you use within your level of detail, which means the dimensions of any of the following shelves or cards in your Tableau worksheet will play the major role in your table calculations. So there are two things inside this table calculation you should be knowing. One is called partitioning and the other is called addressing fields. So what is partitioning? Partitioning is like the dimensions that define how you group the calculation. I mean, whatever dimensions you're using to group up your calculation, this is called partition. The table calculation is formed separately with each partition because dimensions will be allocating some level of detail on the view, right? So that will be calculated on this partition basis. The remaining dimensions upon which the table calculation is performed, they are called addressing fields, and they only determine the direction of the table calculation. So to understand this table calculation better, we will be creating a visualization for our table. Okay, let's take a region, order date. Let's also take segment. So whatever dimensions you use, for now our dimensions are region, segment and the year. These will determine a table on your view. Let's consider this part as a table, and this direction Tableau has the access to access the direction also. Whenever you're using the table calculations, that direction will be specified according to your quick table calculations. If I drop sales onto my view, it will show me how much of sales I've created on that particular year, in that particular segment, in that particular region. So we are only just seeing values. What if we want to create some quick table calculations, and how does it look like? So for this particular data, these are the table calculations available because Tableau can quickly make these calculations based upon the requirement. Let's say how running total works. So the values changed. If you see here, I'm also displaying the totals. Okay, row totals and column totals. So now we are also seeing totals. Okay, let's see how our calculation is working. If we go to a quick table calculation, it is doing a running total. So what is running total? It will take the first value, add up with the second value, add up with the third value, add up with the fourth value. It will give a running total of each value added up, and the grand total will be showing the last one because the last one is actually the total of everything, right? So for the running total, it will add up to the previous value of that and give the value of it. This is a running total. And whenever this partition is happening, according to the central or consumer, this is the partition we are doing based upon the dimension. What if we don't have the segment over here? What happens if we just remove one partition? So running total will be based upon, if you see here, the value completely changed because we just removed one level of detail. We lost a segment which is divided into 3 values. Right now, the running sum is based upon only region, and if you see here, this one is added up to the next value, added up to the next value, added up to the next value, and it will give you the final sum over here. So that's how the table calculations are completely dependent on the level of detail you have. This is called partitioning. Addressing the fields is like Tableau has this particular addressing of fields in which direction it has to flow. It has to flow to the left or it has to flow to the right. Does it have to compute along the pane or table down, etc. We have the values for that. We will be discussing about the addressing at the direction of calculation in our coming sessions. But let's see the basics of table calculations right now, and we will be using what calculations we have here, and we just saw running total, and we have to know each and every table calculation to understand better. So right now this is calculated running total, and I just want to see the difference. So what is difference? How is Tableau calculating the difference? So Tableau calculates the difference based on the first cell, and it will be subtracting that value from the first cell to the second cell, and it will display the difference between them. So this is a minus. That means this value has a highest number over here and it has a lowest number over here. The vice versa. It has a highest number over in the second part. Okay, let me clear the previous calculation. It actually took up the previous calculation. Let's take the difference right now. Okay, this one, the 49,000 what we saw here is subtracted from the 667, and it is displaying our value. So that happens to the entire line, and it will show the difference with the previous one. For that, we can also tell Tableau that on what cell you have to look upon. Let's say relative to. So relative to is actually when I'm computing the difference, to what relative cell you want to pick it up. Right now I've selected previous. That means it will go to 2014 cell, take it up as a previous selection, and it will show the difference between these two values. So for 2015 it will take 2014. For 2016 it will take 2015, like that. So it will take the previous value, and you can also give a first over here. That means Tableau considers this one as a first value for the difference calculation. So every value out here will take this first value and give us a difference. If you want to compare, let's say if you want to compare the quarter-wise sales, and if you're looking at the first quarter difference with all the other quarters, okay, how did I perform on the other quarters when compared to my first quarter? And I will go with this option, and I will have quarters. Let's say I'm having quarters over here. I'm just going with the quarter. So this quarter difference, and how am I performing against quarter one? So how is my difference coming up? Compare my value with quarter one. And this is how it calculates the difference, and you can use relative to any cell. You can use last cell, you can use next cell, you can use previous, you can use first. These are the direction of the calculation what Tableau uses for the difference. And this is all about how to calculate the difference in your table. The next one would be percent difference. So what is percent difference? If you want to see the calculation at the backend, just double click on your pill over here, copy your formula, and let's say we are pasting it wherever we want to see the calculation. I'm just creating a calculation because I just want to see how Tableau is actually calculating this at the backend. So table function is mostly dependent upon the lookup function. Lookup is looking up the table. Like it will make some index to 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, and it will look up the index look up the table and gets the value based upon the lookup function. So what is the percent difference is, it is taking the sum of sales, the previous sum of sales, and it is dividing by the previous sum of sales total, whatever the subtracted value we got, it is dividing by that. Let's say how it is calculating is, it will take this value minus this value divided by this value. That's what Tableau is doing. To get it in the percentage order, it is dividing it by the first value, and we just said that it is percent difference, right? So that's why it is taking the difference and dividing it by the first value. That's how we will get the percentage from out of. So let's clear this calculation. Let's see how percent of total acts like. Percent of total acts as let's say you take this four cells. It says 100%. So percent of total, what does it does is, this will compute this value divided by the entire sum of these four values. That means, what is this quarter one value when I sum up all the quarter values? How much percentage is quarter one value? How much percentage is quarter two value? Basically, it divides the whatever value you're using. Let's say quarter one. It divides the quarter one value with all the total of all the quarters. Let's consider this entire sum is 100%, and each value inside that 100% is shown here. That's why your grand total is coming as 100%. Whenever you're using a percent of total, and if you are like confused in which direction it is calculating, let's select all the values. If it is giving 100%, you can be sure that this is the way it is following the percentage, because Tableau has also this path of addressing. We will be discussing that in the coming fields. The path will be allocated based on this. If it is a percent, you can simply just see whether your percentage is mapping up to 100%, and that's how it is calculating. In this particular example, this is calculating to the right, and this one is giving the percentage when it is summing up all these four values. So that's how the percent works. Clear the calculation. Clearing the calculation is just like removing the entire calculation you just placed. That's it. So the next one is rank. So what is rank? Rank is like whenever you see these 4 values, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, what is my highest value is numbered as first. Later one will be addressed as 2, the other one 4, and the final one, last one, as 4. Because we only have 4 values over here, this one ranked it as 1, 2, 3, 4 based upon the highest number. This is how we actually rank the values based upon the table calculations. So next one would be percentile. So this is how a percentile is coming up, and if you want to look at how the percentile is being calculated, let's discuss about how the percentile is actually calculated. It is using the rank percentile with the sum of sales, because our value is sales, right? So obviously defaultly it is using sum of sales. What is rank percentile? So what rank percentile does is, exactly like rank, it will go and see each value. Okay, the highest value is 14 in here. Let's take this example. The highest value, if we have 4 values, 6, 9, 9, 14, the highest value 14 is given as the first. As this is a percentile, so the highest value will be 100%. So the second value will be placed according to the number you see over there. So out of 19, what is my 9? I mean, if 14 is my 100%, what is my 9 number coming up to what percent? So it is giving us 67 over here, and again we have 9, so it is giving us 67 again. So what is 6? My least. So the least would go with a 0 value, because your percentile is already allocated to 100% over here. Let's see here. My first value is given as 100%, my second value is given as 66, and the third value 33, and the fourth value 0. So this is how a rank percentile is calculated in the quick table calculations. So the next one for us would be moving average. This moving average is actually used for a lot of things because we wanted to see where is my average moving up to whenever we see some trending values. Let's duplicate our sheet and just go with the bar values. I want to see my region trending. Let's take only. So this is how for each region. For each region we have a quarter value, right? Let's clear our table calculation and keep it again. Moving average. So what is a moving average? The moving average of a first quarter is this much, and the second average would be this much, third this, fourth this. So average, how average is calculated is Windows average sum of sales minus 2. That means it's actually going back to 2 values, and it is taking up the before value and dividing it based upon the previous value. So Windows sum is actually taking up all the values before that, and it is creating an average out of sum of sales. So let's say my first value is 81,111. What happens if I just clear my table calculation? So the first value is 81,111 because the average value will calculate based upon some other value, right? The basic average calculation. So it needs some value for the average calculation. So my quarter 1 will be coming as exactly the same. So if I keep my quick table calculation as moving average, the second one has been changed from 95 to 88. What happened is it created the average based upon the previous quarter. The third one will be creating average based on the previous 2 quarters. The fourth one will be taking the average of these 3 quarters. Like the moving average. How is my average doing upon each quarter? You can go with right now we have a region in our dimensions. That's why we are actually seeing the partition based on region. You can go with either with other dimensions and see how is my average moving average marking up to, and when I'm giving the average sales to one region. So okay, I am actually here at quarter 1, and how is my average looking at quarter 4? Because why we are calculating the average is most of the times we will be having outliers in our data. What are outliers is minimum amount or the maximum amount. Like some of the order which has the highest amount is there in our data, and one of the order has the least amount in our data. So whenever we are showing the average, these outliers are equalized and we will get an average value with all our complete totals. So this showing an average in some of the requirements will be an important thing. Important KPI, let's say they call it as KPI. KPI is a key performance indicator. So my average is like this when compared to quarter 1. I'm at here in my quarter 4. What is the difference and how my average increased? So this will basically eliminate all your outliers in your data and give an average which is dependable when you're presenting the data. So this is how we look at the moving average in our visualization. Okay, let's clear this average value and let's go up with our next part, compute growth rate. So compute growth rate calculation shows the growth rate of each quarter, and if you see here, this is the calculation it used and it is showing a growth rate. So the growth rate has a fixed calculation. Some calculations are like basically looking like the mathematical calculations. It will bring up the growth rate and growth rate calculation and picks up how we are going each quarter. Let's see the south one. South is actually not doing good at all in quarter 2. It actually went down by -12% and -8% in quarter 3, but in quarter 4 it picked up a bit and it is 8%. So the growth rate, you can actually show how it is trending like this. If your growth rate is going down, you have to concentrate over there, and you can give an insight saying that okay, this is the area you have to put stress upon and you have to concentrate on that area. Next, what can be the possible scenarios why my growth rate is going down, and you can simply bring up some KPIs. Okay, this can be the possible reason, this can be the possible, and these are called, we call it as insights. And this is how you actually draw some insights from your data and present that to the final users. Based upon our requirement, we just have one more coming up, year-over-year growth. So what is my year-over-year growth? Let's take year for this example because that comes up well with the table calculation. It just showed red because I changed that to year, and your dimension will be changing. That's why it shows red. You just have to go there again and click on it again. That's it. There is no big deal out of whenever the table calculations go wrong. It happens all the times. You just have to point the direction again. That's it. That is the error it is showing over there. Okay, in year-over-year growth and how my data is looking up. See, in central region, when compared to 2014, 2015 decreased by 0.93%. But in 2016, it actually increased by 43.31%. That's the highest actually. And what are the other regions looking at, like when you compare with year over year? This is the formula you see when you compare with year over year. It is looking up for the values for the previous year. -1 is actually the previous year going back, and this is how your percentage looks like when you compare your growth by year. So these are the table calculations available in our quick table calculations. We can even write some table calculations inside the calculations, and in the normal create calculation part also we can write some calculations. I'll just show you one simple table calculation, the simplest one for now to understand, because we will be discussing about table calculations into a deeper level in our coming sessions. Okay, so I'm just taking an example of a segment discount. Okay, let's take a bigger one. Let's take subcategory, so it will show so many values for us. Okay, I've got accessories and subcategory and some value. How do I write a table calculation inside a calculated field? So I will say create calculated field, and I'm just creating an index for my table. So how index is calculated is If you just write in it will pop up. You have to double click, and this is the index calculation. Just index, that's it. You just have to double click. So let's write it as index. Click on OK and put our index onto the view. See, this is how you calculate the index. Index is what? Just like a serial number. Let's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2, so on, whatever values you have. So how indexing is done? It actually looks up for your table. See, if you see here, you see the delta mark, the triangle mark coming up, right? That means the pill has some table calculation inside. It is looking up for your entire table and giving you some value. That is the meaning of that delta. And it is using the table calculation here. And you can edit the table calculation whenever you click on edit table calculation. You see this pop-up box. It is doing a table calculation. This is we called the part of how it is working, table down. So that's table down is actually it is calculating from the upper part, the upper row to the down. I mean it is going +1, +1, +1. It is going like that for a table calculation. Index is giving a serial number, right? So how many rows it will find? It will add +1 and just write 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Now I will show you one more simple calculation, how this table calculations work. Okay, we will create a rank for each segment. Okay, I'm just writing rank and I'm creating a rank based on sum of sales. Okay, it should give an order, right? So I have to give some value, some measure value to create the rank upon. So I'm just writing sum of sales and I will name this calculated field as rank. Now I'm just dragging my rank into my box here. This is the card shelf. Measure values are actually coming up and you can simply drag and drop your column into here, and this one created a rank. How is your rank calculated? Again, rank is also looking up for your entire table. We have got a triangle mark over here, and this is also using a table calculation. This is doing a table down. That means it is looking up from here to the down and it is seeing for sum of sales. So what it says is it will go with sum of sales and it will place the highest sum of sales to rank 1. Let's see manually what is my highest sum of sales. If you see here, my first one is actually phones for 137. So it gave the first rank for 137. And my least one is going up to 17. Okay, we have... sorry, I just dragged discount. We need to look at sum because our calculation is based on the sum. So this rank will give a highest value, the highest rank, and the lowest one, the lowest rank. Okay, let's remove our index so we can see the rank well. Let's also sort our data so it will be sorted based upon the highest rank to the highest sum of sales to the lowest sum of sales. If you see here, the highest sum of sales is allocated 1 and it went along the values. It gave the ranking order according to the sum of sales what we have, and this ranking order is also a table calculation. It is computing according to the table down. That means it is computing from the top to the down. So whenever you're doing this table calculations, remember these are computed like a table. Let's say your top row as 1 and the least the down one as -1. So it will, whenever you are calculating from the down, it will be calculating as minus, and whenever you're calculating from the top, it will be calculating from 1. So to understand it better, we still have, we will be checking on some of the other examples also in coming sessions, but to understand the basic table calculations and what we have in the quick table calculations, tables and how actually this table calculations work. Just to understand for now that we are using this quick table calculations from here, and what are the quick table calculations available, and how the partition is working whenever you are adding some dimensions onto your visualization, how the table calculation will change according to your partition, and we will be discussing more about this addressing additional dimensions and also the path, how it is table calculating. We will be discussing that as well in the coming sessions. But for now, just understand how the table calculation is working at the back end. This is how a rank is provided, an index is provided, like it will go from the start to the last, and we have some simple table calculations like first, last, etc. to pick up some particular value on your table. All these table calculations are actually computed according to the rows. Think these tables as rows and columns, and from the starting row you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it will be computing based upon that number. So this is the table calculation part we are discussing for today, and let's move on to our next topic, level of detail expressions. As a shortcut, we'll call it as LODs. And what are level of detail expressions? So we have 3 level of detail expressions. This will also fall under calculations. So the level of granularity of the data can be changed using this LODs. Let's say I'm using an LOD which is an include. I will be bringing some of the dimension which I'm not using onto the field inside my calculation. So the granularity of your data will be changed according to my LOD. So what is an include option? So it is used to consider more dimensions into your calculation, even the dimension is not used on your view. It says that you can use your dimension inside your calculation, and if you're not using that on the view, whatever value you're seeing over there on the view, this will consider this include calculation and whatever dimension you used inside your include dimension, and it will give you a result from this calculated field. So what is exclude? This expression will exclude the specified dimension from the view. Exclude cannot be used where there is no dimension at all. Okay, let's say this is an opposite of an include function. Like the meaning says, the word says exclude. You're using some couple of dimensions on your view, and you're getting some value of like sum of sales. Let's say in the example of sum of sales, you're getting some value, and you want to exclude some content or like one dimension from your calculation, but you do not want to exclude that on the view. In this case, you can actually use exclude, and you can put the dimension inside of your calculation and say exclude. And we have one more called fixed. This level of detail expression will compute a value using a fixed specified dimensions. So opposite to include and exclude, fixed will calculate the value based on that particular dimension, whatever you used inside your calculation. It will not consider any of the dimensions you have on the view or any other dimensions out of the data. But it only sees whatever dimension you used in that fixed calculation and will calculate the measure from that particular dimension. So these are our LODs, and the next one would be bins and their uses. So what are bins? Bins are used to categorize measure value into different buckets. So what bins will do is they will create this regular intervals to the columns. Okay, let's take the example of if you are seeing a value for sum of sales for one particular region. In this case, you can simply consider that your region is creating some bucket for each value, right? If you just create a bar chart and you're using a region for sum of sales, you can simply consider the dimension as a bucket for each value. This region creating this level of detail, and it is bucketing up one range
where the value is falling under the range. So bins are used to organize the measure values into discrete data point, and they can be used only on the measures. So whenever you want to create this bucket using a measure, these bins are used in that particular requirement. Bins are generally used to create histograms. Okay, histograms will be looking like a curve kind of visualization, and bins are mostly used in histograms. If you see in your quick visualizations tab, you will see a histogram over there and how it looks like. Let's quickly go back to our tool and see how these two are performed inside our tool. So first one for us is at the level of detail. So this LODs allow you to compute values at the data source level and also at your visualization level. Just remember this point whenever you're using this LOD, it will consider creating the values, the columns you're creating at the data source level and also the visualization level. It gives you more control on the level of granularity and you want to compute, because you're using some field whichever is not in the view, or you're using some field you're excluding some field which is in the view, like that. It actually controls the granularity of the data. This one in this session we will be seeing how to use an LOD expression and how it is used in different scenarios, and we will also see the different types to create the LOD expression. We're on our full data and just navigate to a new worksheet. So I'm just dragging my region and also my sales. Okay, this is a simple view, and I'm just dragging my region to the columns. Okay, I've got this one and I'm simply converting them into a bar graph. Okay, let's map this. Okay, we have a simple bar graph with the region and the sum of sales. Now we will create a LOD calculation using include. For creating an LOD calculation, just go to analysis and you can actually click on create calculated field. You can either go with this arrow mark and say create calculated field over here also. That is one more option to create the calculated field. So inside this calculated field, I'm going to use include. Use include as our LOD. So Tableau will throw up the syntax also for this include a part, and it will start with that flower bracket because this is the syntax of LOD. So we will create one simple calculation using this include. I'm just including my customer name and I'm bringing out the sum of sales. Please remember that LOD calculations should be aggregated, otherwise it won't take the calculation. It always should be aggregated. I have to give some name. It also throws you error if you just don't fill up any name, and it also will throw an error if there is already a field with the same name. So include a sales, I'm just giving include sales. So right now in our visualization we have sum of sales. Let's see how our sales will look like if include the customer name also inside the sales, and we will see the average sales made by each customer. So for that I'm just changing my aggregation level to average. So for this, if you compare these two visualizations over here, you can see the sum of sales and you can also see the average sales per customer in each region. So this one, how this calculation works is, it will go to each and every customer name because include customer name is there in our calculated field, and it will calculate the average sum of sales for each customer name and brings out the value, and that value will be aggregated into an average. So this average will show you how your sales are looking whenever you're seeing the whole sum of sales, and whenever you're seeing according to the customer, like for each customer, how is my average of sales whenever I'm looking at the region-wise region-wise view. So this is how you create a LOD like using a calculated field. So there are other ways to actually create the LODs by simply dragging and dropping. You can create a fixed LOD expression without actually writing anything. You just have to drag and drop that particular measure on that particular dimension to get a fixed calculation. Let's see how we can do that. Okay, I'm just dragging my sum of sales onto my ship mode. Just click on create calculation field from here and you can write the fixed LOD. Because we clicked on the ship mode directly, the category will be taken into consideration inside our calculation field, and we can write our fixed calculation or include or exclude inside our calculated field. This is one way of creating the LODs from the category side. You just saw how to drag and drop the field into onto the ship mode to create a calculated field on the fixed basis. So fixed is like it will compute using a specified dimension without reference to the dimensions in the view. Like if you see here, I have region as a dimension in my view, and if you create fixed on the ship mode, it will not consider region at all. It will just give me the values of the ship mode only. Okay, let's see how to create fixed calculations on different views. Okay, I'm just dragging region. Let's go with the hierarchy so it will be understood better. So I'm also dragging state and I'm saying sum of sales. So what Tableau is doing here, it is first going to the central and it is later going to the state, and it is giving me all the values based upon the state values, right? So what if I just write a calculation based on only region? Okay, let's write the calculation field based on region. I'm just going to the region, create calculated field. So region has been come up here already, and I will say fixed. Just double click on this, it will create the syntax for you, and the syntax for is colon and sum of sales. Okay, I'm closing my floor bracket. And if you want to see the syntax in here, you can actually go up and see the syntax by just clicking on fixed. Okay, fixed region. So how this will show the values? You saw the values of how they are populating based upon the state, right? And what if I just say fixed region? See, the values completely are displaying same value for all the states. That means the fixed calculation only computing the calculation based upon the region, and it is not considering any other dimension on your view. So this one will throw up a value from the central as this value 501. Whatever you have it over here, it will show only that value, because inside your calculation you just wrote fixed region. So that calculation only consider region over here. In the same scenario, what if you use include in this scenario, and if you just say, okay, include my region as well. Let's go with that. If I say include but not fixed over here, so what Tableau will do is it will also include region and calculate sum of sales. This is the same thing what we saw before, right? Like whatever we dragged on the starting version with region, state, sum of sales. So the level of detail picked up central and also state. So in this case, there is no use of LOD at all. You can simply drag sum of sales, but I just want to show how this include calculation will work on in the same scenario. It will go to the region, include region into our view, and pick up the sum of sales. This is how the values look when you use an include calculation instead of a fixed calculation in this scenario. Let's see one more example for include calculation. Okay, I'm just dragging segment sum of sales, and I'll just show a visualization for it. Swap it, and I'm just seeing some vertical bars. Okay, right now our visualization is calculated based upon segment sales. What if I want to include something else which is not there on my view? Okay, let's say I'm including the same thing, region, into my view, as we already
wrote the calculated field, and I'm just using the same thing. Okay, so I just dragged region include. It's not fixed, it's actually include inside the calculation. What happens when you drop include a region into your calculation? So right now it is showing the same values. Why? Because the segment is already there in your detail. The segment is also included in your calculation over here. So what if I just so this one is actually going up with each region and giving us the number, but there is no difference at all with the sum of sales and fixed region, include region, because the granularity is not changing at all. Okay, let's take a different example. Let's say we'll take the include a customer name. So this one should actually bring up the customer name into our scenario, and it should give the sum of sales. It will also be the same whenever you're dropping onto your view, because the customer name in that particular column will be going into that particular segment only. So the level of granularity will not change, as we have seen before. The region also, the level of granularity did not change, because including region also it will throw up the same value. Okay, how about we take an average of the customer names sales. Okay, and that's it. We are taking an average of this complete calculation. So whatever we're doing here is we are including our customer name, and we are picking up the average sales of each customer name, because if you go with the sum, it will throw up the same value, as the granularity will not change. But if we see the include sales in this part, so the sum of sales is totally 1161,401 in that particular consumer segment. But if you just go with each customer name inside, and if you pick up the average sales that each customer made, the average one is actually coming out as 2839. So this is how you see the average trending in your sales in each segment. Even though if your sales are high, the average can be lower if you consider consumer and corporate. The corporate average is coming up high because we went to the level of granularity customer name. So it is bringing up the customer name up. It will go with each customer name and see what sales is doing, and it will pick up with the average of that. So the corporate is having the highest average than the consumer segment. Even the sales are low, the average is high. You can check it like this with each customer, and if you can easily compare with this include statement. Let's move on to our last one, exclude. So what will exclude do? What is the main function of exclude is it will exclude some values on your view. If you have some value on your view, and if you do not wish to see that value onto the measure one, you can just say exclude this and give me the value. Okay, let's see how that works. Okay, I'm going we will do the same thing which we did for region. Right now we have done a region wise sales, right? Okay, let's see this. And we know how it acts whenever we do a fixed one or whenever we do an include one. What it will do when I say exclude a region, in this state we have to exclude a state, because region is a main one. It will not show you the right values. Okay, I am saying exclude state. For the easy understanding, I'll just rename it to LOD. So whatever we have right now is it is bringing up this value based upon center and region and the state, right? What happens if I just exclude state and I want to look at the sales? See, it excluded state completely on the view. Your view has a state on inside, and the granularity should change according to the state, but it is not doing so. It is only bringing and showing our central values, and it is throwing the same value around. This is vice versa of whenever you do an include statement, like fixed statement, like whenever you do a fixed on only region with any of the other dimensions on the view, you just get this part, right? We just the same thing with the exclude. I just excluded state from my view, and the calculation completely came from center. In this case, what if I have one more dimension on my view? Let's say I'm just trying segment. See, the value changed. So what it is doing right now is it is going to the segment first and it will come back to region, but it will not consider state at all. It will not consider state at all. And this one is only based upon these two values. If you just use the same thing with fixed, how does it look like? So I'll just say only on the region, nothing else, fixed only on the region. How does it look like? See, value, even if you have segment, even if you have state in your view, it is only considering region and the value is coming up only from the region. This is how you can use this LODs in different ways, and you can really solve some tough problems, like if you want to see the average sales happened in all over your geographical content, irrespective of whatever dimension on the view, you can basically go with this. Or else if you want to see how many quantity you have sold in one particular segment, to compare it with other dimensions, and you don't want to mess up with the dimensions on your view, changing your aggregations, then you can go with this LODs. Like you can see some average value coming up to compare with that every time. So this is all about our LODs. I just want to repeat on the filters we have already discussed. There is an order of operations for the filters, and we discussed that we will be going in detail with the filters order of operations in the coming sessions previously. And here I want to just I want to point out that the fixed LOD filter will come after the context filters, and the include exclude LOD filters come after the dimension filters. So the order of operations will be applied like that. Fixed applications are always coming after context ones, in between the context and a dimension filter. So it is always before the dimension filters, the fixed ones are coming up, and include and exclude after, in between dimension and measure. That means before the measure filter. So the order of operations is like really important to remember, and I want to point out here that we are all talking on LODs, and these LODs can also be used on filters, and this is how your order of operations will consider on the data granularity whenever you're using the filter. Okay, this is all with the LODs, and we will be moving with our next topic, bins. So any discrete field in Tableau, so all the discrete fields in Tableau can be considered as set of bins. For example, if you want to create a view with profit, and let's take the view of profit and state, you can consider each state as a bin. So what state is doing right now here? It is picking up the value particularly related to the state, and it is creating a bar for you. That we can consider this as a bin. And if you want to see this values for profit assigned in the bins without any reference to the dimension, like what we have here, the profit is actually referenced to the state. But if you want to point out something without any reference to the dimension, then you can create bins. So how to create a bin? When you create bins from a measure, this will create a new dimension for you. And to create bin, you have to go to whatever measure you're thinking about to create bin. Let's create a bin on sales and create bins. So remember, you can create bins only on measures. So this is the default naming which Tableau gives us, and this is the size of the bins it says. You can even suggest the bin size for Tableau, but this is the bin Tableau suggesting. Bin is basically the range. How many values should fit under that particular bin. So in the sales, it will give you the minimum value and the maximum value. So right now your sales measure has a minimum value 0 and the maximum value is 22,638. And what is the difference between this too is over here. Count D is basically the unique values you have in that range. So from 0 to 22,638, how many unique values do you have? This is the count D of that. So if you create a bin, what it does is it will create a discrete value here. See, if you see here, the sales bin is actually a discrete value. It created a range of range of values inside it. When you add a binned dimension to the view, each bin acts an equal sized container that summarizes the data for this particular set of values. Rows or column headers are created where each bin label designates the lower limit of the range of numbers that is assigned to the bin. So how bin will act when you add this bin onto the view? Let's see that. So I'm just let's see the bin we have just created. So these are the values coming under bin. It actually started with 0. If you just remember, the bin size stated as that it should be 447 according to the value we have. So it created from 0 to the highest value based upon the bin size 447. Okay, let's take our bin size and just convert into continuous. So this is how we see when we just have only bin on that, because it does not have any measure to allocate in that particular bin. Right now what I'm doing is I'm just taking my sales bin and I'm just allocating some values inside my sale bin, and it will look like this. So this is kind of range from 0 to 447, these many values you have under it. So right now my sales is an aggregation of sum. So I want to look at what count of sales are done in that particular bin. So in my 0 bin, that means it doesn't have any sales. 0 bin, how many count of sales I have, like how many 0 sales I have. This is 8,662 sales with a 0 bin coming up. And next, in my 447 bin, how many count of sales do I have? It is 777. This is how it will allocate the values according to the bin bucket. This we call it, this kind of bins we use it for histograms, and we will create each buckets for each value. Right now we are just seeing the count of sales in my sales bin which I created, and my bin size is 447. So in that particular range, how many count of sales I have? Count of sales is just going like each sale one count. So all that particular count will be aggregated and it will be showing up like here. In this bin, this many sales I have, and in this bin, this many sales I have. So this is how a bin is used. And if you want to create something more out of your bin, and if you want to point out your average sales also in the same bin, let's just drag the average sales to the color and see the color is actually allocated according to the sum right now, but it is going with the average sales over here, and we will be seeing the average sales in particular colors as well. This is how you can point out, you can drag different things into your detail value. Okay, let's just see how many average sales I've got in each bin, and also let's just say, so based upon maybe the region, how many average sales I have, it will actually created a stacked bar out of each bin. Each mark you have it in region, because region we have 4. This one will be divided by 4 and it will be showing average sale for each region. So this is how you can create visuals from bins, and you can drag as many as dimensions into your view also to show it more insights from your data. So this is all about bins, and we will quickly move back to our presentation. So the summary for the whole session is we just went through the filters and what do we have in filters, and we also saw what type of filters are used in different case scenarios. And we learned a bit more about context filter, because context filter is a unique and independent filter and all the other filters are dependent on it. Context filter is one kind of a filter and it is important. We just saw how to use it, where to use it, etc. We discussed about calculated fields and aggregations, how to create calculation fields in different ways, what kind of aggregations we have in a quick drop down option in menu, and what kind of syntaxes we have inside the calculations, how Tableau will easily show that in that calculator editor, how to write the syntax, what is the explanation, write with an example, etc. It's like so easy, understandable, and common users are commonly used ones in our calculations. We went with the simple ones like subtraction, addition. We also went with if-else clauses, etc. And what kind of LODs we have, level of detail expressions, let's say, when to use them, we have three kinds of them, and when to use them, how they will behave in different kinds of scenarios, and what are the table calculations we have and how to use them. And we, as our last topic, we spoke about bins, how bins are used in our calculations, how bins are used to differentiate each bucket if we have a measure, and how to allocate that measure to each bin, etc. So this is a complete summary of this session, and thank you so much. We will see you in the next session.
Hello all, and welcome to the course Data Analysis and Business Intelligence with Tableau, Week 5. So in this week, we are going to learn about complete dashboarding process and the best practices. In the previous week, we have learned about the following: the filters, different types of filters and their uses, when and where to use a context filter, calculated fields and their aggregations. We have learned about type of syntax which are used in the calculated fields and the commonly used ones, how many types of LODs and when to use them, where to use them, table calculations and their uses, and finally we spoke about bin and its uses. The table of contents for this week are: we're going to learn about parameters, action filters, and then dashboarding and the layout of the dashboarding. In that, we're going to see sizing and the object, formatting, stories, and we are going to see the best practices to follow whenever we are building a dashboard. So at the end of this session, you will gain knowledge about how to use the parameters and how to customize them when you're using in different scenarios. When you're building a Tableau dashboard, what layout do you have to use? What is size and width you have to use? We will talk about them, and we will talk about the sizing of the object and containers and extensions, the formatting, size, font, color, etc. of the dashboard, how to present it beautifully whenever you complete all your views and working on them. We will learn about action filters and the use cases. We will see how stories are built, when stories are built, and how you can actually do a storytelling from all your data. And finally, we will be going to see the best practices for the visualization whenever you are presenting. So coming to our first topic, we will talk about parameters. What is a parameter? Parameter is used to include a non-existent value to the user to choose an option. So this is like building a new column into your data, and you're giving the option to choose in your data to the final end user. So whatever the data currently you have in your data set, you can map it to a new data set, and you can also give the option to the business advisor to actually toggle between them. So we do have different data types in the parameter. When you're creating a parameter, it will ask you to select a particular data type. We have integer, float, string, boolean, date, and time. So integer values are used for all the numbers, and string values are used for the text part. Boolean is for like true or false. Date, you already know that we can use date and times. The allowable values for this all, we have an option to
display all a list or a range. We will see everything in the software demo. So how do you create a parameter? So whenever you click on the right click and create a parameter, this pop-up box will appear, and these are the options you will be seeing in the pop-up box. The first box will let you select the data type, and whenever your workbook opens, what value you want to see, and it will also ask you for the display format. You can write the values and you can write whatever you want to display it to the final user in the pillow box. And also you can actually bring up the values from the already existing values if you don't want to write a parameter. And whenever you select a range of values, you can actually give a minimum and maximum values to this particular parameter in the range. And whenever you're giving a list of values, you can even write the field names and how to display them to the final business advisor. So we can also customize parameters, like whenever you create a parameter, you can actually use the parameters in different scenarios. You can even customize your parameters into multiple usages. Let's say parameters are used in a calculation. You can use it as a filter. You can use to change the reference line in your visualization. Let's say the reference line has a 90 and also 95. You can toggle between the reference lines. You can use the parameter inside the visualization to change the cuts, like cuts in the sense different columns. You can include the different columns and you can use that parameter inside your visualization. It parameter are also used for replacing the duplicate values or grouping. We already saw how to use a group inside a calculation field, and this parameter is also utilized in that scenario where you can display one value for different duplicate values, and it is also used to change the visualizations and swapping sheets. Swapping sheets is a one process where you can actually show different unrelated visualizations by just clicking on the toggle button in the parameter. You don't have to just go to the other dashboard to see a new different view. You can easily insert sheet mapping to actually toggle between the views. So we have multiple scenarios of using parameters inside our real-time data set, and we will see everything. Okay, let's discuss our parameters inside the Tableau software. So a parameter is a workbook variable, like we said, it has number, date, or string, and that it can replace a constant value in a calculation or a filter or a reference line. Okay, for example, like you created a calculated field that returns true if my sales are greater than 5 lakhs, otherwise it is false. So you can replace the constant value of 5 lakhs with a formula. Okay, you can insert this formula inside the parameter and you can actually give the parameter control to the user. This will create a visualization which is completely dynamic, and this dynamic parameter will be automatically set to the current. Let's see the example of using a parameter in the calculation. What parameters does is they will dynamically modify the values in your calculation. Rather, you manually editing inside the calculation. You just have to insert the values inside the parameter and match the values of the parameter in the calculation. Let's say we are creating a parameter. To create a parameter, you just have to click here and just say create parameter. So this one will give you options to rename first. Okay, let's say we are saying parameter inside the calculation, right? Okay, I'm saying integer and a list. So I am just giving a value of 1000 and a value of 5000, and I'm clicking on OK. Now my parameter shows two values, which is 1000 and 5000, right? So if you click on show parameter, the parameter control will be coming up over here. And now what I have to do is I have to create a calculated field to match up the parameter values. Parameter if my sales value is greater than or equal to my parameter calculation, then yes, else no. And so if I'm saying inside my calculation, I'm just mapping my sales value to my parameter calculation. So right now it says sales value is greater than or equal to parameter calculation. Whatever we have selected over here, the value will be taken up over here. And it says yes, else no. Okay. Let's create a visualization to actually check this out. I'm just taking a subcategory and sales. So what I'm doing right now is I am just bringing up my parameter calculation. Okay, just bring it up on the view. It says it has the content of above and also below. So all the above will be displayed here and all below will be displayed here. Let's what we do is let's just increase our value to maybe 1 lakh because the value we're seeing is higher. Okay, and we will let's say 50,000. Okay, see, we have selected 1 lakh, right? So whatever is actually okay, we're just seeing everything as no, and I can understand that our calculation is not working well. Okay, let's see. Okay, just make it as sum because the aggregation should be calculating on the entire sum of sales. Sometimes it will create a problem like this if you just don't say sum and it will go to each level of the row and everything will be messed up. Okay, let's say it is sum of sales is greater than a parameter calculation and I'm just dragging yes. So right now, my calculation is saying that if my sum of sales is greater than our value which is showing up here, then yes, else no. So I'm just selecting 1 lakh in my parameter calculation and it is saying all the values above 1 lakh are shown as yes and all the values below 1 lakh will be shown as no. And what if my reference value is a bit lower? Let's say 50,000. So the sales value should be greater than 50,000, then only it should say yes or else no. If you see here, the value for 78,000 now is showing as yes. And the value for 46,000 is showing as no. And the value here for 91,000 is showing as yes because these values are greater than 50,000. It will be yes and no for them. Likewise, you can actually create dynamic parameters inside the calculation to give the users to select the value what they're seeing. In this case scenario, we are just giving the business advisors or the end users to select a value what might be like they are interested in. Okay, I'm expecting my sales to be greater than 1 lakh, not less than that. So I want to see who are the subcategories, which are the subcategories falling under like greater than 1 lakh. And I also wanted to see what are the values falling on, greater than 50,000. Then I will just change my value here. Likewise, you can give different values in the parameter and give the user this dynamic filter to toggle between the values according to the requirement. This is called a dynamic parameter, which is inside your calculation field. Remember, if you are connecting the parameter to a calculation, the calculation must be used on your view. Otherwise, it won't understand the relation between the calculation and your parameter. I repeat, if you are creating a calculation here, all the parameters will be displayed in this down left corner. And you're creating a calculated field which is connected to your parameter, the calculated field should be used in the view. Otherwise, it won't understand that our calculation field in relation to your parameter. And if you just toggle the values in your parameter because the calculation field is not there on your view, it won't understand what you're doing. So right now, parameter calculation is on my view. That's why it is actually understanding and giving me the values. If I just drag my calculation onto the color, let's see, I'm just dragging onto the color. See, all the values who are like above 50,000 will be shown in orange, and all the values below 50,000 are actually shown in red. And I'm just, populating the values in the bar chart. Let's say, these values can be shown according to the color coding of the reference value. I'm just changing the 1 lakh value, and all the values above 1 lakh will be in one color and below 1 lakh will be in another color. This is how you can actually use dynamic parameters in your view or else in your marks card to change the values and give the option to the users to let them change their values. Now we have seen how to use a parameter inside the calculation field. Let's see how to use the parameter inside a filter. I'm just creating a parameter for different values, and before creating the parameter, I'll just tell you the scenario of what you might be using in the view. So parameters can give you an option to select the top end. Let's see, you just don't have to set the manual value inside the filter, but you can give the business advisors to change the top end. In this case, if you want to change the value, you just have to open the parameter control and the filter updates. For example, if you're just showing the top 10 products based on profit, but if you want to quickly change them to 10 or 20 or 30, you can use a parameter inside the filter to just change this toggle between the numbers. Let's see how we do that. Parameter and filter. I'm just naming it as parameter and filter, changing the data type as integer, giving a list, and saying 10, 20, 30. Clicking on OK. And we got a parameter here. Let's see. I have product names and I have profit. Let's see them in bars so we can easily understand them. So this is how my bar chart on a product name is looking like. Right now, I want to draw a filter on top end products. Let's say I'm just dragging product name onto the filter, selecting top. So we should go with by field. In here, we can actually insert our parameter in here. So let's say this is parameter in filter and we are creating it by profit sum. Click on OK. Right now, the parameter is for 10 only. That's why we are only seeing 10 values. So what if I click on 20? So all the 20 products will be seen over here, and you just have to toggle to actually include different numbers in your parameter. Right now we only have 10, 20, 30, but you can introduce any number into your filter and give this filter to the final user to actually let them select the product names which are in top end. Let it say 10 or let it say 20 or 30 products, so on. You can select any kind of number using a parameter inside the filter. That's how you use a dynamic value inside the parameter, introducing that into a filter. So it actually make you filter dynamic, and it will also give an option for the users to change it by themselves to see all the products which are in that particular number. And this is how you use a parameter inside the filter. Now that we have seen how to use parameters in calculations and filters, we will just move on to how to use these parameters to control the reference lines. Okay, so how do we do that? We have to add a reference line and we have to introduce our parameter inside the reference line. Let's see, let's display these values. We can actually use the same scenario and entire view. I'm just creating a parameter for the reference line. Okay, let's see the values we are getting so that our reference line looks good. We're seeing from 3,000 to 25,000. Okay, let's take 20 values so we will get more numbers. Okay, and my first value of the reference is like 2,500, and the second value of my reference number is 4,000, and my third value of the reference number is 7,000, and I'm clicking on OK. Okay, let's create a reference line. For creating a reference line, just right click on the axis and say add reference line. So right now we are seeing a reference line for sum of profit plus average, right? In this, we have to insert our parameter, and okay, let's show the value and say, let's say our line should be dotted line with some bold color, and click on OK. So we have to actually show our parameter control to toggle between the values. So in here, our first current value is 2,500. So our reference line is showing a line for 2,500. See, this is the reference line. And what if we move the reference line to other number? This will dynamically update the reference number to a new number. Right now, we just clicked on 4,000. That's why it's actually going up to 4,000. In the same way, you can also show the reference line up to 7,000. And this is how you change the values in the reference line, and this will be dynamically updated on the view. See, it's actually toggling between all the values, and your reference line is moving according to the values over here. Let's say you have a scenario where the reference line should be in like 7,000 in your top 10 products. But if you want to show, let's say 30, because your value is coming down, you want to reduce the reference line to maybe 4,000 here. In this case scenario, you can build a parameter inside the reference line to toggle the reference lines according to this and according to the top 10 products. Let's say you have a parameter, let's say you just selected a 50 over here. Your value will be drastically going down because we are on sort and it is actually working on top products, and your sum of profits will be going down, right? In this case scenario, you might want to make the reference line to 2,500 or even lower than that. In this case scenario, you just have to introduce a new values into your parameter, and you can also toggle between these things to adjust your reference line according to the top end product. So this is how we will be going to, we are using this parameter controls inside a calculation, inside a filter, or inside a reference line. Let's also see how do we use this parameter control for grouping. Just create a calculated field parameter per group, okay? And just we will take a new list, let's say subcategory, and my profit is coming like this. And here I want to combine my consumer, and also let's combine corporate and home office. Okay, and in this case scenario, what I will do is I have to create the parameter first. Let's create the parameter first. Create parameter, and parameter include. Okay, I'm going with a string value because we are actually combining two string values. In this case, we have to select string. Let's say a list of string values. In here, what I'll be showing is I'll be combining my parameter values into this. Let's say I have to show corporate home office, you have to exactly type the same values as it is showing in the view. That's why I created a this before creating the parameter. And what I'll do is, you can select the name over here to display the name in the main view. I'm selecting my home office also to corporate. So right now what I'm saying is, even it is home office, let's show corporate. Okay, it's say duplicate values. Okay, we have to add that in the calculation. Okay, home office, let's combine that inside the calculation and delete this. And I'm saying what is the other value we have? The other value is consumer. Okay, let's say consumer. Okay, we have two values right now. Click on OK. Right now, we will create a calculator field parameter in group. Okay, it has the same name. Did not create same names. Okay. If my parameter in group is equal to, what did we write? Corporate. Then, okay, first we have to combine the values. Okay, if my segment is equal to corporate, then corporate. Also, copy this one. You can even write, no problem with that. My segment is equal to home office. Then also I'm combining it to corporate. So right now my segment, if even if it is home office, it will show corporate. And our last one, consumer, then consumer. So we got the matching of, we just mapped the corporate to corporate, home office to corporate, and consumer to corporate, right? So this one right now is a calculation field. We did not map it to our parameter still, right? For the next one, we have to map it to our parameter. Okay, what I'm doing right now is parameter in group is equal to my calculation. So I'm just equalizing both of them. So these one, what they will do is they will go for the string value and equalize the string values. Let's say this is parameter group calculation, and use this one inside our view to check. This is only to check whether our values are mapped up. Let's see, corporate and home office are actually mapping up and giving us the true value. This is because in our parameter, our current value is populating to corporate, right? So the corporate one is showing as 2. So I'll just show on the show parameter, and if I click on consumer values, the consumer values will be coming up. So what right now it is doing is we are only showing them consumer and corporate. But in corporate, we also mix home office inside corporate. And if you just select corporate, all these two values will be coming up over there. Let's see how this works inside our visualization. So what I'm going to do is I'm just dragging my calculation into my filter, and I'm only selecting true. Okay, true. Right now, if you just select on consumer, it will show only consumer. But if you select on corporate, it will show home office and corporate. If you do not have segment under this parameter, whenever you select on corporate, this subcategory will include corporate and home office. But if you just select consumer, the values will be aligning only to the consumer. You will not see the logic in the view, but actually the logic is working based upon the values and the segment. So whenever you select consumer, the segment only consumer will be popping up, and the only subcategories related to the consumer will be showing up. Whenever you select corporate, all the subcategories which are allocated to corporate and also home office will be coming up because we actually clubbed them together inside our calculation. So this is how you can use this parameter inside the calculations, inside the groupings, inside the filters, or wherever you want it to be. Right now, I did not use my parameter calculation overview, right? But what happened for my parameter calculation? Why is it still working whenever I'm changing this toggle? Is because I just included my group calculation inside the filter. So whenever I change this toggle, this one will be applicable to this true value which we have selected inside the filter, and all the values will be mapped according to the filters. So the parameters are actually used in different scenarios, and we just went through some scenarios which are like coupled into basic ones like calculation field or a filter or a reference line, etc. So these parameters can also be used to change your view completely into a different cut. Let's see how we can do that. Create a calculated field. First, we will go and create a parameter. First, create a parameter. Let's say parameter cuts. I'm selecting string and I'm just giving a list. Okay. Right now, I want a view, a bar graph, and I want to display region, segment, category, and subcategory. But I do not want to see in different pages. I just want to see it in a single page. For that, I'll just give a toggle to the end user to actually change the cuts inside the panel. Let's say I'm just going with region and category, the basic one. Sorry, it is case sensitive and we have to exactly write what we have inside the calculation and also the field. And I am taking segment and I am also taking, let's say, state. Okay, I just took state, region, segment, and category, and I'm clicking on OK. So what I have to do next is I have to interrelate this parameter to a calculation so that I can use a calculation on the parameter. And I'm relating my parameter to the views I have, to the columns I have. Let's say I'm just my parameter, and if my parameter is equal to region, then show me region. So this one is a direct column. What I'm doing is I just wrote region inside my parameter, right? I'm equalizing that string value to the column over here. So I'll just say the same thing to the other four. Right now I mapped region. The next thing I would be mapping is state. This is the column, and we used subcategory and category. Okay, I'm writing category. You have to write the exact same word, case sensitive word. Whatever you write in the parameter and whatever you wrote inside the parameter, you have to use the exact same thing over here. And the last one is segment. Okay, let's say a segment. This should be segment. So I'm just ending my calculation. So I did not get any errors. Let's say OK. What I will do is I will use my calculation inside my view, and I will show the same. So right now my parameter is showing region as a first value. That's why this is actually showing up region. What if I just click on show parameter and click on category? This one will automatically get category into our view. How this functions at the backend is, if you just write category over here, the string value, and if you're mapping that string value to the actual column here, whenever you hit that string value will go to the column name which we wrote inside this calculation and bring that column here. If you say, you can actually give it some other names as well. Like if you want to show this as a category view, you can even write category view over here. That is not. You can actually write whatever you want here, but whatever you write over here should be written in the same format inside your calculation. If I just write category view in my parameter, the category view should be written over here, and that should be mapped to a column. This naming part can be different because this is only a string value. You can write anything for. But mapping that name string value to the exact column is important, because whenever you click on the toggle over here to a different view, that will go with that particular calculation string value and pick up the column whichever is mapped to that particular string value. Right now, we just click on segment. Or do we click on state? All the state values will be coming up. You can change this view according to the parameter. We've already seen how to use the parameters and how to create the parameters, how to also edit the parameters. You just have to click on this right arrow and click on edit. This pop-up box will come again. You can actually edit this pop-up box. And if you see here, you can use any data type inside the parameter, and the current value will defaultly come up with the first name. So this one is the first name. You can even change that to another value. If you want to show a default value over here, you can change that in here. And you do have options to bring up the values from a particular column over here that will actually bring all the values inside the column. I repeat, if you use, to understand it better, if you add the values from a particular column, this one will bring up this column names. It's not the main category column, but whatever variables you have it inside, that one will be coming up over here. And whenever the workbook opens, is the option to select it to a default column and to show up in here. Like whenever your workbook option, this one is mostly used in the date scenarios. Whenever a date parameter is used, and whenever you want to show to a particular date, whenever the workbook opens. Let's say in the scenario, you have data at the back end and you just selected one date. But in the next month, the data is updated, and also the dates will be updated. And whenever you want to pick on some dynamic date, you can tell the parameter saying that, okay, bring me the latest month or the latest date in this parameter, so that your parameter will be dynamic and the latest dates will be updated over here. That's how you use whenever this option is when workbook opens, right? So this is how you edit the parameter, and whenever you're using the sheets on the dashboard, let's say, and the parameters will also come up as a default onto the dashboard. But if the parameters are not there on the view, let's say I'm just deleting the parameter. And if you do not have the parameter on the view, and if you want to bring up specific parameters, an important point to note here is whenever you create a parameter, this will be applicable to, all the parameters will be showing up even if you have different data sources. And if you want to bring a particular parameter which is used into that view, let's say we are just bringing up the parameter cuts, and to work this parameter cut onto the view, you just have to remember that the appropriate calculation should be used in that particular view. If you do not use the appropriate calculation, and if you're bringing up another parameter onto the view and that is not syncing up with your current view, it will not work. Okay, right now this one will work because we just created a calculation inside our field, and that calculation is related to our parameter, and this one will change. This is how you dynamically change the views without creating different views. You just have to show this option to the user and just say, okay, you can toggle this here and you can go with the different views. You just have to say the values and you just have to toggle with different views and all the dimensions inside that will be changed. So this is how you use a parameter for changing the visualizations, for changing the cuts. Let's say cuts are basically the columns, and it's like you can change the cuts, and you can use the parameters inside the visualizations in different scenarios. Let's say you have a filter, or you have a reference line, or you have a top and filter. This one, everything can be used inside your visualization. So there is one more scenario where you use your parameter inside the visualizations to actually change the entire sheet. Let's say when you toggle this parameter, your entire sheet will be disappearing and a new sheet will appear on your view. That's so cool, right? Basically, parameters will give you all the interactivity and flexibility to your report by just creating in one particular view. You just have to toggle that. You just don't have to create different views on the same measure values to use it in your dashboard. You just have to consolidate everything in one view and just create a different cut with all these parameters. Just remember that creating a different cut on your parameters, the measure value should be the same. If you have a different measure value, this might not work. So noting on this point, let's also discuss about there are some scenarios where your parameters cannot refresh. So one of the scenario is like whenever you wrote something inside your parameter and your data at the back end got refreshed and your data is updated to a new value which is not present in your parameter, that one will not be recognized because these parameters are hard-coded. Like these are case sensitive. You're writing something inside your parameter and if it did not recognize the new value which is in your data set, that will be excluded because it is like you just wrote everything. It won't understand that your data has picked up something and it has a new variable inside that. In that case scenario, your parameter will exclude the data and show the default values what you have written. So whenever a default doesn't result a single value, there's one more case where you just wrote something and it did not find that value inside your data. Let's say in your new data, you did not have that value which is in your previous data. That one will return as null. It won't bring up any data because it did not match that string value or any of the data type, right? So it won't bring up anything at all. The other scenario is if your default field in the data source that's not yet connected. If the data source is not connected and it is not relating at all, then it won't bring up any data. It means whenever you bring up a column name and whenever the column is not there in your data, like someone has deleted it or it could not find that column at all, it will not bring up any data for you because these are all written over there and Tableau will not understand without a name for it. And if the column is not present, it will not bring up any data, right? So these are the hardcore values, and there are some constraints on the parameters as well. And when you're building a parameter, remember that whenever the data is updated at the back end, please go and check your parameters and check if updated data has any new value that has to be inserted in your parameter. So these are like important tips, some of the important tips you follow whenever you're creating a visualization or a parameter. And let's move on to how to create the sheet maps using a parameter. Okay, we have already one sheet on our dashboard, and let's create a parameter for sheet maps and string. Okay, I'll say number, and I will also say percentage. So, as we already discussed, whenever you're creating a parameter with different dimensions, and whenever you want to change the view, the measure you're using should be the same. So in our previous scenario, we used sum of sales for all our views. So the dimensions will change, but not measures. What if you have two measures and you have to show them inside the parameter? What if you have to dynamically shift through numbers and percentages? Because this one will not change the view. That's when we actually change the sheet completely, and we just magically pop up our new sheet onto the view by just giving it a parameter control. I'm clicking on OK. So I will create a calculated field and I will write if my parameter for sheet tabs is equal to number, then 1, else 0. And this is just a calculation to select it in the filter. You can then write yes or no in here. I just wrote 1 or 0. You can even give some names over there. Your sheet stat calc. Okay, we will use this sheet and we will create something new because this one is already showing what we should measures, right? Okay, this one is some more sales, and let's say we are just doing the segment, and we will create the same view, duplicate, and what we will say is we will make it to a percentage. Just going for a quick table calculation, which will give me a percentage. Right now we have same views, one is number and we have the other views which is percentage. Okay, let's make it entire view. So just go for a new dashboard, and what I'm doing is I'm dragging a container to actually fix those two sheets onto my view. We will be discussing more about containers and the sizing of objects later. Okay, right now I'm just dragging the same into container to make this. Let's make our sheet more clean. Let's also drag the other sheet to the same container. I am just stressing on this point. Whenever you're using the sheet swap method, both the sheets should be in the same container. I'm using a vertical container over here. That's how I'm just dragging my other sheet into the same container. If you see the blue line is displayed, right? That means you're just dragging the other sheet also into the same container. Okay, I'm just dropping it there right now. I have two sheets on my view. So what should we do? Actually make this one. We have to bring our parameter, the main one, onto our view. What is our parameter? It's that. So we have number and percentage, right? Right now, it's not doing up anything. What we have to do, we have to map our calculation inside the view. So for that, this is our calculation. So what I'm doing right now is I'm dropping my calculation. Okay, let's write yes or no because this map different value, or you can just make it a string by just putting the inverted commas. So inverted commas basically represent those found strings. Just give to the calculation. Right now, show this calculation, show parameter. So right now, my current calculation is under number, right? You just have to go to the number sheet because I'm just on the number for the parameter. You just go to the number sheet, drag this calculation onto the filter. It will only show 1 because this one is selected to number. That's why it will show 1. Otherwise, if it is showing the percentage, it will show 0. But remember, when you're selecting it per number, go to your number sheet and select 1. Click on OK. So the parameter right now is selected to our view. We are just linking up to our view. Okay. Yeah. So if it is number, okay, wait, percentage not coming up. Go to a percentage sheet. Okay, this should take 0. This one should be coming as 0. Let's wait. Let's check it out. So let's check our percentage sheet and just drag and select to 0 and click on OK. Let's go to our dashboard and check the sheet. Yes. Okay. So you see here, what we did is we allocated 1 to one sheet, 0 to the other sheet. So if we just click on number, it will go to our calculation and it will select 1. That means it will give the first sheet. And if we are going to select a percentage, it will go to this other sheet and select 0. That means the other sheet, percentage sheet. So right now the 1 is actually taking up the number sheet and 0 is taking up the percentage sheet. So this will dynamically change your entire sheet without just giving a new sheet. You just have to toggle between numbers and your names. So whenever you're using sheets apps, remember that you just have to hide the titles. Otherwise, if you don't hide the titles, it will actually look up like this. The sheet is actually hiding, right? Because of a parameter is per number and the percentage is still hiding at the backend. And if you just don't hide the titles, that will show up. That's why you have to hide the titles for them and you can toggle. One is showing number and the other one is showing percentages. This is how the parameter are actually used inside the sheet files. You can either select it with different measures. Let's say you can even select in the other sheet, you can select profits in this part and you can select sales in this part. You can select different measures. For the normal parameters, it's always different dimensions and the measure values will be the same. For the sheets, perhaps you can go with different measures and you just have to write the calculation, bring up them to the filter, select the appropriate value, in this case 1 and 0, but you can also go with yes or no. And this is just basically our understanding to select the right value. That's it. There is no particular word to actually write it over that. You can write anything in the calculation. And you just have to select the appropriate value. If it is not coming up, if it is not working, come back to your dashboard and change it according to the number or whatever the parameter toggle you have, and just allocate the correct value to the correct sheet so that this one will work. So in this case, the number value should be to this sheet and percentage value should be to this sheet. That's how you can change the same view automatically to different measures. We will sum up this topic by just looking at one more option. Let's say we have a date parameter and what values will it bring up when you use a date parameter. This is just like looking up what values we have inside when we use a date parameter. And let's look at the values we have it from. If you just use current value and the date will automatically take up the current date. Okay, and if you just look at this, when workbook opens, it brings up all the values, all the date values you have inside your data source. Right now, you have order date and ship date, and this will bring up all the date values you have in your current data set, and it will pop up. You can bring up all the values you have inside that particular order date. And as we click on list, that's where it's actually showing up as a list and it will show all the date values inside this order. And if you look up at the current value, the first value is 3114 and this one will show you all the orders happened on that date. Let's see how this works on our view. Okay, we just selected order date, right, in our parameter. And I'm just going order date, and I'm looking at sales values. So right now, what we have is all the order dates inside our data set, 14, 15, 16, 17, right? And we have a parameter for date, show parameter. Right now, this parameter will not work because we did not connect it to our view. We have to connect it to our view, then only we will be understanding. I mean, this one will actually understand, okay, this is actually connected to my view. And we will say this is in a date format. Remember, the value displayed is in the date format and it has to map up with the date. So what I will do is I will write a calculator field and I will map our order date to our parameter date. So right now we are just mapping our order date with the parameter. Okay. Let me just go here. So what's happening here is it is actually showing a value whatever selected over here as true false because we just dragged onto the view, right? That's why it's actually saying true false. And when I click the value, this will show the values which fall under that particular date and all the other values will be going up into the false. Right now, I'm just sensing that this one did not pick up the format well. Okay, let's see. That is in the date and we just pick up the order date. Let's also say this one is in the date format because on the default value it will take year. We are right now just equalizing the format, and this one, see, a value actually popped up here saying that okay, on 11 September I have this values that says true false under sales. So like 1962 sales under that particular date. That's how you can actually show up only the values by adding that into the total values. And let's say we're only showing to that particular date. You just have to remove the date parameter here. It's already been used on the filter. I'll say exact date because we are using the exact same date for the parameter. If you see here, this one will pick up the exact same date. And this one will show you all the values for that particular date. See here, after that date we have like 244 sales. And if you want to go with the highest date, 3012, and only 713 value is showing up over there. It's saying that this map up to this date. These date scenarios are like whenever you want to show the recent date value. Let's say your data is updating every month. Whenever it is updated, you can go with this date parameter by setting the values from the column itself. You just have to pick up the date column, bring up all the values in the parameter and show all the dates which are coming in the parameter. Whatever date you have inside the parameter will be showed under here, and you will get the values under the column from here, and you can also see the order date and ship date from your data set. And this is how a date value will filter from your parameter. And you can show all your date values inside the parameter, and you can give the final business users to select a particular date at that point of time. And this is all about parameters, and we have seen where we are going to seed parameters. We have seen the different scenarios, what are the options available and what are the data types are there inside the parameter, and how to use them inside the parameter according to the data. And our next topic is about action filters and what are the kinds of action filters we have, and we will be discussing about all the action filters.
So what are action filters? They are also called as filter actions. If you want to call it as they are called it in different ways. That you can call it as action filters or filter actions, and these are some of the action filters. we will just see what will just the action filters will do. Action filters will send the data from one sheet to the other sheet. So there are two types of action filters. One is worksheet action filter and second one is a dashboard action filter. You can either work on from the worksheet or you can work from the dashboard, and we have different kinds of actions in the way they are working, and we have different kinds of actions inside the action filter. And if you see the diagram over here, you can actually pick up the actions and it will pop up the action filter and you can click on them and we can do some filters inside it. What we have inside the action filters are, first one is a filter action. It's basically keeping a filter and clicking on one filter and it is going to the other sheet. The second one is highlight action. The third one is go to URL option, and you can pick up the other URL which you can pick up from the outside web. Fourth one is go to sheet option. You can navigate from one sheet to the other sheet using this action filter. And the last two are related to the parameters and sets, and these action filters will require a creation of a parameter and a set. We will be talking a bit more about this parameter actions and set actions in our coming topics, but these are the kind of filters inside the action filters, and we do use them in different case scenarios based upon the requirement. Okay, when you open the action filter, this is the pop-up box you will see, and these inside the action filters we have couple of options to keep them working in different ways, and we will see them directly by just going into the filter. We will see what kind of filters action filters we have. The first one is, the first box is source sheets, and it will ask from where you are applying the filter. So action filters basically from one filter to the other. So you need to see send the data from this one to that one. So we have the source sheet, we have a target sheet. By clicking on the source sheet, we'll go to the target sheet and we can use the filter in that way. We have different kinds of actions, hover, select and menu. Whenever you click on the filter and whenever you undo it, and what is the action you're going to see is, that's the option we have here. Leave the filter, show all the values or exclude all values. And the below box is a target filter. In the target filter, you can actually use the target fields to a specific column, to a dimension or a measure of what you want to target into the target sheet. This is called a target filter, and we have an option for that as well. So let's see how the action filters work in the real-time scenario. So like we discussed, filter actions or action filter sends the data from between the worksheets. Typically this sends information from one selective part to the other sheet, to whatever the target sheet it is. You will filter out all the information based upon the filter you use it here. So behind the scenes, how the filter actions set is, it will select the source sheet and targets the target sheet. So we will just create some examples on how this action filters will work, and we will also check out different case scenarios from where we are using these filters and what. Let's create some content, like let's take state. So we have got a map, and here we have unknown values. Let's edit them. So we have to map it to what state it is. Okay, this is our state field, and what we are trying to do is we will create, I'm looking at the profit data based upon the states. This is how a map looks like when you actually add show profit values. So this is the profit, and we will create subcategory and also states, enter bar graph. show the labels. So this is how it looks like. Sort your data. This is how it will work. We will name it as sales, and this is profit. We will create one more sheet and say city. I repeat, drag city onto the rows and also take sales, and we will make it into a bar graph. So we have too many values. Let's take this graph. So we will use action filters on this and name it as the sheet as sales city. So I will take a dashboard and I will drag my sheets onto the view. Drag the profit, sales, and also the sales city. Just adjust the width and height. Okay, just make it more visible. Okay, just delete the containers. And quickly drag the sheet down. So all the states are coming from the map. I want to use the map as an action filter. So what I will do is I'll just go to this drop down and I will say use as filter. So what this does is, if you just click on the sheet and say use this sheet as a filter, what Tableau does is, the data you have over here, that data filter will be applied to the other sheets on the entire dashboard. Let's say you're clicking on one particular state, all the sheets on the dashboard will be filtered out according to that particular state. So this is called an action filter. And how it works is, when you just say to this drop down as use as filter, you can make the action filter. All the sheets has the filter on this like this into the filtered mark, and this is filtered based upon the state, because we use the state as the action filter. So if in this case scenario this is actually state, all the dashboards, all the sheets on your dashboard will be filtered according to the state. And your action filter in this scenario is state. If you go inside the sheet, you can say it. So this is how the quick action filter works. This is totally easy to use it a drop down. You just have to go to the drop down and click on use as filter. And if you have one particular sheet and you wanted to fit it to other sheets, you can go like this. So what happens if you want to create it manually? What you will do is, you have to go to the dashboard, click on actions. We talked about dashboard actions, right? So this is a dashboard action. This filter one, which is already generated, is the one we created just now from the sheet. But you can also replicate the same thing by using the action filter over here. Filter. So my main sheet or the source sheet is the profit one. And the targeted sheet will be the two sheets or whichever on the dashboard. I'm just clicking on the select and I will say show all the values and I click on OK. So this one is the same action you do whenever you use the sheet as a filter. This is the same action. So what if you wanted to present your action filter in a different way? I will just edit the same filter and say hover. So what is hover? Let's see how the hover works. If you see just hover on it, all your dashboards are filtered out to that particular state. So this is the hovering option. You just have to hover on the dashboard. It will filter all the other content on the other sheets based upon whatever you hover on the dashboard. And we have one more section called menu. In this menu, we just have to select menu over there and click on OK. We will see how the menu works. Hover on one particular state, click on it. You will see a filter 1. You can actually rename that into whatever the name. You see the menu over there. You just have to click on that and the action filter will happen. We just have to remove the use as filter because we kind of used it before. Basically, remove all the actions. I'm removing all my actions. Just go to the actions and click on it, remove it, editing this, and I will say on menu and click on OK. So what happens if you click on it? Click on this and all the data will be showed up. This is the third option you have. Click on it and what happens if you just select on keep filter values. Whenever you click on the action, the filter will show all the values, and if you're changing it to other filters, this one will show the other filter values and all the filtered ones will be staying there. If you say keep filter values, we will just see how it does whenever we see the keep filter values. Click on OK. And so this one will not change when you click on any other space on the dashboard. It will be like this. It will be showing all the values. And if you click on the other state, it will change according to the selected state. So what happens when you go to actions, edit, show all values. Click on OK. Click on one part, all the filters filtered out, and if you click somewhere else, it will keep back all the values. So it will come back to the original state in whatever state you have built. If you click on the other, it will work according to the other filter values. If you click back, it will come back. This will how the show all values work. Then how the exclude values will work. Click on exclude and click on OK. Click on something. So this one will exclude everything. It will not show anything at all. If you click on something else, if you click on somewhere else, it will not show anything. It will show you a blank sheet. So this is how the exclude filters will work. And this exclude filters will be coming from in the scenario where if you want to hide some sheets, etc., you can use this exclude filters. I'm just dragging this into here, into the container. So let's drag this one, hide the titles. Okay. So what you're seeing right now is just the map. You will not see anything. You will only see the map. So if you click on the state somewhere, all the sheets in your containers will appear. They will appear magically, and if you unselect it, they will be gone. This is how you actually hide your sheets and say exclude values. You have like two sheets over here. So what I'll do is I'll just use the horizontal container. It's not vertical, so I'll just use the horizontal container over here. I'll just moving out the containers, deleting them. We will be going, I will tell the containers part later in the future sessions. I'm dragging this sheet into here. I'm dragging my second sheet into the container. So what I will do is I will do entire view. So I'll click on that. So it is gone now. And if I click on again, so they will appear again. So I'm adjusting some sheets to fit up the space. So this is how you magically show the sheets. Whenever you click on the states, it will show all the values, but whenever you click on something other, it will be gone. You can go with the container shelf and keep the sheets inside the container. You will see a space over here because the sheets are already over there and the space is coming as totally blank. If you're going with this kind of logic, keep some space, and if you click on that particular map, this will come up. So this is the only clause, but this can be useful in some scenarios where you might need to do not want to show the sheets and you want to keep some blank space on the dashboard, but whenever you click on the sheets, the dashboards will appear. So this is how you use the exclude all values, and you can actually fill that up in multiple scenarios. So we do have the other actions also. If you go to add action, we have highlight. So what is highlight action? We will go to highlight action, select profit, click on select, click on OK, click on OK. Okay, let me go back to actions. I'm just deleting the other actions. So what it is doing is it has to basically update the content based upon the state. So what's happening right now is the dashboard is completely occupied, and there has to be highlighted whenever you click on the state. So we will take one more case scenario where we will be using this highlight option. Drag onto the sheet 1, delete the containers. Okay. Let's create some sheets. Just take the basic ones like category, sales, I'm just searching for the product name and sales. Make it into a bar chart. I'm dragging that sheet onto my dashboard. Okay, we have 2 sheets now. Just adjust the width and size. I'm just making this one into a bar graph. So what highlight basically is, you just go to actions. It will show the highlighted sheet, the other sheet. So this one should be working on the second sheet. Click on OK. Clicking on technology will only highlight technology. Let's check our sheet. We have to use the dimension which we are creating the action upon should be there on the second sheet as well. Let's say we are using category in the sheet 12 and the action filter is on the category. Category should also be into the second sheet. I just clicked on furniture and all the furniture values are highlighted on yellow. And if you just go up onto the other category, the other categories will be highlighted. So this is how highlighted action will show the highlighted options. Make this chart into some other chart. Okay. If you click on furniture, is clicking on blue ones, and it is only showing up the furniture values, and office supplies and orange ones. And if you click on office supplies, only this one will pop out. And if you click on the other category, only the other color will be showing up. This is only for the highlighting option. And if you see the highlighting option, only the highlighted ones will be picked up. They're like only highlighted when you click on them, and it will show what are the highlighted ones. If you just go to the highlighting option, it's all dependent upon the new data set what you are taking. Use appropriate dashboard, use appropriate sheets, the actions for the requirement. And if you just go to the go-to URL is this one. This one will take back to the any URL you're giving it here. If you click on it here, okay, what I'm filling sheet 12. Okay, I just need to give some URL over there. Okay, I'll just say google.com. Click on OK. Going for the select option, click on OK. If you click on something, just see category. So if you just see here, right now it's not showing up. And if you go to the click on category, okay, so this is how it redirects to the Google page, because we just get Google page, and whatever URL you gave into that URL pane will be taking into account, and whenever you click on something, that will redirect to the URL page. So this is how the URL go to URL will work. Coming back to the action filters, we checked how URL will work, and click on something. Under action, we have one more option called go to sheet. So what that is, what it will do is, let's create a sheet. Okay, I'll go to my worksheet, I'll click on actions, add action, and I'm going to sheet. This is only for the example purpose. I'm just going to the worksheet actions. You can also create this on the dashboard actions to navigate from one dashboard to the other dashboard. Okay, right now what I will do is, I'll click on sheet 12 and I'll give a target sheet as sheet 13. I'm going for select, click on OK, click on OK. Okay, if you click on that, it will come to this sheet. So click on something on the sheet 12, it will come to the sheet 13. And this action filter will not filter out the data, it will directly go to the other sheet. It's like going to a different URL. This one is going to a different sheet. So this will not affect the data whatever you have it inside. So these are the action filters we have, and we have two more filters, four more action filters. Those are change parameter and change set values. We will talk about these in the coming sessions into a deeper deeper content. We will discuss on different actions based upon this parameters and sets. If you have a case scenario like you want this action filter working on only one sheet, you don't want to put it on the other sheet, so you want this action filter only working on the left side sheet, something like that. So go to the actions, click on our action. Okay, so I'll be using the first sheet and I'll check it as use as filter. So what it will do, it will create an action filter on both the sheets. I do not want my action filter to work on one of the sheet. So what I will do, I'll just click on this button and say ignore actions. So only on the sheet. I'll not touch the other sheet. So what happens now is if you click on that one sheet, only this sheet will be filtered out. In this case scenario, I want to see all kinds of data in one sheet and only filtered out data into the other sheet. You can actually go with this. Just ignore actions for one sheet. First you have to go to the first sheet and use it as a filter, and use the other sheet, go to the drop downs and take it as ignore actions. So this one will not allow any actions on the first sheet. We do have one more way to use this action filter. The small filter icon you see over here, this is the same thing as use as filter. Even you click on here, it will do the same action. Clicking on it again, undo the actions. Clicking on the filter will do the actions, but this one will be quite useful whenever you want to filter out the whole dashboard. You just have to unfilter by unchecking it, that's it. So this one is coming very useful in the case where you have to filter out the whole dashboard. So we have one thing left, the target filters. So we have an option in the target fields, and we can actually use some custom fields on the target filters. You can actually give some columns into the target filter whenever you want to target only one data into the other sheet. You just have to select selected fields, and you can give some columns of whatever you wanted to select, and that one will be targeted. This is the pop-up box, and if you go to the data source, you will see the data source. And if you want to only give one field where it is like for state and example, and state field you wanted to give it on the other field, you can actually click on the state, click on OK. Only the state field will be acting upon the other sheets. So just go to the actions, click on edit, select, click on OK. If you click on here, this one will only work on the state column. In this purpose, if this dimension is for state, and if you want to click on only one of the if your action filter is only for one column, it will only work on that particular column. And this is how you can use the targeted filter options only on specific columns or specific data. And you can do actions on the worksheet and also the dashboard. Whenever you're creating on a dashboard, go to the dashboard and click on actions. So your entire dashboard will be working on whatever sheet you are using. Worksheet actions will only work particularly on the specific worksheets. And this one you will get it like, if this is the worksheet I'm working on, and if I want to create some worksheet actions on this, I will use that. Dashboard is like, I will use the dashboard actions whenever I want to create on entire dashboards. So worksheet will only work on the worksheets. That's the difference between worksheet and dashboard. And this is all about the action filters.
And you have an option to keep a download. Okay, you're done with the dashboard and you just published your dashboard, and someone from the end user want to download the content. And we have different downloading options, but right now it is like download PDF. If you go to edit button, you do have these many options to download it into different versions, like cross tab, the complete data, image is the complete entire image of the dashboard. You can download it to PDF or PowerPoint. So the same options will be present over here. You can say title of the button and you just select the PDF over here. That's why you can actually write anything over here. Click here to download. Something like that. You can write whatever context you want to write. So download PDF. And you can give a border or a background, or you can just click on tooltip. If you click on OK, you can see here. You can click on the download PDF. This one will ask you how do you want it to download. You wanted the entire workbook, that means the entire all the 3 sheets, or you want to download the active sheet. Active sheet means whatever is highlighted, whatever you just clicked on, that sheet. So it will also ask you how you want to download it. It will also ask you to do the paper size like A2, A3, A4, etc. And it will ask you all the options, and it will show the source where do you want to save it. And if I click on save, okay, this one will take some time to save the content, and okay. And if you want to look at how it is going to look like, so this automatically opened up. And this is how what is there in your dashboard, and this is how it is looking like right now. But make sure that if you're using this, make sure that it won't occupy this much space, because whatever you download will come exactly like that. Exactly how you're presenting this one will also like talking about the formatting, right? We need to present it beautifully, right? So at the end of the day, we need to beautifully present it, and users should understand. So don't let them occupy to entire space. Keep it in some corner, or keep in some space where it is easily accessible, easily seen, but it should not occupy your entire space. And if you now click on the download PDF right now, your entire dashboard will be looking like this, like whatever you're seeing on the screen. So it won't occupy the entire space, right? So this is somewhere in the corner, and this is where you use the floating again, because you want to keep the object at one particular space, and you have some white space over there. So I'll just float my button over there, and I'll just keep it there. Users will go there and click on that to download the entire dashboard. So this option is available to download the content directly from the dashboard itself, and we also have options from the server to download the content. We have similar kind of options over there, 2 extra options coming up, but these download options are also available on the server. We will discuss more when we are talking about the server part and whenever we are working on the Tableau Online. So last thing we have is second last thing we have is a web extension. Extensions are given by Tableau or some other third-party source, if you see here. So these are the extensions we have, and some of the extensions are paid. So if you see here, we will just go to the extensions gallery from Tableau. Some of the extensions are completely free, but some of the extensions are paid, and we have different kinds of extensions. So this is a Tableau gallery, and this is where the extensions are actually coming up from. And we will talk more about extensions in the coming sessions, because extensions will be covering more detailed versions in the Tableau, and we will definitely speak about the extensions and understand what extensions are. This is like just navigate button or the download button. These are the extra options to do something from your dashboard. And the web page is it's just like inbuilt URL, like you're embedding some URL inside your dashboard. Let's take an example of like you're right now on your dashboard, and you also want to show some Wikipedia page related to the content you have. So let's say you're working on COVID-19 data, and you wanted to embed some URL to the wiki page. So what is COVID-19? I wanted to show that. And inside my dashboard, then I just embed the URL in here, and if I click on it, it will directly go to the wiki page. So this is the button we have for web page. So we discussed about tiled and floating, right? The show dashboard title. It will just show the dashboard name. We just named it as a sales dashboard, and this one is coming as sales dashboard. You can uncheck that. Okay. Apart from Tableau dashboard, we just saw whatever we have inside the dashboard. We have one more tab over here for layout. So for the floating options, these floating options will pop up, and otherwise it will go gray because we don't have anything for the fixed options, right? So floating options, this check mark will come up, and this is floating, and you can actually change the positions of X, Y, width and height. With height is basically length and width, and X and Y options like X axis and Y axis. And if you want to change your X axis to something else, like let's just say 100, if you click on that, the 100 mark on the X axis is coming up here. So it moved completely into this space, and whenever you're working with the floating options, you can possibly work on the X and Y axis to move from one particular space to the other space, and align all your sheets to one that particular X-axis maybe. And that's where you can use this X and Y axis. It is like same like width and height is same like dashboard. You can give some width and height to this sheet or this button or any other whatever you have on the dashboard. Borders, or you will give some borders to the sheet. Let's say I'm just selecting this border. Tableau will automatically border that sheet because I just clicked on the sheet and created the border. It only created border to that sheet. Okay, right now everything map is coming up in one border. So I clicked on that sheet and just created a border. So what if I wanted to create the entire border for my horizontal container? I have to select my container from this drop down box and just select on the container, and I will give my border. I just selected gray. So this entire container, so this containers like these are also useful in this scenario if you want to use the border for your entire container and you wanted to show all the two sheets in one single space. You can actually border it like this. So this is how you border things, and we have some space between this and this. So we just place some blank box over there. And if you want to show some background also, you can actually select some background colors and you can show this background. You can actually put some background for your entire dashboard. You can select all the sheets you have to go to the particular sheet and select a background to actually come up with that particular color. So this is coming up like this, and let's right click on the sheet. We'll just go to the format, go to the color, click on worksheet. So this is how you color your entire sheet. Okay, this is coming from Mapbox. Okay, this is coming from Mapbox, and let's say I want to select the sheet and I wanted to color the sheet like this. So I can actually do this for the whole sheet. This is one of the formatting we have. Let's also discuss about formatting after this layout. And I just don't want to create over blue over here. I'll just say none, and I'll also say none over here. So this is coming from format. Select the worksheet, go to none. Right now what we are saying is I only colored my gap between these two. And we have something called padding in this scenario. This one, if you see here, if you click on the box, my entire box is not completely filled. If you see here, it's like there is one small line coming up on this entire space. That is the padding. So why that small line is coming up? Because I have it at 4 value over here. That means it is measuring to that 4 and giving that as a space, that 4 centimeters or something. If you just go to 0, that's the space will be gone and your entire box will be filled up. This is inner padding and outer padding. Inner is inside, outer is outside padding, and both will work might work the same in some scenarios, and you can give any number to select the space part. So hierarchy over here, whatever you're seeing is like it shows the sales dashboard, and we have some object over here, download object. If you click on that, it will highlight whatever sheet it is. Tiled version is the container we are having. So these are all the containers which are used on our dashboard. If you just face any issues on the containers, you can actually go here and click on remove container. So these are the extra containers for me. Whenever you drag some sheet, Tableau will form some containers as a default. You can actually go here and just remove them. So the horizontal container I have is this one. It will show it like it will pop up with the blue color, and it is saying that you have 2 sheets inside the horizontal container. So what is my tile container? Tile container is the entire dashboard container you have, and if you click on the drop down, what are inside your containers by just clicking on the arrow mark. So this is the hierarchy, because it will actually show the hierarchy kind of versions. It will show all the tiled horizontal containers you have on the dashboard and what are the sheets that are containing inside that dashboard. If you see here, there's also blank, and it will also show the blank sheet over here. And if you're working on some case like if you are not looking up some sheets, you can actually find here. And this is all about layout. So the main thing whenever you're presenting the dashboard at the end of your creation, and because you just came up with the requirement, you just went with the blueprint, you placed all your sheets on your dashboard. And at the end, how are you going to present it to the final user? So let's say I need some title to my dashboard. I will show dashboard title. So this is all like white, and I wanted to show some color over there. So what I'll do is I'll just right click format, click on some color. Okay, this is actually the entire dashboard. Undo it. Layout, background from blue or like whatever color you want. I just went with the gray, and this is how it looked like. And if you see the white line at the end, I will be saying 0 in my padding. It will fix up that white line coming after the box. If you see here, the floating actually moved up. We have to click the floating parts whenever we are actually working with the formatting. We have to paste it in the right area. Whenever there is a space available, you have to place it there. So I just gave a text title and I just filled it with some color, and now I want to display in bold. So this is coming as a sheet name because it picked up from the sales dashboard. You can rename it to anything you want. You have font size available over here in this drop down. You can select anything like Tableau medium, and I wanted to show it a little bit bigger, maybe bold and black, and in the middle you just we just added a title, we just added a color, we changed the format, and we changed it to bold, and we changed it to dead black, and this is how the title should look like, something like that, because I just wanted to show it like that. And so the next thing I'll be doing is I'll just clean up the formatting which I have on the dashboard. So I don't want to show my lines over here. For that, I will just right click on that particular sheet. That sheet will be selected. And if you just want to check out whenever a sheet is selected, you just see the border one. That means the sheet got selected. I'm clicking on format. So these are the formatting options that are available to that particular sheet. We have a font, we have alignment, we have shading, we have borders, and we have lines. And if you are going with a particular field in that particular sheet, you can go with the fields also. It will show whatever fields are available in that particular sheet. So right now what I want to do is I don't want to show my lines over here. So in the lines, in the last one, I'm just going to check the grid lines. These are called the grid lines. So columns is coming up and I will say none. So you will only see a white content over here, and the actual lines will be showing up a little good. And these are the lines you have whenever you have different visualizations, and different lines will pop up according to the axis. And you can actually get rid of them from here. You just have to right click and go click the lines, and this one you can select everything to none. So whatever lines you have over here will be disappeared. And if I say I don't want to see the 0 lines, so my visualization will not have them. So I just don't want to see them axis tick marks or axis rulers. If you see here, there is a lane previously that just got disappeared. This axis ruler, that's a line. That's a line coming over here. This is the completely related to lines we have. And we also have borders. Borders are, if you like go back and check the borders over here, we just made some border for our map, right? Okay. If you see here, even without border, it is actually showing some border over there, right? And I just want to keep that border. I'll go to this border and I'll click on none for everything. So I'll just go to the row divider, click on none. And if you just observe here, the borders will be disappearing whenever you're clicking on here. So there's one border which already got disappeared. And if you uncheck it, see, so your map will not have a border right now. These are called border lines. If you just go here, if you click on this, you'll get to borders. And this will come as a default when you're creating some sheets. And if you don't want to show the borders, you just have to come here, click on none over here. You have sheet, rows, columns, etc. You can actually go to the entire sheet and click on none on everything. And we have one more thing called shading. So you have to select one particular sheet, let's say this sheet, and you want to give some color, say worksheet. So the entire worksheet I want to give some blue. So this one will be showing as blue, everything is blue. And I can go with a pane or a header, or let's say, so pane is basically this area in the middle part, and the header is basically this area and this area. So right now we do not have option for that, but we do have options for like coloring the totals, coloring the grand totals, row banding. So row bandings are mostly useful in the pivot tables. Okay, let's say we have one pivot table over here, and if you right click on it, format. So right now what you're seeing is one white and one gray, right? So what happens when you just uncheck that row banding, how it looks like? Just go with a none, pane none. Pane is this part, the working area part. And this is like completely coming as white now. And if you also select none for header, this one will also does not show that gray area, whatever you are seeing before. So for the tables like this, row banding or column banding will be useful. If you want to uncheck that, just come here and uncheck them. Alignment is how your pane should align. For text values here, we will also see in this pivot table to understand it better. So if you see here, format, okay, fit width, entire view maybe, okay. So alignment, right click format, and I'm just going with the alignment. So I might have to go to the pane. If you click on it, it will go to the middle like this. So the values what we have in the pane will be coming in the middle. And if you want to go with left or right, you can actually toggle between them. Down, middle, and upper in the vertical axis. You can also give the directions to left or right. The wrapping up, you have automatic on and off also to actually wrap up your content inside your table. So basically the default version is selected as automatic, and you can actually change it to whatever you want. So, and you can also change it according to your pane. The default is like you can actually change for totals, or you can actually go with the grand totals, etc. The same thing we have it for a font. You want to select a different font or a different size, bold, italic, or underscore. You can actually do the same thing for your entire worksheet, or just go with the pane header or something like that. So if you don't want to do that, you just have to go with the header if you just want to change the header only. So if you want to show it a little bigger, you can actually select the font size. If you see here, the pane actually values actually went up high. And if you go with header, and if I click on some font, if you see here, this one actually coming up in a bigger value. So this is how you do formatting whenever you wanted to show some formatting issues on the sheet. So it is completely totally depending on whatever view you have. Whenever we are only seeing bars over here, the formatting, the text part, so the other parts won't be necessary, right? So if you're like showing a pivot table, that can be a necessary option. So whenever you're presenting the data, just wherever it is possible, if it is not, it's already present over here, like people already has the content coming up here, just hide your labels. And if you do not want to show the axis, because all the numbers will be showing up on the bars, you don't have to show the axis. You just click on right click and click on show header, it will go up. So this one will give you more spaces to your sheet, and put this into the entire view. And if it is still constrained, and if it is still not occupying your entire space, you can actually go with the right click and you can go with the options like this is the axis part will be gone like this. This is one kind of formatting option we have. And we also have an option to copy one formatting from one page and paste it to the other page. Just click on the sheet you want to copy the formatting from. Go to format, just say copy formatting. Click on copy formatting. And go to the other sheet you wanted to show the exactly same formatting, and say paste formatting. So that one is actually copying whatever the formatting it has for the background color. It is pasted here. This is how we copy formatting from one sheet to the other sheet. And whatever the formats we talked about will be also coming from the format tab. If you click on one sheet, otherwise it will be grown, you have to click on one sheet. And this is only related to the one particular sheet, whatever you selected. So that's why they only pop up whenever you select the sheet, whatever you're working on. You have font, alignment, shading, borders, lines, etc. It is actually same thing whatever you see over here. It is just the other way to go to the formatting options. This is like other way. Almost like everything in Tableau has one or two ways to do one particular job. And this is one more option to do some formatting options over here. And whenever you have, let's say, legends with different colors, always pick some space to display them. Okay, like what if we have some color on the sheet? Let's not say only sheet, let's say we have some color on the sheet. I'm just placing category on my color. This is actually displayed according to the category, right? So I also wanted to see what color is what. You can actually click on the small arrow and bring up the legends over here. By default, these are placed at the end of the sheet, and these are fixed type. Click on floating, like you can go with that small arrow and click on floating, and this will be floating on the sheet, and you can place it anywhere on the sheet. And I will just place it over the sheet over here because I'm just going to tell what color is what. So what happened, I just adjusted it to small box, right? Like I just called a scroll bar and I do not want it. So for that, I'll just click on this arrow and say, okay, I'm just removing the container because I wanted to see the options of that legend. Clicking on that options over there, arrange items, single row. Okay. So I have space right here, like I can actually show all the values in this space because my view is actually sorted in that way. I have space over here. And this one will tell you what color is what. Placing the legends, let's say the color legends, like it has some color inside my marks card is absolutely necessary. Because people will not understand what color is what. They're actually telling them, like we are telling them what color is what. Like this is like blue is furniture, red is technology. Inside technology, we have these subcategories available. We have placed category on the color, right? So that way it's actually coloring according to the category. This is how you place the legends on the dashboard. You can go with the floating option, and you have in this, and if you just get the small like all the options available, you have some filters option available. You can add them to the dashboard, and you can actually add some filters like this, dragging the category onto the dashboard. And this filter is applicable to only that particular sheet because we just took this filter option from the sheet. But you can also remove container. We can also apply this filter to all the sheets available just by just selecting this option on dashboard. Click on all on dashboard. So right now the filter will be applicable to all the sheets, but you just have to go to that arrow, apply to the worksheets, and click on selected worksheets and click on all on dashboard. That will apply the filter to all the dashboards whatever you have on the filter. So this is how you keep some filters on the dashboard. You can keep multiple filters on the dashboard, and you can actually bring up the filters from this. So we will talk about filter options also whenever we are going to the dashboards. How are we going to keep different filters on the dashboard? So this is like a basic process of the filtering onto the dashboard and giving the access to all the sheets, and by clicking on all the sheets and from directly from the filter. So this is all about the formatting part. We discussed about what layouts we have, what background colors, like we discussed about the grid lines, how to remove the grid lines, how to color our sheets, and how to color our text boxes. And we talked about objects and how to change the font size, to change the font to different fonts. Like we do have different options like colors in fonts also, and we can go with different fonts available. So this is how you do formatting whenever you're going to present your dashboard to the final users.
Congratulations on completing Cryo.do's crash course on data analytics and visualizations with Tableau. You have now gained practical experience with one of the most robust data visualization platforms, learning how to create interactive, data-driven dashboards and reports with precision. If you found the course valuable, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel for more in-depth courses and content. For those looking to deepen their expertise, visit our website to explore advanced programs that cover data modeling, predictive analytics, and more. Thank you for learning with us. Until next time, happy analyzing.